You carefully carry your selected items back to your comparatively warmer dwelling. The pot needs water, but the water bucket is nearly frozen solid. A crust of ice on the surface that must be broken. The sound of the ice cracking is like shattering glass, startlingly sharp in the silent morning. The water beneath is piercingly cold, making your hands ache as you scoop and your teeth clench as you pour it into the pot. The pot is hung from an iron hook beneath the beam, suspended over the fire. The water takes time to heat, and during that time you can only wait, huddled by the fire, trying to absorb the meager warmth it offers. You take the roots, scraping off the dirt and sand with your knife. Though you can never get them entirely clean, grit always remains, trading between your teeth when you eat. A skin that comes off goes into the pot as well, because nothing can be wasted. Nothing. The roots are hard as wood, resisting the knife, making your hands cramp with the effort of cutting them. You slice them as thinly as possible. Know this makes them cook faster. Know that thin slices make the pot look fuller. Create the illusion of plenty from near nothing. The piece of preserved fat goes into the water too, floating at first, then slowly beginning to dissolve. It will add richness to the broth, provide the calories your body desperately needs, though the taste will be odd, pungent, carrying memories of smoke, salt and thyme, a small handful of grain. You calculate whether to add it now or sate it. It's always the same calculation, the same arithmetic. In the end, you add half, faving the other half, though for what you cannot say. But keeping something back feels like maintaining a reserve buffer against the crisis that is sure to come. Steam begins to rise from the pot, wisps ascending into the smoke minus filled air. The smell it gives off is thin and hopeless. Nothing like the richer aromas remembered from times of plenty, from festivals and harvest tunes that now seem to belong to another life. Now there is nothing to do but wait, watching the water begin to stir. Small bubbles rise from the bottom first, then a rolling, frailing motion that signals a true boil. The roots slowly soften, releasing their pale essence into the liquid. The fat melts and disperses, forming a slick film that catches the firelight. There is bread, if it can be called that, a piece saved from yesterday, or the day before. You can't remember. It is hard as stone, dark, dense, heat from rye flour that was likely never fresh, perhaps already half minus spoiled when ground. You hold it near the fire to warm it slightly, not to char it, but to make it less likely to break your teeth. Even so, the crust is so hard it threatens to shatter them when you bite. You must soften each mouthful with your saliva before attempting to chew. The taste is sour and heavy, the texture coarse with bits of husk, or perhaps small stones that escape the milling. But it is food. It is substance. You eat slowly, to make it last, alternating bites of bread with sips of the warm, weak broth. The broth is finally ready. Thin and pale, or like tinted water than soup. The roots have softened to a slippery texture, sliding in the mouth, offering little beyond a faint earthiness and the strange taste of the preserved fat. You eat slowly, sitting on a stool by the fire, the pot cradled in your lap. The heat of it seeps through your clothes, and you hold it as long as you can bear it, drawing warmth from it, as well as sustenance. Each spoonful is savored, not for its taste, but for its warmth, for the way it briefly fills your stomach, offering a sensation of fullness, a temporary illusion you know will fade in an hour or two, leaving you empty once more. But for now, in the dim light of your dwelling, let the soft crackle of the fire into the wind of the frozen world till blowing outside. You are fed, you are warm, you are alive. The pot emptied, wiped clean of the last drops with the bread. You set it aside and tend to the fire once more, adding only enough wood to keep it banked low, conserving fuel for the long hours to come. The morning routine is done, and now the real work of the day begins. There are tasks that cannot be avoided, cannot be postponed, even in deep winter, even when the cold makes every motion painful. every effort exhausting. You must once more inspect your reserves more carefully. Assess what remains. Calculate how many weeks the food might last. How much you can eat each day and still survive to see spring. The arithmetic of survival is simple and brutal. Not enough food, too many days, slow starvation, choices about who eats and how much, decisions no one should have to make. You must consider what can be gathered from outside. Even in midwinter, the inner bark of certain trees can be dried and ground into a flour, mixed with grains to add bulk. Even if it offers little nutrition, frozen berries still cling to some bushes, hard as pebbles, but edible if the ice can be chipped away. Roots lie beneath the snow, if you remember where they grow, if you can break through the frozen earth to find them. But gathering means going outside. Heat, and the biting wind and bitter cold means expending energy you barely have in exchange for calories that may not exist. Every foray is a gamble, a weighing of cost against potential gain. You wrap yourself in layers of felt, wool and hides. Whatever you have, extra cloth around your feet, a scarf over your face, your breath will freeze it stiff, a hat pulled down over your ears until you are shapeless. Ali human, just a moving bundle of fabric against the white landscape. The door opens and an impossible wave of cold assaults you. The physical force pushing back. The world outside, after the dimness of the dwelling, is blindingly bright. The sunlight reflects from the snow in every direction, a glare that makes your eyes watering dank. The cold finds every gap in your clothing and seeking bare skin, penetrating the layers. You hold your breath, the air is so cold it burns to inhale. So cold your lungs protest. The snow is deep, deeper than yesterday. Fresh snow from the night has drifted into piles, in places deeper than your knees. Every step requires effort, lifting your leg high and pushing through the resistance, finding purchase on the unstable ground beneath. Your storage pit is outside, separate from the dwelling, and mound in the snow that must be located by memory and careful pacing. You count steps from the doorway, following a path that exists only in your mind, for the snow has buried all traces, covered everything in a fresh, uniform whiteness. At the pit, you must dig away the snow to find the cover, a plank weighted with stones, to keep animals out in the worst of the cold from penetrating too deeply. The snow has piled on the cover, forming a drift that must be cleared before you can lift the plank. Your hands, even wrapped, begin to lose feeling almost immediately. The cold penetrates the cloth, making your fingers stiff and clumsy, turning the simple task of grasping and lifting the plank into a difficult operation. When the pit is finally exposed, the puff of warmer air escapes, not warm by any normal standard, but less cold than the outside air, a difference that is noticeable, briefly comforting. The smell that rises is complex earth, vegetables, then the beginning scent of decay, the rot that is inevitable despite your best efforts. That claims a portion of your stores every winter, the tax paid to entropy and time. You descend into the pit, into the relative shelter. Here, buried in the earth, is the bulk of your winter store: sacks of turnips and beets, bundles of dried herbs, containers of animal fat, strings of dried fish and meat. But as you look around, assessing your reserves by the weak light filtering from above, the reality of your situation settles over you like the cold itself. The turnips are smaller than you remember, several showing signs of frostbite, black spots that will spread and ruin the entire vegetable if not cut away promptly. The sack of grain, which should have been full at winter's start, is perhaps half empty now. The contents have been steadily eaten away, day by day, each meal reducing what remains. At this rate, it will be gone before true spring arrives, before the ice breaks and travel becomes possible again. The preserved meat, so carefully counted at winter's start, each piece allocated to a week, thought to last through, is down to just a few bundles. Some has been lost to mold, white or green patches eating at the edges despite the smoking, forcing you to cut away and discard precious food. You select what you will need for the next few days, trying to balance taking enough to avoid frequent trips outside against taking too much and risking faster spoilage in the warmer air of the dwelling. Everything is a calculation, everything a weighing of competing risks. The fish you choose are hard as boiled, frozen solid, eyes glazed with ice, and scales sharp enough to cut a careless finger. They will need to thaw slowly by the fire before they can be handled, before they can go into the pot for another thin, unsatisfying soup. The roots you take are unremarkable, just enough to add bulk to the meals for a few more days, to create the illusion you are eating properly, maintaining strength. But you can feel it in your own body, in the weakness that strikes without warning, in the try that sometimes seizes your hands when you lift the pot, that you are not maintaining anything. You are slowly, steadily consuming through your own reserves because the food is not enough. It never is enough. You emerge from the pit, heavily replacing the plank, weighting it with the stones again, piling the snow back for insulation. Your hands are numb now, beyond cold, into that dangerous state of no-minus feeling, and you know you must get back inside soon, must warm them by the fire, before frostbite sets in. The return to the dwelling is the same struggle high-minus stepping through the deep snow, laboring forward, leaving you breathless, your exhalations frosting your beard, your eyelashes, the scarf over your face. Inside again, you lean against the closed door, gasping, letting the relative warmth of the space seep back into you. Relative warmth. It is still cold enough for ice to form inside. The walls still radiate chill. But compared to outside, it feels almost comfortable, almost bearable. You unwrap the cloth from your hands and hold them near the fire, watching the color return slowly and painfully, feeling the pins and needles of sensation come back. You've seen enough frostbite to know what to look for: the white patches that don't regain their color, the blisters that form later, the blackening that means dead tissue, eventual gangrene and loss. A fish are placed on a rack by the fire, positioned to thaw slowly without cooking. The roots go back to the indoor storage, added to the dwindling stockpile. No matter how carefully you ration, the collection is slowly shrinking. There is work to be done inside, to always work, clothes to mend, for the cold destroys fabric, makes it brittle and prone to tear, wood to split, carefully rationing the fuel supply, making sure each log is used as efficiently as possible. You have tools, but they are crude. An axe with a loose handle, a knife ground down so many times the blade is thin and fragile, liable to snap if used with too much force. Everything you own is worn past its intended lifespan, kept going by necessity and improvisation. Time passes slowly, marked only by the gradual shift of the meager light entering through cracks in the walls and the smoke hole in the roof. Wintertime is strange. The days are short, darkness falling early. Yet, each day feels fine, stretched by the cold, the hunger, the endless waiting for spring. You feed the fire periodically, just enough to keep it alive, and maintain the bare minimum of warmth needed for life. In the afternoon, the cot goes back over the fire, filled with water again, joined by one of the fish. Not thawed enough to handle. Preparing the fish is tedious work: scaling, gutting, removing the head and fins, salvaging every possible scrap of flesh. You keep the offal, to even this will go into the pot, adding flavor to the broth, because nothing can be wasted. Nothing. The pot simmers all afternoon, filling the dwelling with the smell of fishy scent, not entirely pleasant, but at least the smell of food, of sustenance. You add roots again, thin slices that will soften and add bulk, creating volume where there is little substance. Watching the pot, tending the fire, there is a strange meditation in the slow passage of time. Your mind wanders, thinking of spring, of warmth, of growing green things, of the day when food will not be so scarce, when each meal will not need to be negotiated and calculated like this, when you can eat more than the bare minimum and still survive. But spring is distant. Impossibly so. Each aim that seems less real than the cold, less tangible than the hunger that has become your constant companion. Spring is measured in months, in weeks of winter that must still be endured, in days upon days of snow that will continue to fall before the thaw finally comes. Darkness falls early, filling the space outside, Pressing against the walls of your dwelling, you light a small oil lamp, the precious fuel rationed like everything else, providing just enough light to see by for the necessary tasks before sleep. When the fish broth is ready, it is better than the breakfast, but not by much. The fish adds protein, adds some flavor, but the soup is still thin, the portions still small, the meal is still insufficient to quiet the hunger gnawing at you. You eat slowly, sitting by the fire, trying to make the meal last, trying to convince your body it has been properly fed, though you both know it is a lie. The warmth of the fish broth is perhaps its greatest virtue. It fills your stomach temporarily, creating a sensation of fullness that will fade soon enough, but is real for now. After eating, you tend to the fire for the night one last time, carefully banking it, covering the coals with ash to slow the burn, preserving enough heat to last until morning. You have become an expert at this, knowing exactly how much wood to add, how to arrange the coals, how to balance the need for warmth against the necessity of conserving fuel. Your sleeping place calls, and you pile on blankets and furs, climbing and fully clothed, for to undress would be to lose the precious heat held close to your skin, for risk being colder than necessary in the morning. The darkness inside the dwelling is now complete. The lamp is extinguished to save oil. Fire is only a faint glow beneath the ash. Outside, the wind continues its endless passage over the snow, a constant sound, the background to everything, the sound of winter itself. Your body curls in on itself instinctively, seeking warmth, preserving heat. Your stomach, no longer distracted by the warmth of the fish broth, reminds you that it is still empty, still hungry, still waiting for more that you cannot give. Sleep comes slowly, the cold making it hard to relax, to let go, to rest. But eventually exhaustion wins. You slip into unconsciousness, into dreams that are often of food, of warmth, of winter ending and the promise of spring. Tomorrow, you will wake to the same darkness, the same cold, the same empty pot and dwindling reserves. Tomorrow, you will once more light the fire, prepare another inadequate meal, ration your supplies, wonder if they will last, make the same calculations and the same choices. This is what it means to be a frontier settler in winter. Not adventure, not romance, but this day minus after minus day. Exhausting repetition, the constant negotiation with cold and hunger, the slow passage of time measured in never minus filling meals, and fires never quite warm enough, and nights that stretch endlessly toward a spring that may never come. The struggle is quiet, undramatic, a private battle waged in silence and isolation. There are no heroic moments, no dramatic victories, only the simple fact of survival. Only the daily choice to wake and begin again, to keep the fire alive, to keep yourself alive, to endure because there is no other choice, because to give up is to freeze, to starve, to become another silent sacrifice to the winter that takes and takes and takes, indifferent to your suffering, indifferent to your hope, patient and cold as the ice that holds the world in its grip. Now, let us drift from the universal struggle toward a particular life. A woman whose name has been lost to official history but whose story survives in fragments and whispered memories, in the kind of silent legacy passed down not through documents but through the simple act of survival itself. Let us call her Anna Morozova. Though the name is a composite, gathering many women, they all share an essential truth. They kept their communities alive through winters that should have been impossible. They turned scarcity into survival through knowledge passed down, through skills learned from mothers. Anna was born in the early spring of 1789. In a settlement so remote it was on no map, existed in no official record, mattered to no one but those who lived there. Her first breath was drawn in a place much like the dwelling we just experienced, low, dim, perpetually cold, a place where survival was always provisional, always uncertain. Her mother was a woman whose hands never rested, always working, preserving, preparing, calculating how the brief summer bounty could be stretched to cover the long months of winter. Thana's earliest memories were not of stories or songs, but of processes watching her mother's hands perform the rituals that made food last, that turned fresh, living things into dry, durable stores, that transformed plenty into insurance against the inevitable cold. She learned to smoke fish before she learned to read, learned which berries dried well and which turned bitter, learned the special patience required to render fat to the perfect texture, so it would not spoil, would provide calories when there was nothing else. These lessons were not formal, were not announced as education. They happened naturally, absorbed through proximity and repetition, through helping with small tasks that gradually became larger responsibilities. The settlement, Anna grew up and existed on the edge of civilization, a fragile cluster of dwellings clinging to life in a landscape that seemed designed to reject human habitation. Around it stretched the taiga, endless, indifferent a forest, so vast a person could walk for weeks and meet no one else. The wolves prowled in the shadows and the winter cold had killed with a speed that seemed almost purposeful. By the time Anna was 12, she could process fish faster than most adults, could tell by touch which roots had stored well and which needed to be eaten soon, could judge by smell whether a piece of cured meat was safe or had crossed that invisible line into dangerous spoilage. Her hands bore the marks of work, already small scars from knives, roughness from cold water, the permanent scent of smoke no amount of washing could remove. She had dreams, though she knew better than to speak them often. She wanted a real stove, the kind of ceramic oven she'd heard about, one that held heat for hours, radiated it evenly, didn't fill the room with smoke. She imagined a kitchen with shelves, enough storage that food didn't have to be piled in growers, that everything had its place and purpose. More than that, she'd have future children who would not know hunger as she did, who would grow strong and healthy, whose winters would be hard but not desperate, not life-threatening. This was the humble scope of her ambition, not wealth or status. It's simply enough, simply sufficiency, simply freedom from the gnawing anxiety that came with every approaching winter. She watched other girls in the settlement dream of pretty dresses or trips to distant cities. Yes, dreams seemed to Anna as fanciful as flight, was disconnected from reality as the fairy tales told to amuse children on long winter nights. Her adolescence was marked by a growing accumulation of knowledge that would define her adult life. Each season I heard something new about survival, about the delicate balance between preparation and disaster. She learned to read the sky for signs of weather, to interpret animal behavior as an indicator of coming cold, a sense from the quality of the autumn light, whether the winter would be merely harsh or truly cruel. At 19, they married a man named Pietro, a hunter and trapper whose skills complemented her own, whose knowledge of the forest and its animals balanced her knowledge of preservation and preparation. Their marriage had the practicality of a frontier union, less about romance than about survival, about building a partnership that could withstand the winter, could bear children, could make something lasting in this harsh place. The wedding was simple, a brief ceremony followed by a modest feast, to which the whole settlement contributed food and drink, a genuine sacrifice in a place where every surplus mattered, and a war address her mother had altered. And in that moment, she felt both the weight of tradition and the terrifying responsibility of starting her own family. Her own story of survival. They built their own dwelling, dug their own cellar, established their own small plot of land on the edge of the settlement, that planted a garden in the brief growing season, coaxing vegetables from soil that seemed reluctant to yield, covering plants with cloth on cold nights to extend the season, harvesting frantically when the first serious frost threatened. The first year of marriage was harder than Emma had expected, not because of conflict with Pietro, but because of the sheer volume of work required to build a household from nothing. Every tool, every piece of furniture, every storage container had to be made or traded for. He affessed that consumed what seemed like infinite time and energy. He gathered knowledge from wherever she could find it, from the older women of the settlement, from the occasional indigenous raiders who passed through, from her own experiments and failures. She learned that the inner bark of certain trees, dried and ground fine, could be mixed with grain to add bulk without making people sick. She learned which herbs helped preserve food, which ones could add flavor to otherwise bland meals. She learned the timing of everything: when to harvest, when to smoke, when to bury in the cellar, when to keep above ground. When her first child, daughter, she named Katja, was born, and I felt the weight of responsibility settle over her like a physical thing. This small life was entirely dependent on her ability to produce enough milk, which depended on having enough food, which depended on her stores holding out through the winter, on her skill, her knowledge, her careful planning. The chain of dependency was clear and unforgiving. He nursed Katya through that first winter, feeling her own body grow thinner as she transformed her eager rations into milk, giving away what she could not give to herself. Cat wondered when the weather allowed, bringing back rabbits, the occasional larger game. That the winter was long and the hunts often unsuccessful. Any days when the pot held nothing but water, roots, and the memory of better times. Hannah, in that first winter with an infant, understood what her mother must have understood. What every woman in this place eventually came to understand to be a mother here meant a constant calculus of sacrifice, the daily decision about how much of yourself you could give and still be alive to give more tomorrow. Other children came later: a son named Mateo and another daughter, Sonia. With each child, Anna's calculations grew more complex, her rationing more careful, and her preservation techniques refined by necessity. She could not afford waste, could not afford mistakes, could not afford the luxury of plenty even in summer, for summer was only preparation for the next winter siege. The dwelling that had seemed adequate for 2 adults now felt cramped with 3 children, the air thick with the breath and heat of 5 bodies. With each mouth to feed, resources were stretched thinner. The settlement grew slowly over the years, if families arriving, some staying, some leaving after one brutal winter convinced them they had made a terrible mistake. Anna gradually became known as someone who knew things, who could advise on preservation, who could look at someone else's winter stores and calculate whether they would last, who could suggest solutions when food ran dangerously low. She did not seek this role, did not announce herself as an expert. People simply began to appear at her door, asking questions, seeking advice. An older woman wondering if her grain had spoiled. A young mother worried about feeding her family, her eyes hollow with that particular fear that comes from watching your children go hungry and being powerless to stop it. A man whose storage pit had flooded, ruining half his stores, his voice tight with the fear of facing a long winter with insufficient reserves. Anna helped when she could, cared what she knew, sometimes shared from her own stores when others were in dire need. She taught the younger women the tricks her mother had taught her: how to make fish last longer through proper smoking, how to recognize the first signs of rot, how to ration without feeling starved, how to make a thin broth taste more substantial. These teaching moments often happened in her dwelling. Women crowded around her small stove, watching her hands perform the familiar motions, absorbing knowledge that could mean the difference between life and death when winter came. The years between Katya's birth and the terrible winter of 1821 were not easy, but they were manageable. Each season followed the pattern established by generations: brief summer plenty, frantic autumn preparation, long winter survival, spring relief. Anna's children grew, her skills deepened. Her reputation as a woman who knew how to survive was established not by any formal recognition, but by the simple fact that people kept coming to her for advice, and that advice kept proving useful. She built relationships with the indigenous families who lived in the region, relationships built on mutual respect and a shared understanding that survival in this place required all the knowledge everyone possessed. She learned from even key women techniques for preserving meat, of less salt a precious commodity. From Yaka traders, she learned how to extract oil from fish for both food and fuel. From the occasional buried family passing through, she learned to identify edible plants that grew even in harsh conditions, species Russian settlers considered useless but that could sustain life when there was nothing else. The winter of 1821 came early and announced itself as different, worse than usual. First, snow fell in late September, far earlier than expected, catching people unprepared. With harvests unfinished, preservation work still undone, the snow continued through October, heavy and persistent, burying the land in deep drifts that made travel almost impossible. Anna watched the snow pile up, her fear growing with each new fall. Here, her mind running calculations that all came to the same grim conclusion: they were not prepared. The settlement was not prepared. No one was prepared for a winter that started so early and with such intensity. By November, it was clear this would be a winter of crisis. The early snow had prevented the final hunting season. Animals had gone into hibernation or migrated early, and the hunters had not had time to catch them. The fish runs had been poor that year for reasons no one knew, and the stores of dried fish were lower than they should have been. Several families had problems with their cellars flooding from early melt minus and minus refreeze cycles, rodent infestations that had ruined grain stores, structures collapsed by the weight of wet snow. Anna looked at her own stores and felt the familiar anxiety tighten in her chest. If she was very careful, if no one fell ill, she stretched everything as far as it could go. Her own family might have enough, but she knew her neighbors were worse off. She had seen their stores, heard the worry in their voices, done the same calculations they were doing, and arrived at grim conclusions. The arithmetic of survival was brutal and simple. So many people, so much food, so many months, until spring. When you added the numbers honestly, the result was disaster. The settlement held a meeting in the largest dwelling. Everyone crowded into a space meant for one family, the collective heat of bodies creating an almost minus warmth. The discussion was careful, circumspect, people talking around the central fear rather than naming it directly. There was not enough food. A long winter ahead. Some families had young children, limited stores, our family members who needed more food to survive. The unspoken question hanging over everything was who would make it through this winter, and who would not. Suggestions were made: rationing plans, pairing arrangements, plans to send out hunting parties despite the snow, despite the danger. But Anna listened and heard the desperation beneath the plans, heard people trying to solve a problem that might have no solution. She found herself speaking almost without deciding to, her voice quiet in the crowded room, but somehow carrying. The sentry had been thinking about ways to stretch what they had. There were techniques she had learned years ago from an even tea woman she'd met, ways of extracting nutrition from things that seemed inedible. The inner bark of certain trees, brackens that grew on rocks. Roots most people considered useless. She had been experimenting with stone minus, heating methods that used less firewood but cooked more efficiently, a crucial consideration when fuel was as scarce as food. More than that, she said she was willing to help coordinate the settlement's resources, to teach anyone who wanted to learn, to work with each family to maximize what they had. It was not exactly a solution, but it was an approach, a way of facing the crisis collectively rather than as isolated households struggling alone. The response was immediate and strong. People wanted her help, her knowledge, for her to come to their homes and look at their stores and tell them what to do. Some were skeptical. Winter was about survival of the fittest. Why should a successful family share knowledge or resources with those who had been unprepared? Lazy, foolish, or simply unlucky? But Martha Anna's offer for weight was a slender thread of hope in a situation that offered almost none. The days that followed were exhausting in a new way, and moved between dwellings, assessing each family's situation, offering specific advice, teaching techniques, and helping reorganize storage systems for maximum efficiency. She taught people to make survival cakes: dense, heavy, inedible mixtures of grain, ground bark, animal fat, and whatever else could be compressed into something that could be eaten. She demonstrated the stone minus heating method, how to heat stones until they glowed, then dropped them into kettles of water, producing boiling heat without needing to maintain a large fire. She taught people how to extract every possible calorie from fish, making broth from the bones, drying and adding the skins to soups, even finding uses for the scales and bladders. Nothing can be wasted, she insisted. Nothing, because the difference between survival and starvation is measured in ounces. In mouthfuls, in the difference between using every part and throwing some away. Her own family's stores diminished faster than she had planned, because she found she could not refuse those who appeared at herd, or with hollow eyes and desperate questions about whether she had anything she could spare. She gave when she shouldn't have, shared when her own children looked at her with hungry eyes, calculated and recalculated, always arriving at the same impossible equation: not enough, never enough. And yet, they had to find a way through. Hircher went out to hunt when he could, braving the dangers, the cold which could kill in minutes if you got lost, fell through ice, or simply gave up and stopped moving. Stepping out into the snow, he brought back what small game he could find, and made each rabbit, each bird, stretch over multiple meals, multiple families. The meat was distributed not by who had earned it, got by who needed it most. The carcass of a single rabbit, which in better times might have fed one family for 2 meals, became the breakfast for then 6 that fed 6 families. Bones were boiled and boiled again until they yielded every bit of nutrition they contained. The indigenous families who lived in the region, the even keened others who had survived here for generations before the Russian settlers arrived, noticed the crisis in the settlement and responded with a practicality born of long experience with harsh winters. They appeared from time to time, offering strips of dried reindeer meat, knowledge of edible lichens and bark, techniques for survival in the deep cold that the settlers had never learned. Anna worked closely with these teachers, learning and then passing on what she learned, building bridges between communities that usually kept to themselves. Often with mutual suspicion, she learned traditional methods of rendering fat from Yakut families, cold minus weather preservation techniques from Bariat traders, knowledge of plants that could be gathered even in winter from even key hunters who knew the land in ways she never would. The exchange went both ways. The indigenous families appreciated Anna's techniques for stretching grains, her methods for smoking fish, organizational skills in managing communal resources. An informal network of knowledge minus sharing emerged, pragmatic and focused on survival, not on the cultural barriers that usually divided the groups. December passed in a blur of cold and hunger. Each day was much like the last. Marked only by small crises: a family running out of fuel, a child showing signs of malnutrition, someone's cellar flooding despite all precautions. Anna responded to each crisis, improvising solutions, redistributing resources, teaching and helping, and somehow keeping the settlement going. Despite all efforts, her own children grew thinner. Katya, now 12 and old enough to understand what was happening, tried to refuse food, tried to give her portions to her younger siblings, and had to insist, had to explain that everyone needed to eat something, that starving yourself helped no one, that they would survive together, and not at all. Hales Kofflingered, at what sound that spoke of cold, dampened inadequate nutrition, and made special broths for him, adding what little fat she could spare, watching him anxiously as he struggled to stay warm, to keep eating, to maintain the strength needed to fight off the sickness invading his lungs. Little Sonia, only 5, grew quiet, such worried and more than crying. The child no longer asked for food, no longer complained of hunger, simply accepted whatever was given to her and ate it without interest or pleasure. It was the behavior of an older person, someone who had already learned to expect disappointment. Seeing this in her youngest daughter broke Hannah's heart. January was the low point, a time when winter seemed eternal. Spring, a myth people had invented to make the present bearable. The cold reached depths that made breathing painful, that froze water in seconds. That cut anyone foolish enough to venture far from shelter without extreme precaution. The stores that had seemed adequate in November now looked dangerously insufficient. The careful calculations Anna had made proved optimistic. People were eating less than planned, and still the stores were dwindling faster than they should. Waste had been reduced to the impossible, and yet somehow, it was still not enough. Anna's own cellar was nearly empty. The sack of grain, full at winter start, now held perhaps a week's worth. If carefully rationed, the salted fish were gone, consumed over the months of sustained hunger. The root vegetables were gone, even the ones that had begun to rotten, which she had carefully trimmed and used before the rot could spread. All that remained were the survival cakes she had taught others to make dense, unpalatable, but containing calories, containing life. She made a decision that terrified her. She would distribute what remained of her family's stores to those in greater need, and they would live on the survival cakes alone. It was not martyrdom. It was calculation. Her family was just strong enough to survive on the bare minimum. All other families had elderly members, sick children, who would die if they received even less than they were already getting. Pyatt rejected, quietly but firmly, his responsibility, he said, was to his own family first. Of what use was it to help others if his own children starved? I could did it due to let his children die because their mother was too generous, but too willing to sacrifice her own family for strangers. Anna listened, understood his fear, could feel it herself like ice water in her veins. That primal fear of watching your children grow thin. But she understood something else. They would survive together or not at all. The settlement would function as a collective, or it would not function at all. Her children's survival depended not just on having food, but on being part of a community that survived together, that would remember what they had done, that would repay the debt in future winters, future crises. She explained this to Pietro, to the children, seeing the dawning understanding in their faces. This is not what anyone wanted, but it was what needed to happen. They gave away the remaining good food and began to live on the survival cakes. Dense, dry and palatable, but filling, providing calories, keeping them alive. The settlement noticed what Anna's family had done, and the response was quiet but profound. Other families, seeing the example, began to share their own remaining stores more freely. The system of communal meals emerged. Each family contributed what they could to a common pot. Everyone ate the same thin soup, the same survival cakes. No one getting more than anyone else. No one hoarding while their neighbors starved. It was not plenty. It was not even adequate by any reasonable standard. But it was fair, and in the depths of that terrible winter, fairness mattered more than plenty. Equality mattered more than abundance. People drew strength from something beyond satiety, from the knowledge that they were facing the crisis together, that no one was suffering alone, that the burden was shared. And it became the coordinator of the system, the one who moved between dwellings, collected contributions, distributed shares, made sure the elderly and the very young got slightly larger portions, made sure the hunters who ventured out got enough food to maintain their strength. Without intending it, he had become the settlement's keeper of the warmth. The days blurred into each other in an exhausted haze. Anna slept little, moving constantly between tasks, checking on families, teaching new techniques, redistributing resources, solving problems. Her body grew gaunt, her face drawn, her hands shaking from cold, hunger, and fatigue. Her skin cracked and bleeding from the relentless cold despite her efforts to protect it. But she kept moving, kept working, because to stop was to think, and to think was to face the fear that lay beneath the constant activity, the fear that despite all of this, despite all the knowledge and effort and collective will, it would still not be enough, that before spring came, some would die, that she would have to watch children starve, that her own children might be among them. February brought no relief, only more cold, more snow, more grinding hunger, but it brought something else, to a grim endurance, a sense that they had come this far, Each day survived meant a closer to spring. They had found a way to keep going barely, but effectively. Hale's cough improved slightly with the regular, if minimal, food, the consistency of nutrition mattering more than the quantity. Teacher grew thinner but remained strong, helping her mother with the daily work of survival, carrying messages and small contributions of food between dwellings, becoming a smaller version of Anna herself. Sonia's quietness continued, but she kept eating, kept living, holding on to life with the resilience of childhood. The determination that exists before we learn to give up. The whole settlement settled into a normal constant hunger. Yes, but not starvation. Weakness. Yes, but not collapse. Everyone was thinner than they should be, slower than they should be, but alive, functioning, waiting for spring with a patience born of having no other choice. Hannah's reputation spread beyond the settlement. Neighboring communities heard of the woman who had organized survival, who had kept her settlement alive through sharing skill and a stubborn refusal to let anyone die. Visitors came when the weather allowed, on snowshoes or sledges, seeking advice, learning techniques, taking knowledge back to their own struggling communities. She taught them everything she knew, holding nothing back, understanding that survival knowledge was not to be hoarded but shared, that the more people who knew how to survive, the better everyone's chances would be. March arrived, not with sudden warmth, not with a dramatic thaw, but with a gradual loosening of winter's grip. The days grew longer, a few more minutes of light each day, the sun climbing higher in the sky, its changing angle promising eventual warmth. The quality of the light changed, became less harsh, hinted that somewhere, spring was gathering its strength for a return. The first bird appeared in mid-March, a small brown thing and I didn't know the name of. Its presence meant everything. Birds meant warming weather, meant returning insects, meant the cycle of life beginning again after winter's dominion. The children, too weak to play, found the energy to chase the bird, laughing for the first time in months. Their laughter sounded strange, after so much silence and hardship. In early April, the ice on the river began to break up. Great cracking sounds echoed across the landscape, announcing the melt, the thaw, the return of flowing water. Fishing would soon be possible again. The river would provide food once more. The isolation would end. The trails, impassable under deep snow, would become passable. The sense of being cut off, the abandoned to survive or perish in this remote place, was ending. With it went the feeling of being forgotten by the world, left to die or live on their own. In late April, the first green shoots appeared, this cutting through the matting snow, early plants emerging, stubborn and determined. Anna and the other women gathered them immediately. It was the first fresh food after months of dried, salted things. It tasted like resurrection, like hope, like proof they had made it through. The bitter taste of early spring greens, which in normal times people might have found unpleasant, tasted like the finest delicacy. Every leaf represented life returning, the earth offering again after its long retreat. By May, winter's grip was clearly broken. The river flowed freely, the ice gone completely, the meltwater making it swift and cold. Animals returned from their sheltered places, suddenly present in the forest, their tracks visible in the mud, their sounds filling the air after months of silence. Plants grew at visible speeds, racing to complete their cycles in the brief growing season, the landscape transforming from white stillness to green life in weeks. The people of the settlement emerged from their dwellings into sunlight that felt impossibly warm, sunlight that made them shed the layers they had worn for so long, that touched skin that had almost forgotten the sensation of warmth. One morning, Anna stood outside her dwelling, feeling the sun on her face, listening to the sound of her children playing, really playing, with energy and joy, and felt something release in her chest. They had survived. Against all odds, against all probability, against winter's greatest effort to kill them, they had survived. This simple fact seemed more miraculous than anything she had ever experienced. The settlement took stock of the losses. Yes, livestock. Some had died, unable to survive on the meager fodder available. Yes, supplies. They were depleted, would not be replenished. There would be no surplus to carry into the next winter's preparations. Yes, health. Everyone carried the marks of malnutrition, illness, months of extreme cold, their bodies thinner and weaker than they should be. But the people, the actual people, had not been lost. Not a single life had been lost from those who had begun that terrible winter. Every single one had lived to see the spring. It seemed impossible, seemed a miracle. Owen knew it was not a miracle. It was work, not divine intervention, but human cooperation, not magic, but the application of knowledge and the willingness to share resources and burdens. Still, it felt miraculous, felt like something to celebrate, felt like an accomplishment worth recognizing. The settlement held a feast, modest by any standard but lavish compared to the winter's rations. Fresh fish from the river, caught in the newly accessible waters, roasted over open fires, greens gathered from the forest, their bitterness balanced by fish oil, creating flavors that suit incredibly rich after months of bland survival food. Small game hunted in the newly accessible territory, rabbits and birds emerging from their winter hiding places. Everyone ate until their stomachs hurt, ate until they were uncomfortably full, the single meal's excess compensating for months of hunger, their bodies almost rejecting the sudden plenty after adapting to scarcity. Speeches were made, toasts offered with fermented drinks carefully saved for such occasions. Someone mentioned Dana's role, her teaching, her coordination, her willingness to share her family stores when others needed them more. And suddenly everyone was looking at her, nodding in agreement, recognizing what she had done. That evening, the settlement gave her a title Keeper of the Warmth. Not because her fire burned hotter than anyone else's, but because she had kept alive, through the coldest winter, the warmth of community, of cooperation, of collective survival. Anna accepted the recognition with embarrassment and gratitude, that mostly with exhaustion. He was tired in a way sleep could not touch, tired in her bones and her soul. The months of constant anxiety, effort, and fear had worn her down. She wanted to rest, wanted time just to be, wanted to watch her children grow without constantly calculating whether there would be enough food to keep them alive. Without the weight of an entire family's survival on her shoulders, the years that followed were easier, though never easy. Freenet came and went with their usual harshness. Frank the Silent had learned something from the winter of 1821. He had learned how to survive collectively, how to share knowledge and resources, how to organize for common survival rather than individual struggle. These techniques became standard practice, taught to newcomers, passed to the next generation, integrated into the basic knowledge everyone in the settlement possessed. The communal meal system became a regular feature in difficult times, activated whenever stores ran low, ensuring no one starved while others had a surplus. She grew older, her hair turning white, her hands more twisted with arthritis and age, with joints swollen and stiff until simple tasks became painful. Her children grew up, had children of their own. She taught them the same skills her mother had taught her, the same knowledge she had learned from her indigenous neighbors, the same techniques she had invented through necessity and experiment, creating an unbroken chain of survival knowledge stretching from the past into the future. Hutchin married a man from a neighboring settlement, stayed nearby, often bringing her own children to learn from Anna, to hear the stories of that terrible winter, to understand the origins of the techniques they used. The tale became a skilled hunter like his father, but he also learned preservation from his mother, understanding that hunting was only half of survival. That what you do with the meat afterward was as important as obtaining it. Sonia, the quiet child who had endured the winter with such determination, far apt to become a learning with a special knowledge of herbal medicine, combining Anna's practical knowledge with what she learned from indigenous healers, creating treatments that helped people withstand the diseases that came with malnutrition and cold. and it died in the spring of 1854, at the age of 60-5, and the settlement mourned her as they mourned few others. He was not just a neighbor but a teacher, not just a community member, but its keeper, not just a survivor, but the reason others had survived. Her funeral was attended not just by her own settlement, but by people from surrounding communities, by the indigenous families she had worked with over the years, by travelers who had learned from her and taken that knowledge elsewhere, embodying the full extent of her influence. Her legacy was not written in documents, not recorded in official histories. It lived in the survival techniques that became standard practice, in the communal meal system that persisted in times of crisis, in the tradition of sharing knowledge across cultural boundaries, and in the collective memory of that terrible winter when one woman's skill and generosity had meant the difference between survival and disaster. Perhaps most importantly, her legacy lived in the understanding that a harsh, unforgiving, brutal winter could be endured not through individual strength, but through collective action. Not through hoarding but through sharing. Not through competition but through cooperation. She had shown that the most important hearth was not the one in your own dwelling, but the one you created between people. The warmth of connection that could sustain life even when food was scarce and the cold was unrelenting. The bonds that made survival possible when individual effort would have failed. This was an Amorosavas winter, the time of extreme hardship that revealed both the depths of privation and the heights of what humans can achieve with compassion, creativity, and a stubborn determination to keep everyone alive, to let no one fall, to move together from darkness into light. Her story, though forgotten by official history, lived on in the communities she helped save, in the nameless techniques that carried her memory, in the silent understanding that survival is not an individual achievement, but a collective act, not the victory of the strong over the weak, but proof of what can be accomplished when humans choose cooperation over competition, sharing over hoarding, community over isolation. The settlement she left behind endured for generations, slowly growing, adapting to its harsh environment, incorporating the lessons she had taught into its basic practices. Though her aim eventually faded from memory, though the specific details of her life were lost to time, the essence of what she taught, that we survive together, or we do not survive at all, that knowledge shared is knowledge multiplied, that a community is measured not by how well the strong survive, but by whether the weak survive as well. These lessons endure, woven into the fabric of how people in that remote place understood survival, understood community, understood what it meant to the human in a landscape that seemed designed to make humanity impossible. Now let us drift into a different kind of darkness. Not the darkness of a winter night, but the darkness of time itself. Centuries burying evidence under layers of earth, ice and forgetting. Here, in the gap between what we know and what we can only guess, archaeologists have found fragments of winter cooking practices that are puzzling and fascinating, hinting at bodies of knowledge we can no longer fully access, at rituals whose meanings have dissolved with the people who performed them. The story begins with an accidental discovery, as many archaeological stories do. In the summer of 1967, workers building a road in the Tay a region stumbled upon a series of underground chambers that should not have been there, not on any map, seeming to defy the usual patterns of frontier settlement architecture. The chambers were roughly circular, dug deep into the permafrost, their walls lined with carefully fitted stones. Though mortar, the roofs had long since collapsed, filling with centuries of accumulated dirt and debris. The basic structure remained intact, preserved by the very cold that had made life so difficult for its original inhabitants. What puzzled the archaeologists who came to document the site was not the existence of underground chambers. These were common in regions where winter made above minus ground dwelling dangerous. What puzzled them were the artifacts they found inside. Objects that seemed to tell a story of winter cooking that didn't quite match the historical record, that hinted at practices and beliefs more complex than mere survival. The floors of the chambers were covered in a thick layer of ashen charcoal, but the patterns of burning were strange. Not a typical central hearth, but multiple small fire pits arranged in a circle around the chamber's edge. Each fire pit was carefully lined with flat stones, showing signs of extreme, repeated heating. And between these fire pits, the archaeologists found something unexpected: a series of carved stones, each about the size of a human head, one side smooth, the other incised with patterns. The patterns were geometric spirals, concentric circles, thick lines, but their meaning was unclear. Their purpose a mystery. Friedeobrick dating placed the chambers in the late 17th or early 18th century, the time when Russian settlement in Siberia was still relatively new, when indigenous and settler communities coexisted more closely, when exchange of knowledge and practices was more fluid than it would later become. But who built these chambers, who used them, and most importantly why, remained open questions. The carved stones became the focus of intense speculation. Their surfaces showed signs of extreme heat discoloration, fine cracking, places where the stone had partially melted into a glassy state. Clearly, they had been heated, used in some cooking process. But the carvings suggested something beyond the purely utilitarian, hinted at ritual or symbolic meaning. The care taken in their creation spoke of hours of patient labor, of hands working by firelight or daylight, chipping and smoothing until the surface was just so, until the pattern was clear enough to carry whatever meaning it was meant to bear. One theory held that these were heating stones, used in a sophisticated form of indirect cooking. The stones would be heated in the fire pits and brought to the center of the chamber, placed in or near cooking vessels to provide heat without an open flame. In this interpretation, the carvings might be mere decoration. Distinguishing one family's stones from another's in a communal cooking space. But other archaeologists saw more in the patterns. Hints of ritual or spiritual significance. They pointed out that spiral motifs appear in indigenous art across the region, often associated with the sun. With journeys of the soul, concentric circles might represent layers of reality. The seen and unseen worlds. Zigzags could symbolize lightning, perhaps the difficult path of winter survival, or the breaking of ice, or the sharp turns of a river in a frozen landscape. Metaphors encoded in geometric abstraction, meanings compressed into repeatable forms. Residue analysis on pottery fragments found in the chambers revealed traces of an unusual mixture: several varieties of berries, roots native to the region, terrains introduced by Russian settlers, and something else organic but unidentifiable, broken down too thoroughly for analysis with the technology available in the 1960 seconds and 70 seconds. This mixture appeared again and again, in different vessels, different chambers, different sites, that did not seem to represent individual meals, but a specific preparation, something made intentionally, important enough to be created the same way over and over, following a recipe or formula passed down and preserved through generations. The consistency of this mixture across multiple sites suggested a shared tradition, knowledge spread between communities through teaching or common origin, linking people across distances through the repetition of this specific culinary practice. Archaeologists dubbed it the Midwinter Brew, a placeholder name acknowledging both their discovery and their ignorance. Blessed food and medicine, a ritual beverage consumed in some winter ceremony. The evidence supported all these interpretations, or perhaps all at once. Cultures where the boundaries between nourishment, healing, and spiritual practice remained blurred. A single preparation might serve multiple functions. Might be understood as feeding the body, treating illness, and maintaining connection with powers beyond the physical realm all at the same time, a convergence of purpose that modern, categorical thinking struggles to accommodate. Contemporary accounts from the period, letters from Orthodox priests, reports from government officials, diaries kept by literate settlers occasionally mention winter practices that might relate to these finds. They, in 1712, complained of settlers engaging in pagan rituals involving fire and stones during the darkest part of winter. The government inspector in 1735 noted disapprovingly that Russian settlers had adopted barbaric customs from their indigenous neighbors, including rituals around food preparation he considered unnecessary and possibly heretical. These glimpses, filtered through incompression, error, and prejudice, still confirm that something was happening. That winter, cooking involved dimensions invisible or unintelligible to outside observers. But the official narrative of frontier life missed whole categories of experience. But they are frustratingly vague, written by observers who are not participants, who viewed these practices with suspicion or contempt, who saw no need to record in detail what to them was mere backward superstition. They tell us something happened. That winter cooking involved practices beyond simple nutrition, that they do not tell us what those practices meant to the people who performed them. The gulf between observation and understanding, between recording and comprehension, winds wide in these historical sources. The officials and priests who wrote these accounts stood on the threshold of practices they could never truly witness, who enclosed in their own frameworks of meaning to recognize the logic and necessity in what they dismissed as superstition or savagery. Indigenous oral traditions preserved by even Kin Yakut communities contain stories of winter rituals that might relate to these archaeological finds. In one story, people must feed the fire's spirits on the longest night, must offer them specially prepared food containing something from the forest, the field, the water, the air, a mixture of all the realms, creating wholeness in the broken middle of winter. Another story speaks of stones that remember warmth, that must be taught each year to hold heat, to share it slowly, not all at once. This teaching involves marking the stones with patterns representing warmth, symbols of the sun's journey back to earth after the solstice, to linking the practical need for cooking heat to the spiritual need to keep hope alive in the darkness. These stories were collected, written down, translated by anthropologists in the early 20th century, preserved in academic journals few people read. They exist in that liminal space between evidence and interpretation, either purely factual nor purely mythic, containing truths that cannot be verified, but that feel deeply resonant, that echo the archaeological finds, even if they cannot explain them definitively. The relationship between oral tradition and physical evidence is always problematic. We cannot prove these stories describe the practices that created the archaeological record, cannot establish direct continuity between legend and artifact. If the correspondences seem too many, too specific, to be mere coincidence, perhaps what we are seeing is not a direct record, but a surviving conceptual framework, way of thinking about fire and stone and winter that persisted even as specific practices evolved or disappeared, continuing to shape storytelling long after the underground chambers had been abandoned. The mystery deepens when considering other sites, other chambers, other caches of carved stones found across the Siberian frontier. In some places, the stones are incised with Christian symbols, crosses, stylized icons mixed with the geometric patterns, suggesting a syncretist, a blending of traditions born of necessity and proximity. In others, the stones bear symbols archaeologists cannot identify, patterns that match neither known indigenous traditions nor Russian customs, seeming to represent something unique, something that developed in the specific conditions of the frontier. in the space where cultures met and mingled and created something new. This frontier creativity, this ability to create forms and meanings under pressure, to adapt to unprecedented circumstances, speaks to the human capacity for cultural innovation under stress, for synthesis and adaptation when survival demands integrating all available knowledge, regardless of its source. On site, near Lake Bycolofrid, a particularly intriguing find, a chamber similar to the others, white, with walls covered in set patterns that, when photographed and analyzed, seemed to show deliberate images. The smoke, as it rose and spread across the walls, had somehow been directed, shaped, allowed to settle in some places and not others, creating pictures still faintly visible centuries later. The images showed human figures gathered around, looked like a central pot or vessel. Above them, swirling patterns might represent smoke, or perhaps spirits, or simply the movement of hot air and cold. Around the edges, shapes that might be animals or might be abstract patterns formed a border, framing the central scene. The human figures varied in size, perhaps indicating perspective or hierarchy, or perhaps simply the limitations of the medium. Settling on a stone surface offers less precision than paint or charcoal, requires creating images through accumulation rather than application, requires working with uncertainty. Was this art? I record? Religious imagery? The excavation team disagreed, each bringing their own interpretation to the ambiguous evidence, but all agreed on one thing: creating these images required deliberate effort, required someone controlling the fire, managing the smoke, shaping its deposition with a tool or a barrier or a current of air to create something that would last, that would communicate across time even if its message became obscure. The technical knowledge implied by these soot paintings, an intimate understanding of how fire behaved in enclosed spaces, how smoke moved and settled, how to manipulate these movements to achieve a desired effect. Knowledge born of countless hours spent underground with fire, with patient observation and experimentation, of paying attention to phenomena most people would simply endure rather than study. The question of why haunted the researchers. Why would people struggling merely to survive the winter, facing constant hunger, pulled in the threat of death, invest time and energy in decorating underground chambers, carving stones that would never be seen outside their community, creating soot paintings that would fade even as they were made? Perhaps because humans are not merely practical creatures, concerned only with physical survival. Perhaps because even or especially in the most difficult circumstances, we need beauty, we need meaning, we need ways of marking importance, of transforming mere survival into something that feels like life. The underground chambers themselves suggested an impulse to create spaces of significance, spaces that were more than just functional shelters. The effort required to dig these chambers deep into the permafrost, to line the walls with carefully fitted stones, to create structures meant to last. This effort far exceeded what was necessary for simple food storage or temporary shelter. Experiments by contemporary archaeologists attempting to replicate the construction process using period-appropriate tools revealed the staggering labor investment these chambers represented. Even with multiple workers, even with the ground softened by summer thaw, taking a single chamber required weeks of sustained effort, moving earth basket by basket, selecting unfitting stones for the walls, creating the careful drainage systems that kept the chambers from flooding during spring melt. Some archaeologists propose these were communal spaces, places where multiple families gathered during the worst of the winter, sharing not just warmth and food but stories, songs, the intangible things that made isolation bearable. The circular arrangement of fire pits supported this interpretation. Each family might maintain its own fire while sharing the communal space, contributing to the collective warmth while retaining some autonomy. The carved heating stones in this interpretation might serve as identity markers, a way of saying these are our stones. This is our contribution. This is our place in the circle. The patterns would serve as a signature, a way of being recognized as part of the community even in the dark. Even when smoke and shadow obscured faces, individual identity melted into the collective struggle. But other evidence complicated this tidy explanation. At some sites, a single chamber contains stones carved in many different styles, suggesting either that one family used multiple stones, or that the stones were somehow shared or exchanged. That ownership was less fixed than the marker theory implied. At other sites, stones were found deliberately broken and buried beneath fire pits, as if their use was over, as if they had served their purpose and needed to be ritually retired. The breakage seemed intentional, plain fractures rather than the irregular shattering that comes from repeated heating, suggesting ritual destruction, the deliberate attending of the object's functional life in a manner documented in many cultures, acknowledging that objects gain meaning through use, and when that use is over, they require proper disposal. The question of the midwinter brew, that mixture of berries, groats, grains, and unknown organic matter, added another layer to the mystery. If it was food, it was food prepared in a specific way for a specific purpose, not just whatever happened to be available thrown together. If it was medicine, it was medicine made collectively, in quantities suggesting group consumption rather than individual treatment. The vessels in which traces of the brew were found showed capacity for multiple servings. Glideth that a gathered community rather than a single family, reinforcing the interpretation of these chambers as places of communal gathering rather than family dwellings. Analysis using modern techniques unavailable to earlier researchers provided some additional information while deepening the mystery. The unidentifiable organic component appeared to be fungal in nature, possibly a mushroom or lichen species. Some Arctic lichen varieties, when prepared correctly, have mildly psychoactive properties, though whether these were known to the frontier population is unclear. If the presence of such compounds were confirmed, it would open new interpretive possibilities. Perhaps the midwinter brew was intended to alter consciousness, to facilitate experiences understood as journeys between worlds, communication with spirits, access to knowledge or visions not available in ordinary states of awareness. This discovery inevitably leads to speculation about shamanic practices, altered states of consciousness, ritual journeys undertaken in the deepest dark of winter. The evidence is ambiguous, capable of supporting multiple interpretations while proving none definitively. The word shamanic itself is problematic. Importing frameworks for anthropological studies of Siberian indigenous cultures and applying them to practices that may have sprung from entirely different traditions or from novel syntheses that emerge from the blending of elements in ways that fit no existing category. We must be cautious about imposing interpretive frameworks that feel familiar, but may fundamentally misunderstand the nature of what was happening in these underground chambers. What we can say with some confidence is that winter cooking on the Siberian frontier involved practices that went beyond simple nutrition, incorporating elements we might call spiritual, ritual, or ceremonial. The carved stones, the underground chambers, the soot paintings, the carefully prepared brew all suggest that eating in winter was about more than filling bellies. It was about maintaining community, working time, creating meaning in the midst of hardship. The investment of labor, the attention to aesthetic detail, the careful repetition of specific procedures across multiple sites and, presumably across multiple years, all speak of practices embedded in systems of meaning, of actions understood as necessary not just for physical survival, but for maintaining proper relationships with the world. But the forces that governed whether survival succeeded or failed. There is something profoundly moving in these archaeological traces. Something that speaks across the centuries of the human need to create beauty, even in darkness, to create ritual even in crisis. India, a simple act of preparing food with meaning beyond mere survival. Is that named people who endured winters we can scarcely imagine, found the time and energy to carve patterns into stones, to arrange fire pits in meaningful patterns, to prepare special mixtures according to recipes important enough to be preserved unrepeated. The stones themselves now rest in museum display cases, still bearing the weight of that effort, still witnessing the hands that shaped them, witnessing the purposeful action we can no longer access but can still recognize as intention, the intention to create something important within a framework of meaning, something that meant something, a framework that did not survive to our time, but was once as real and as necessary as any truth we hold today. The mysteries remain unsolved, and perhaps that is fitting. Perhaps practice is developed in response to circumstances we no longer experience, carried out by people whose names are lost, whose meanings we cannot fully access, deserve to remain partly obscure, partly unknowable, who can see the evidence left behind, can hold the stones they carved, can stand in the chambers they dug, but we cannot fully access the meaning they created, the experiences they had, the understandings that enabled them to face winter, not just as something to be endured, but as something that could be met with ritual, with art, with the deliberate creation of significance. The distance between us and their experience is not just one of time, but of epistemology. We lack not just information, but the entire conceptual apparatus that would make that information intelligible. That would allow us to think with their assumptions rather than our own. Modern reconstructions of these underground chambers built by experimental archaeologists trying to understand how they worked reveal some practical insights. The circular arrangement of fire pits did indeed create remarkably even heat distribution, better than a single central fire. The deeply buried structure provided excellent insulation, the stone walls absorbing heat during the day and slowly releasing it at night. Measurements taken during these experiments showed significantly smaller temperature differentials and an above-minus ground structures, creating an environment where the physiological cost of winter survival was reduced enough to allow attention to activities beyond maintaining warmth. But the reconstructions revealed something else. The space felt different from an ordinary dwelling, felt in some way special, set apart. The experience of descending underground into this excavated chamber lit by multiple small fires, sitting in a circle with others, smoke rising overhead created an experience that felt liminal, somewhere between everyday life and ceremony. The quality of light underground is fundamentally different from illumination above. Firelight reflecting off stone walls creates movement, makes shadows dance, transforms the space into something alive, responsive to the flames that define it. The acoustics are different. Sound behaves strangely in these chambers. Sounds take on qualities I lack in open air, creating an aural environment that might have enhanced the sense of being in a liminal space between worlds rather than fully in the realm of everyday existence. Perhaps that was the point, to create a space where winter survival could be combined with something more, where the practical need to cook and share warmth could be joined with the psychological need for ritual, for gathering, for shared experience that transcended individual suffering. Perhaps the carved stones were not just heating tools but sacred objects, both and rather than either or, serving dual purposes in a worldview that did not strictly separate the practical and the spiritual. This fusion of function and meaning, of utility and significance, is characteristic of many traditional practices that modernity has split into separate domains. We cook here, we worship there, never imagining that these activities might once have been understood as aspects of a single continuum of reality, as different expressions of the same basic relationship between humans and the forces that sustained or threatened life. The patterns carved into the stones, those spirals, circles, and zigzags, appear throughout human cultural history, across time and geography, suggesting they touch on something fundamental, deeply human. Carl Jung would have called them archetypal images, symbols arising from the collective unconscious, speaking to universal human experiences and needs. In the context of winter survival, these patterns have specific resonances. A spiral might represent the turning of the seasons, the slow movement from darkness to light, the inward, downward journey required to get through the cold to eventual warmth. Concentric circles might symbolize layers of insulation, the multiple barriers between warmth and cold, the nested spaces of shelter required for winter survival. Zigzags might represent the path through winter, never straight, always requiring adjustment and navigation. Moving between crisis and stability, hunger and sufficiency, cold and warmth. But these are modern interpretations, projecting our own meanings onto symbols whose original significance is lost. The people who carved these stones knew what they meant, knew what they intended, knew what the patterns carried in their community and their time. We can only guess, only imagine, only project our own understandings onto these silent artifacts that speak volumes without saying anything explicit. The humility required to acknowledge this limitation, to recognize that we are interpreting rather than reading, that we are constructing meaning rather than recovering it, is difficult for a disciplined brain to extract truth from evidence, to speak with authority about the past. But it represents the only honest response to a mystery that refuses to become certainty. The soot paintings on the chamber walls present similar interpretive challenges. The human figures gathered around a central vessel, are they family members sharing a meal? Ritual participants? Spirits or ancestors summoned in a winter ceremony? The swirling patterns above them as that smoke rising from the fire? Ascending souls? The visible breath of living people in the cold air? Each interpretation seems plausible. Perhaps the ambiguity was intentional. Perhaps the images were meant to carry multiple meanings simultaneously, the function differently depending on the viewer and their context. Art created by and for a community does not need to explain itself, does not need to choose a single definite meaning, can rest comfortably in ambiguity because everyone present shares the cultural background that makes the images meaningful. We stand outside that background, separated by centuries and cultural change. He can see the entities but cannot fully access their meaning. We are like someone looking at writing in a language they do not speak. We can see it is writing, can recognize that it conveys meaning, but cannot read it, cannot extract the specific information its creators intended to encode. The analogy with language clarifies the nature of our interpretive dilemma. We possess the material signifiers but lack access to the systems of signification that would make them intelligible. That would turn the marks on the stones from visual phenomena into carriers of specific, intended meaning. Without the cultural grammar and vocabulary that produce these images, we can appreciate them aesthetically, can recognize their intentionality, but cannot read them, cannot extract the specific messages their creators sought to encode. This is the fundamental frustration and fascination of archaeology. We can touch what others touched, and hold what they held, can stand where they stood, but we cannot think what they thought, cannot feel what they felt, cannot fully inhabit their world no matter how carefully we reconstruct it. The material record preserves only a fraction of human experience, favoring the durable over the ephemeral, stone and ceramic over wooden fiber, objects over relationships, products over processes. And yet, the attempt itself remains valuable. The effort to engage with the evidence, even while acknowledging the limits of our understanding, to try to imagine lives so different from our own, to respect the complexity and richness of human experience across time and culture, even when it resists our attempts to understand it. Its effort represents a form of respect, an acknowledgement that these past lives mattered, that their struggles, their solutions, their meanings are worthy of attention even when they resist our comprehension. The people who dug these chambers, who carved these stones, who prepared the midwinter brew according to recipes we cannot fully reconstruct. They lived, they struggled, and they found ways to make their struggle meaningful. They faced ways that tested the limits of human endurance and responded not just with practical survival strategies but with art, with ritual, with the creation of communal spaces and shared practices that transform survival into more than mere continuation. Their specific meanings may be lost, their specific understandings may have dissolved into time, but the fact of their effort endures, the evidence of their creativity, their resilience, their deep humanity persists in the archaeological record, in the chambers they dug, the stones they carved, the pictures they made with the underground walls. This persistence of evidence in the absence of interpretation creates a peculiar kind of knowledge. We know that meaning existed, that significance was created and maintained. that human consciousness interacted with winter through frameworks complex enough to require material expression, even if we cannot recover the specific content of that meaning. Perhaps that is enough. Not to know everything, not to solve every mystery, but to recognize that these mysteries existed, that these people lived and created meaning in circumstances we can scarcely imagine. That winter cooking was never just about calories and warmth, but was always also about community and significance. About the human insistence on creating beauty, maintaining ritual, staying fully human even when survival demands everything from us. This recognition itself constitutes a kind of relationship across time, an action that does not require full understanding, that can exist in the space of curiosity that acknowledges mystery, respects difference, and remains humble before its own limitations. The carved stones now rest in museum collections, labeled and catalogued, removed from their original context, but preserved for study and contemplation. The chambers have been backfilled or left exposed. Some are preserved as archaeological sites, where researchers continue to look for answers. Others have been abandoned, left to the slow processes of natural decay, returning to the earth from which they were dug. This transformation from living space to archaeological site, from functional element of cultural practice to object of scholarly inquiry, represents a kind of death and rebirth. The original meanings have died, but the objects have gained a new existence as evidence, as mystery. So windows into vanished rays of being human. Museums become strange afterlives for these artifacts, places where they exist beyond their original purposes, communicating to audiences who approach them with completely different questions and concerns in ways their makers never imagined. But the questions remain, hanging in the space between evidence and interpretation, between what we can prove and what we can only imagine. Like to the pans mean, why carve the stones? What doesn't it brew? Where consuming it mean? Why go underground? Why arrange the fires in a circle? Why create such paintings that would slowly fade? Each question leads to others, creating a web of unknowns that resists collapsing into a single explanation. That seems to demand multiple, simultaneous answers, or perhaps answers that exist in frameworks our thinking cannot accommodate. We may never answer these questions definitively, and perhaps that is as it should be. Perhaps some mysteries are meant to remain mysterious, to remind us of the limits of knowledge, to humble us with the recognition that vast realms of human experience remain inaccessible to us, that the dead keep their secrets even as they weave traces of their lives. The comfort we might take from full knowledge, from solved mysteries, from confident interpretation, gives way to something more complex, an acknowledgement that human history contains irrecoverable losses, that most of what mattered to people in the past is gone beyond recovery, that our reconstructions of the past are always partial, provisional, in need of constant revision as new evidence emerges or new interpretive frameworks develop. Ultimately, what these archaeological mysteries tell us most clearly is this winter's survival on the Siberian frontier involved richer, more complex practices than we might have imagined, that even in extremis, humans create meaning. That cooking and eating were never merely practical activities, but were always also opportunities for art, for ritual, for the expression of values and beliefs that went beyond immediate survival needs. This convergence of necessity and meaning in these underground chambers reminds us that humans are the strange creatures who cannot merely survive but must make survival mean something, must embed even the most basic activities in webs of significance that turn actions into practices, into traditions, into expressions of what it meant to be human in a particular time and place. The kitchen of winter remains an unsolved mystery, yet it is in its unsolved state that it speaks most profoundly about human nature, that our creativity in the face of hardship, our ability to meet darkness with light, both literal firelight and the metaphorical light of meaning, of beauty, of community bonds that make survival not just possible but worthwhile. These underground chambers, with their circle of fires, their carved stones, Their set-minus painted walls stand as monuments to that ability, as evidence that humans have never been merely practical creatures. We have always needed beauty, meaning, and connection, even or especially when circumstances seem to permit only the most basic survival. As we stand in these excavated chambers, or study the carved stones in museums, or read tentative interpretations in archaeological reports, we participate in a strange kind of continuity. We, too, are humans facing our own forms of darkness, our own winters literal and metaphorical, also seeking ways to create meaning in the face of forces that threaten to reduce us to mere survival. The people who carved these stones are gone. Their names are forgotten, their language is silent, their beliefs dissolved. But their insistence on creating beauty in darkness endures, speaking across the centuries, reminding us we are not the first to face the question of how to remain human when the environment demands everything from us. Perhaps that is what the carved stones truly mean. But the underground chambers ultimately symbolize not any specific belief or practice, but the fundamental human commitment to making life meaningful even in extremis, to creating beauty in darkness, to maintaining community, ritual, and art even when survival itself hangs in the balance. If so, then the specific interpretations matter, less than the recognition of that commitment, less than the acknowledgement that we inherit from these unnamed ancestors, not just their DNA but their determination to be fully human, no matter the circumstances, determination that transforms survival into living, that meets wonder with creativity, with ritual, with the stubborn creation of meaning. Now let us climb out of the mysterious chambers and into a different space, into rooms where lamps flicker, ceramic stoves radiate steady warmth, and tables hold more than thin broth and survival cakes. Here, in the small towns and administrative centers dotted across the Siberian frontier, a different winter unfolds. Not comfort by Moscow or St. Petersburg standards, not luxury by any measure, that a world apart from the desperate cold of the settlements we have inhabited until now. The contrast is not absolute, the division not clean. This is not two separate worlds, but points on a spectrum, with many gradations between the starving settler and the well-fed merchant. But the differences are significant, shaping experience, determining who could survive the winter with relative ease and who had to struggle for every calorie, every moment of warmth. In the town of Kayuz EK, in the winter of 1820, a merchant named Pavel Dmitrievich Volkov lived in a house that would have seen a mansion to someone like Anna Morozova. Volkov himself considered it humble, barely suitable to his station. The house had 2 stories, built of thick logs, fitted properly, the gaps between them stuffed with moth and night, then covered with planks for additional insulation. The heart of the house was its stove, a massive ceramic oven taller than a man, built of brick and tile by artisans who knew how to make heat last. The stove was fueled from the kitchen, but the heat radiated into multiple rooms. Its bulk absorbed heat at its hottest, releasing it slowly through the long nights. Volkov's kitchen was a space most frontier settlers could not have imagined. Shelves lined with pottery and copperware, a large work table, multiple storage areas, a separate larder where supplies could be kept organized and accessible. Light came from oil lamps and candles, ample enough that work could continue into the evening. Darkness was a choice, not a necessity. The Volkov family's winter stores were maintained by servants, a housekeeper, the young women who helped with daily tasks. The cellar beneath the house was spacious, subdivided into areas for different types of storage, each kept at the optimal temperature and humidity for its contents. Here, grain was stored in wooden bins that kept it dry and free of pests. Root vegetables rested in crates filled with sand, each layer separated to prevent rot from spreading. Salted meats hung from hooks, and a cold room kept just above freezing, cold enough to preserve, but not so cold as to freeze solid. Variety distinguished the elite table from the common one. Not just turnips and grain, but imported goods brought by summer caravans and carefully rationed through the winter sugar. Dark and grainy, he pressed into bricks, scraped a little at a time, dried fruits from warmer regions, apricots, raisins, even the occasional fig or date from as far away as the Central Asian raid routes. Volkov's winter breakfast bore little resemblance to the thin broth and hard bread that sustained ordinary settlers. He woke in a room that was cool but not freezing, the stove having retained enough heat overnight that dressing was uncomfortable but not painful. The servants had been up earlier, feeding the fire, beginning preparations. By the time Volkov came down to the dining room, tea was ready, real tea, black and strong, with sugar and cream kept from freezing in the warmest part of the cellar. There was porridge, made from fine millet cooked slowly until smooth, sweetened with honey sealed in clay pots since autumn. There was bread, still warm, made from wheat flour, soft and light, spread with butter preserved in salt. On special occasions, there might be jam made from summer berries, or pickled vegetables to add brightness to the heavy winter diet, or even the occasional fresh egg from chickens kept in a dedicated space kept warm enough to lay through the winter, a luxury requiring resources and space most families could not afford. Volkov ate his breakfast while reading letters that had arrived before the worst of the winter closed the roads, while planning the business he would conduct when spring made travel possible again. His wife joined him, eating the same breakfast, their children eventually appearing from upstairs where they had slept in beds piled with quilts and furs. The contrast with settler life was stark, where the settler began each day with anxiety about dwindling stores. Volkov's primary concern was maintaining the quality and variety of his household's diet, where the settler calculated how little they could eat and still function. Volkov's household worried about preventing waste, about consuming perishable items before they spoiled in the cold. But the elite winter experience was not uniform, was not the same for all who had resources. The quality of winter life depended on many factors: the size of the household, the efficiency of storage systems, the quality of the dwelling, and perhaps most importantly, one's place in the complex social hierarchy of a frontier town. Government officials lived well when their positions were secure, their salaries arrived on time, the supply chains that brought goods to remote outposts functioned as planned. A regional administrator might have resources comparable to a successful merchant, adequate housing, ample stores, servants to manage the daily work of winter survival. But officials also faced specific vulnerabilities. Political changes in the distant capital could end careers abruptly, turning comfort into crisis. Supply envoys meant for official use could be diverted or delayed, could fail to arrive at all, leaving those dependent on them scrambling to obtain food through local markets. Their prices soared as winter progressed. Orthodox clergy occupied an ambiguous place in the frontier hierarchy, respected for their spiritual role, often more educated than ordinary settlers, but not necessarily wealthy. Not necessarily comfortable. A parish priest in a small town might live better than his congregation, but worse than a merchant or an official, caught between two worlds, expected to maintain a certain standard with resources that were barely adequate. Father Andrei, who served a church not far from where Anna Morozova lived, experienced a winter that mixed elements of elite and common life. His dwelling, attached to the church, was better built than most houses, had a functioning stove, space enough for his wife and for children. The parish had a duty to support him, and they did. But support from struggling settlers meant receiving contributions of food when people could barely feed themselves. Father and Ray's stores were better than most of his parishioners, but they were not ample, not secure, not free from the anxiety that came with every winter. His mornings began with prayers in a church so cold his breath froze as he spoke, the icons seeming to stare from walls that radiated chill, incense, seeming reluctant to burn in air that felt hostile to warmth. After prayers, he returned to the dwelling for a breakfast that was better than most but clearly related to the meals of ordinary settlers' porridge. Bread, tea if they had it, soup made from whatever the parish had contributed. Father and Ray's position required him to maintain certain appearances, to represent stability and comfort even when his own resources worst reigned. He was expected to offer hospitality to travelers, to give food to the desperate who appeared at his door, to embody Christian charity in situations where charity might endanger his own family's survival. The tension between religious duty and practical necessity plagued him constantly. How much should he give when his own children looked at him with hungry eyes? How preach about God's providence when watching parishioners slowly starve? What did faith mean in the face of a winter that was brutally indifferent to prayer and virtue? His wife, Ryone, managed their household with skill no less than that of any settlement woman. She preserved, rationed, stretched, improvised, making their stores last through techniques learned from her mother and from the women of the parish. Because everyone understood survival if either collective or at least nothing. But Ryone also had advantages settlement women lacked. She was literate, could read recipes and preservation instructions from books, could correspond with relatives in more settled regions who sent advice and occasionally small parcels of goods. She had better tools, better storage containers, stove that maintained a steady heat for cooking rather than the smoky, reliable fire most people managed with. The elite winter table was not always elite in the sense of lavish or luxurious. Its elitism lay primarily in reliability, predictability, freedom from the constant anxiety that characterized settlement life. The difference between comfort and despair was not always vast in terms of actual calories, but the psychological distance was immense. A merchant family like the Volkovas lived with the premise that winter would be endured, that spring would find the family intact, that the main problem was maintaining quality of life rather than life itself. This premise, more than any specific plenty, defined the elite experience, distinguishing it from the grinding uncertainty that marked ordinary life. But even the elite winter carried vulnerabilities, reminders that comfort was conditional, that the distance between security and crisis could collapse suddenly. Volkov's wealth depended on summer trade, on caravans crossing vast distances, on markets functioning, on political stability allowing commerce to continue. A particularly harsh winter, even for the wealthy, could disrupt these systems. If roads were impassable longer than usual, if spring came late, if stores could not be replenished before the next winter, even a merchant's household could find their stores insufficient. Their security revealed as an illusion. The winter of 1837 brought this reality home to the frontier elite in a way that erased some of the comfortable distinctions between their experience and that of ordinary settlers. That year, an administrative crisis in Irkutsk delayed the departure of the annual supply convoy, which was then caught by early winter weather, forcing it to stop halfway. Supplies destined for the elite households of the town imported tea, sugar, fine flour, salted meats froze in a camp hundreds of miles away, guarded by men who were themselves slowly starving, slowly freezing, slowly coming to terms with the fact they might not live to deliver the goods. In Kuzk, households expecting these supplies found themselves in an unfamiliar position, needing to ration, to improvise, to obtain food through local sources already strained by the demands of the ordinary population. Merchants and officials who had dined comfortably through previous winters suddenly understood what settlers faced every year: the calculus of insufficient resources against too many cold weeks, the anxiety of watching stores diminish, the humbling experience of hunger, Volkov found himself going to the same market where his cook normally purchased supplemental supplies, but now the market was nearly empty. What little was available was priced exorbitantly. The local grain supply, which had seemed adequate at winter's start, was now revealed as barely sufficient for the existing population. And the addition of elite households no longer relying on imported goods pushed the system beyond its capacity. For the first time in his adult life, Volkov experienced real hunger, not the aesthetic appreciation of a delayed meal, not the temporary discomfort of a busy day, but that hollow, constant feeling that nothing could truly fill. That food was a thing of anxiety rather than something taken for granted. His children, who had always eaten well, grown healthy and strong, began to show signs Volkov had seen in poorer children, but never expected to see in his own thinning limbs. Prominent bones, were lethargy born of inadequate nutrition. The experience was educational in a way prosperity could never be. Volkov learned what his cook had always known, that food preservation was a technical skill, that making stores last required knowledge and attention. He learned what settlers understood deeply, that winter was democratic in its cruelty, that cold and hunger did not care about social station, that the distance between comfort and despair was smaller than he had imagined. The crisis passed when spring came early, when the supply convoy could resume its journey, when trade routes reopened and goods began to flow again. But the memory remained, a reminder that elite status was conditional, that the structures supporting comfort could fail, that everyone on the frontier was vulnerable in ways easy to forget in warmer, more settled parts of civilization. The experience changed them. Volkov became more generous to local families, more willing to share resources, more aware that his survival was linked to the survival of the community. That isolation and hoarding were strategies that worked only until they didn't. Others drew different lessons, that there could never be enough stored, that security required even greater accumulation, that the solution to vulnerability was not solidarity but further insulation from a common fate. Father Andrei observed these changes in his parish and the town, seeing in them a kind of confirmation of his faith's teachings, the rich learning humility, the poor finding dignity in their struggle, the community drawing together in crisis. These were patterns he recognized from Scripture, from the lives of saints, from the architecture of Christian morality. That he also saw the limitations of faith in the face of winter's material realities. Prayer did not fill a cellar. Piety did not keep a fire burning. Virtue could not prevent frostbite or starvation. The practical knowledge possessed by women like an Amorazovrind might rely on the skills of preservation, preparation, improvisation. These were as important as wisdom, perhaps more so, when survival was at stake. The tension between spiritual and material concerns occupied much of Father Andrei's thought during the winter months. His faith taught that this world was temporary, that suffering had meaning, that salvation mattered more than comfort. For watching children go hungry, watching families struggle, watching the slow erosion of health and hope that winter brought, these experiences made abstract theology feel insufficient, made him question what faith meant if it did not address material needs. He found himself drawn to stories of saints who fed the hungry, who performed miracles of multiplication, who turned scarcity into plenty through divine intervention. But miracles did not come to the frontier, or if they did, they came in the form of human effort, the careful preservation that made food last, the shared knowledge that helped a community survive, the collective action that distributed scarce resources according to need rather than ability to pay. The winter rituals of elite families contained their own meaning minus making, their own ways of marking time and creating significance. In merchant households, the Christmas feast was an elaborate affair by frontier standards, multiple courses, imported delicacies, a display of plenty that felt almost excessive against the backdrop of winter scarcity, but it felt necessary. This assertion of civilization in the wilderness, this declaration of human flourishing despite the cold. The feast was partly about the food itself, or about what the food represented: connection to distant places, participation in cultural traditions that spanned the empire, maintaining identity and status even in a remote outpost. Imported sugar and tea, proper cloth on the table, the right serving vessels, these signals mocked belonging to a wider world. Resistance to the isolation winter threatened. But the feasts also created discomfort, an awareness of contrast, a guilt that could not be entirely suppressed. From the windows of the warm house, one could see the dark town outside, the snow-covered streets, the smaller dwellings where families huddled around inadequate fires eating inadequate meals. The proximity of suffering to comfort made both more visible, made it impossible to fully enjoy plenty without being aware of others' lack. Some families addressed this discomfort through charity, distributing food to the poor after church services, employing extra servants whose feeding was part of their employment, supporting the church's work to provide minimal aid to the desperate. These acts were at once expressions of genuine concern and ways of managing guilt, of creating moral distance between themselves and the suffering that surrounded their island of comfort. Father Andrew's Christmas sermons addressed this tension directly, speaking of the meaning of Christ born into poverty, of God choosing to enter the world through the lowly rather than the high, of the spiritual dangers of wealth and the spiritual virtues of poverty. This phrasing was carefully calibrated, critical but not alienating, comforting but not indulgent, trying to navigate between the demands of faith and the realities of social hierarchy. The well-dressed merchants listened with varying degrees of attention and conviction. Some felt chastened, resolved to do better, to share more generously. Some felt judged, presenting the implication that their comfort was somehow problematic, that they should feel guilty for succeeding where others struggled. Others barely heard the sermon, distracted by feet that work old despite warm boots, by the feast waiting at home, by the endless calculations of business and survival that occupied their minds. The social fabric of a winter frontier town was complex and fluid. Hierarchy existed, but it was constantly negotiated, constantly tested by the material realities of winter survival. The merchants' wealth mattered less when caravans couldn't move. When money couldn't buy goods that didn't exist, an official's authority meant little when the administrative chain was frozen like the summer roads rivers. What mattered most in winter was access to resources and knowledge of how to use them. This created opportunities for women to exercise influence beyond their formal status. Women like Matt Ryan, a priest's wife, therefore respected but not wealthy, could wield significant informal power through her knowledge of preservation and preparation, through her ability to advise others, through the networks of women who shared skills and information. The gender dynamics of winter survival presented an interesting contrast to summer social patterns. In the warmer months, men's work, hunting, trade, construction, administration defined status and power. But in winter, when men's outdoor activities were limited by cold, and survival depended more on managing stores than acquiring new resources, women's domestic labor became central, became visibly necessary in ways not always acknowledged by frail social hierarchies. Elite women in frontier towns occupied a space between privilege and constraint. They had resources ordinary women lacked: servants to help with work, better tools and facilities, access to education and information. But they also faced expectations that limited their freedom. They were expected to maintain certain standards of behavior and appearance, to represent their husbands' status, to manage households according to norms imported from more civilized regions. Havel's wife, Anna Petrovna Volkova, spent her winter days supervising servants, managing stores, receiving guests, doing needlework, reading when time and light allowed. Her life was comfortable but circumscribed, governed by conventions that defined what elite women could do, where they could go, how they should spend their time. She sometimes envied the women she saw in the market, the settler and town women who seemed to move more freely, speak more plainly, laugh more easily despite their obvious poverties. Their lives were materially harder, but they seemed less constrained socially, somehow more authentic, less burdened by the constant performance of respectability. Was a romanticization, and I knew it was a grass minus greener fantasy born of her own discontent. The settler women she envied would have traded places with her in an instant, would have chosen her comfortable house and reliable food over their freedom from social constraints. But the envy remained, a low-grade discontent, exacerbated by the isolation and monotony of winter. Monotony was perhaps the greatest challenge of elite winter life. Not hunger, not exactly cold, but boredom, the featureless, day minus after minus day sameness, the limited range of activities and stimuli, the feeling of being trapped in a space that was comfortable but confining. Elite families fought this with various strategies, reading circles that shared books and letters from distant places and discussed the musical evenings, where those with instruments played for small gatherings, card games and chess that filled the long dark hours. But these diversions could not entirely overcome winter's fundamental reality. It was a time of waiting, of suspension, of life reduced to maintenance mode, of enduring rather than fully living. The difference between elite and common experience was that the elite endured in comfort, while the common endured in privation. But both were essentially enduring. Both were essentially paused, waiting for spring to release them back into motion. The fragility of elite comfort was most visible in small failures, small disruptions that revealed the complex systems supporting their way of life. A servant falling ill meant work went undone, meals were delayed, standards slipped, Easter area flooding meant a scramble to save supplies, and losses that affected the quality if not the survival of the diet. A stove developing a crack meant a loss of heating efficiency. Rooms became uncomfortably cold, if not dangerously so. These small failures reminded elite families that they lived under winter's dominion, that they, too, were subject to forces beyond their control, that their comfort was maintained through constant effort and attention, could not simply be assumed, but had to be actively sustained through knowledge, work and resources that could fail or prove inadequate. The spring thaw brought relief to elite families, as it did to common ones, though the nature of the relief differed. For settlers, spring meant survival confirmed, crisis past, the most basic affirmation of continued life. For the elite, spring meant the restoration of variety and comfort, release from monotony, reconnection with the wider world through restored trade and travel. But spring also brought reckoning. The stores, carefully managed all winter, needed to be assessed for what remained, what had spoiled, what needed replacing before the next winter cycle began. The house, hosed up against the cold, needed airing, uncleaning, damage from cold and damp needed repair. For some elite families, the transition to spring revealed they had not wintered as comfortably as they had maintained, that they had been struggling silently, that the appearance of comfort had hidden anxieties and privations they had been unwilling to acknowledge. The relief of spring allowed these hidden struggles to surface, to be acknowledged now the danger was past. For others, spring brought guilt, a realization that their comfort had been maintained while neighbors struggled, that they had wintered well while others barely survived. This guilt could motivate charity and reform, or it could motivate forgetting, turning away from uncomfortable realities, but turning to the comfortable assumptions that social order was natural, inequality inevitable, their privilege earned rather than conditional. Thus, the relationship of the frontier elite to winter was complex and contradictory. They lived better than ordinary settlers, but not without anxiety. They had more resources, but also more to lose. They experienced comfort that could evaporate, a status that could collapse, a security that was always provisional, always dependent on systems and structures that winter tested mercilessly. Ultimately, the warm winter table of the elite was maintained not by any inherent superiority or virtue, but by access to resources, by systems of knowledge, by social position that conferred advantage, by the labor of servants and the work of women, by functioning supply chains and intact storage systems, by the small miracle of accumulated ability that made comfort possible in circumstances that made comfort fragile. The distance between elite and common experience was real, significant, literally the difference between comfortable survival and desperate struggle. That It was also smaller than either group usually realized, more conditional than the secure elite wanted to believe, more permeable than formal hierarchy suggested. Winter reminded everyone, regardless of station, that they lived in a harsh place, that survival was never guaranteed, that cold was democratic even if society was not, that the distance between comfort and crisis could collapse in a single season of bad luck, planning, or administrative failure, that perhaps was winter's greatest lesson. Human societies create hierarchies and inequalities, but nature is indifferent to these creations. When systems fail, cold and hunger afflict rich and poor alike. The ultimate vulnerability is shared, even if the daily experience of that vulnerability differs vastly based on position and social structures that winter tests and sometimes shatters. And so, we arrive at the end of our journey through the kitchen of winter, through the dim dwellings where survival was negotiated meal by meal, through the lives of those who face the cold with nothing but skill, determination, and a stubborn refusal to surrender. We have walked through months of darkness, through hunger that never fully left, through the repetition of small daily struggles that coalesced into something extraordinary, the simple continuation of life in circumstances that seemed designed to extinguish it. Now, as we prepare to leave this winter world and return to our own time and place, it is worth reflecting on the distance we have traveled. Not just through this story, but through history itself. The winters we have inhabited together were real, experienced by real people, shaping real lives, demanding real courage, creativity, and endurance, but they are now past. Historical experiences no one will ever have to endure in quite the same way again. The specific hardships of frontier winter survival have faded into memory and archive, preserved in archaeological traces, historical documents, the stories passed down until they become something else, not lived experience, but cultural memory, not present danger, but past struggles that shaped how later generations understood themselves and their history. You listening now, wherever and whenever you are, live in a world profoundly different from the one we have visited. Your winter, if you experience winter, is mediated by technologies and infrastructure that would seem miraculous to frontier settlers. You can regulate the temperature of your environment with the push of a button, can access food from all over the world regardless of season, can communicate across distances that once took months to traverse in an instant. The struggles we have described, the anxiety over whether stores would last the winter, the constant cold, the hunger that shaped each day, the isolation that made communities islands or alien to most modern experience, were hardships that development and technology have largely eliminated, at least for those fortunate enough to live where infrastructure functions and resources are abundant. This is something to celebrate, to acknowledge as genuine progress, as a real improvement in human life. The elimination of the specific sufferings we have described represents an achievement, the victory over conditions that once seemed intangible, that once claimed less regularly, that once made every winter a crisis to be endured rather than a season to be enjoyed. But from these old struggles, there are also things to learn, things that remain relevant even when the specific circumstances have changed. The people we visited understood things about survival that comfortable modern life can obscure. They understood that resources are finite, that community matters, that knowledge passed down through generations is valuable, that even in times of plenty, the skills of managing scarcity are worth cultivating. They understood that comfort is not automatic, that it requires maintenance and attention, that systems can fail, that preparation matters, that the distance between sufficiency and crisis can collapse more quickly than we like to imagine. These lessons, learned in the context of frontier winter survival, have broader applications in a world facing different, but no less serious challenges, remain relevant, yet more important than specific lessons. What these winter stories offer is perspective, a reminder of what humans can endure, how we can accomplish through cooperation and knowledge, how we can create meaning and maintain dignity in circumstances that seem designed to break us. The struggle was real and terrible, but so was the resilience, the creativity, the capacity for care and community, the stubborn insistence on remaining fully human. Even survival demanded everything. As you drift towards sleep now, as this story releases its hold on your attention, allow yourself to be grateful for the warmth around you, for the food security you may enjoy, for the technologies and infrastructure that make your winter. If you experience winter, so different from the ones we have visited together, allow yourself to feel the distance between past hardship and present comfort, between the struggles of ancestors and the relative ease of contemporary life. But also with a small measure of gratitude for those strugglers, for the Anamorosopes, Father Andreas, the unnamed settlers, the keepers of knowledge who shared resources, who kept the fire burning and the community functioning through months of dark and cold. Their struggles shaped the world you inherited. Their survival made your existence possible. Their quiet victories over winter's cruelty deserve to be remembered, even as the specific circumstances that made those victories necessary have faded into history. Now, in whatever comfort surrounds you, in the warmth you take for granted, sleep. Let the story settle. Let the images fade. Let your heart release the cold, the hunger, the struggle we have shared. Allow yourself to drift into the easy rest that comes from safety, from warmth, from knowing you are far from the hardships we have described. The fires that warmed those distant settlements have long since cooled. The pots they cooked and have rusted to nothing. The food they struggled to preserve has long been consumed or returned to the earth. The effort they made, the creativity they showed, the care they took to keep themselves and their communities alive, this endures, echoing across time, reminding us of what humans can do when circumstances demand everything from us. As you sleep, as your breathing deepens, your thoughts slow, the boundary between waking and dreaming grows permeable. Perhaps you will carry with you a small fragment of their experience, faint understanding of what it meant when survival was never assured, when every meal mattered, when fire was life itself, when community was the difference between endurance and destruction. The winter we visited is over, for them and for us, left behind in the frozen depths of history. Spring came then, as it always eventually does, melting the ice, warming the air, releasing trapped communities back into motion and connection. Spring comes for us now, too metaphorically, releasing from the story, returning to your own life, the gentle descent into sleep, like a small death into small rebirth, letting go and trusting that morning will return, that warmth will persist, that the struggles of history need not be your struggles, that you can rest in a comfort they never had, faith in the knowledge that winter, in its most severe form, has been defeated, has been relegated to memory, to story, for the archaeological traces of lives lived in circumstances we no longer have to endure. In the Viking Age, sleep meant surrender to the bitter cold, to enemies, to the unknown. The northern night was not mere darkness, it was an ancient, living entity. When the sun sank behind the mountains, it was not a simple setting but a flight. 4 months on end, the world was trapped beneath a black sky that refused to turn blue. Seas froze into mirrors, and forests stood silent under their own weight. Inside the longhouses where people huddled for warmth, time itself seemed to hold its breath. To close your eyes he required courage, for sleep was not rest but adventure. Every Viking knew the cold could steal a life between dusk and dawn. Haughty heat drained away as if taken by invisible hands. Sometimes, come morning, the hearth fire would be out, and one among them would lie still, lips frosted, eyes reflecting the rafters, breath turned to ice dust. They called it the frost's mercy, a death without struggle, without sound. Families lay close together under thick furs, the air thick with the smells of smoke, damp wool, and the sour scent of fear. Beside them lay animals, goats, dogs, sometimes even pigs, their breath sickening with the humans sharing the dark. Each body was a bulwark against death. What bound them was not affection, but survival. Outside, wolves moved silently through snow deep enough to swallow sound. Villagers imagined their yellow eyes watching from the tree line. Any noise, an icicle falling, a beam creaking, could be the start of something no one wanted to hear. But they believed that when the world grew this quiet, the dead began to walk. They whispered of Dr. Auguste are the restless dead who woke in the longest winter nights to visit the living. For protection, people placed iron blades by their beds. They said, iron startled ghosts. In the dark, every sleeper was both flesh and a battleground. Time was measured by fire. The Old Norse had no clocks, there was no light but the hearths. When the flames burned low, the night grew deep. When the embers died, the world ended. In midwinter, darkness stretched for 16 hours or more. Lying awake in that silence, you could hear the world shifting, the crack of timbers freezing, the whisper of snow creeping over the roof, the drip of ice melting from Tamina's warm breath. For those months, courage was measured in heartbeats. They feared not only what wandered outside but what rose within. Dreams were not imagination but messages. Blood dreams meant battle, bear dreams meant death, water dreams meant a true ale of one leaving, not to return. So, before sleep, families whispered short prayers, let the fire live, guard my breath till morning. What mothers hummed were lullabies of warning, not comfort. Sleep soft, child, lie still. Tonight the frost waxed the fields. When darkness lasted 16 hours, people did not rest, they descended into trance. Sleep split in two, the first sleep and the second sleep. Near midnight most would wake. They would rise halfway, stir the coals, speak softly, or sit in wordless silence. Some prayed, some wept, some stared at the smoke hole as if it were an eye. And this gap between waking and dreaming, strange things happened. As men spoke of seeing unless shadows move, women murmured words they didn't know, farmers claimed they heard gods breathing between the rafters. Later science would call it segmented sleep, the mind carving the endless night into manageable fragments. The Vikings did not know this, they only knew sleeping too deeply was dangerous. Sink too far, and you might not return. So they trained themselves to hover, listening even in dreams. Imagine that world, no hum of machines, no light but the pulse of flame. Outside, the sky burned with the northern lights, green and red streaks unfurling like cloth in the void. They said it was the armor of fallen warriors, still fighting above the clouds. Then this curtain moved. Children covered their faces, afraid the dead would follow their gaze down to earth. Even grown men would look away. When the sky lit itself without fire, it meant the gods were watching. In that perpetual twilight, sleep was sacred and sinister. Dreams were not private property, they belonged to the gods and to fate. The word for dream, D-R-A-U-M-R, and meant more than a dream, it was an omen. To ignore a dream was to insult the Norns, the three sisters who wove the threads of life. Every morning began with interpretation, not labor. Husbands and wives asked each other what visions they'd seen. To forget a dream was to risk offending fate itself. And always, the fire needed tending. For sleep, logs had to be added, coals stirred, embers buried, coaxed to live till dawn. They called the last glow the heart. Fit died, shame followed. A house without fire was a house the gods had abandoned. In some places, the last awake would whisper to the fire, as if to a living thing, guard us while we rest. Perhaps they were not wrong. In that dark, the glow of a single ember really was like a watching eye. How was the dark outside empty? So wolves drew near, bears sometimes sniffed the outer walls. People believed. Shapuserus walked among them, those who wore fear until it turned them beast. Dream of a wolf, and you risked becoming one. So bone miners carved charms hung above sleeping places, and small iron hammers of Thor lay by the bed. Even the brave slept lightly. Every night was a test of them. To lie down was to defy nature, to close your eyes was to trust the fire, the gods, and each other. Sagas tell of warriors who trained to sleep standing, spear in hand, as half minus open, was alert to the smallest sound. Their restlessness was not involuntary, but intentional. Too much fear led to madness, to little invited death. Survivors learned the balance: 3 calm breaths, 1 alert breath, repeat until dawn. There was no comfort, but in endurance there was peace. They accepted the dark as part of life, not something to conquer but to coexist with. The modern world can hardly imagine it. We banish every shadow, leave no corner unlit, and call it safety. But they knew better. They respected the dark as they respected a god. When dawn finally came, when the frost loosened its grip and pale light seeped into the sky, they would open their eyes slowly, unsure if they were truly awake or had merely entered another layer of the same dream. Someone would stir the embers, and the first crackle of renewed flame would sound like breath returning to the world's body. Another night survived. Another tiny victory over eternity. As smoke coiled toward the roof and the light grew stronger, they listened to the silence. Some said if you listened truly, you could hear the night whisper as it left, soft and certain, promising it would return. Minus, minus, minus. The Vikings' strange connection between rest, death, and dreams. They said that in the north, the dead did not rest. When the earth froze too hard to dig, bodies were wrapped in linen, sealed in ice, waiting it out, breathing the same cold air as the living. And when people finally slept, they sometimes dreamed of those bodies moving. For the Vikings, the world of the dead was not far away. It was underfoot, just over the hill, or hovering just outside the ring of firelight. The veil between sleeper and buried was thin. If a person laid as still, grew to call, breathed too faintly, the gods might mistake him for one of the dead and take him before his time. They built their homes near graves, not from disrespect, but from a sense of belonging. Ancestors were guardians, burial mounds were protection, not warnings. When storms howled, villagers whispered toward those mounds, hold the walls, block the wind. Yet this closeness also meant the dead were listening and sometimes answering. In deep winter, bodies could not be buried immediately. They were kept in storehouses or side rooms, bound with rope to keep them from sitting up, faces turned to the wall. Only when the earth finally thawed were they laid in the ground. Sometimes, family members would dream of the exact moment it should happen, the soil softening, the soul sighing as if finally released. They saw this as a message from the dead themselves. The grave digger was merely following instructions received through sleep. In graves modern archaeologists excavate, some bodies are found pinned under stones or buried face minus down, as if the living feared they might rise again. Some have iron knives laid across their chests, say silent war, a claim against anything that might crawl out of the husk when the dark returned. These were not acts of cruelty but of mercy. Better to lock the dead in the earth than let them wander back into the tombs of the living. Sleep was a rehearsal for that stillness. The people watched each other's chests for the rise and fall. Someone laid quiet. A hand would reach out in the dark to touch a shoulder, feel for warmth. If the skin was cold, panic would spread like wildfire, for they knew the distance between dream and death could vanish in an hour. They called the risen dead Dr. Auguste R. Some were warriors who refused to rest, still guarding treasure or nursing revenge. Others were ordinary folk who had died badly, without rights, without peace, without farewell. To dream of a drive Auguste was a warning. The next night, someone in the house would fall ill. So they guarded their sleep with small rituals, a bowl of ashes by the bed, to trick ghosts into counting the grains before reaching the sleeper, a comb under the pillow, to remind restless dead of the vanity they left behind it or left slightly ajar, so souls could wander home if they wished. Better to meet than to haunt. Even among converts, the fear did not fade. Centuries later, Christian monks still wrote of northern Dr. Auguste, or they wrote drow GER pressing down on sleepers. The monks called it blasphemy, but they wrote it down. Perhaps they too felt the fear. On nights like those, sleep was not just vulnerability, it was communication. An other who lost a child might dream of nursing him again, holding him close by the hearth. She'd wake, and the air where the child had lain would still feel warm. Name and dreamed of his brother, killed in battle, sitting beside him, sharpening a sword that no longer existed. People woke crying, but grateful, for the dream proved the soul lingered somewhere. In sagas, warriors claimed to speak with the dead in dreams. One said his fallen comrade visited, warning him not to sleep on the shore that night. He moved inland, and a rockfall crushed the shelter where he'd meant to stay. Another story tells of a woman whose dead husband told her in a dream a stolen heirloom was hidden. In the morning, she dug where he pointed and found it. For them, death was not silence. It was just another room in the same house. So, sleep was seen as a door. Each night they lay down, they crossed the threshold between the world of the living and the other side. Before closing their eyes, they called out the names of ancestors, lest they be mistaken for strangers at the start of the dream. Young learned early to respect the boundary. A careless sleeper might invite an unwanted guest. Yet the body still craved rest. Believer or not, the mind would drift. When exhaustion finally overcame fear, they surrendered. Dreams came, faces pale as moonlight, voices calling from under frozen soil, arms reaching out not to harm but to remind. In the morning, the living told each other what they'd seen. Sometimes the dreams made sense, often they did not. But all believed meaning was there, like roots hidden under snow. Archaeologists now find traces of this belief in graves. Some have benches carved inside, for the living to sit and visit. A few showed races of food, bread, honey, meat left to rot beside the dead, an offering, or perhaps a meal shared during a quiet conversation before burial. They believed the dead could hunger, and that the living might one day need the same kindness. Sleeping wrapped in such belief was both comfort and terror. Each breath was a promise to wake, each dream a reminder that one day they would not. But they did not see it as tragedy. Death was simply another form of rest. Saga's record warriors saying before a fight, "I will sleep soon. If I wake in Odin's hall, so be it." Rest was always linked to return. Perhaps that is why they slept so soundly. After all, when the cold itself was a voice in the mind. What was most unsettling was not the fear of death, but the fear of being left by the dead. They believed love could make a grave restless. When someone died in winter and could not be buried, their soul lingered in the house like an echo of a voice. People swore they heard footsteps by the door, or the creak of a bed where the corpse had lain. A widow might wake feeling her husband's hand brush her hair, or the familiar weight of warmth beside her. No one screamed, they only whispered, "I know. I am waiting to." Sometimes these visits lasted weeks, ceasing only when the body was finally laid in earth. In sagas, this is not described as horror, but as fidelity. The line between love and haunting had not yet hardened into fear. In an old Icelandic account, a woman dreamed her husband returned from his burial mound every night, sitting by the fire. They said nothing, only stared into the flames. She taught the village Siras, and the old woman said he comes because fire forgets no face. Keep the embers bright, and when the nights grow shorter he will leave. The widow did so, never letting the fire die. One morning he did not appear. Modern readers might see grief, hallucination, trauma, but the Vikings saw communication, teia, a bridge between breath and stillness. They had no Christian concept of haunting. The dead were not trapped, they were simply close. This proximity shaped their burial customs. They did not hurry death away, they conversed with it, prepared for it, honored it. Dressing a body. Every motion mattered. Close the mouth lest the breath wander. Cover the eyes lest the soul get lost. Fold the hands in submission. Then, before sealing the grave, someone would call the deceased's name 3 times to remind the soul of its identity. Without memory, the dead had no peace. Even graveyards were chosen with care. Chieftains and high mounds, can buried near fields, infants by the door, places the living would still pass and remember. Walking past a grave was not something to avoid but a way to stay connected. The earth was not a wall but a conversation. Some rune stones still bear this belief, carved into silent rock names, prayers, "Please may men remember him well." Some even end with a request to passers-by, "Speak his name aloud," believing that saying the name of the dead kept them warm. And when night fell, people told stories by the fire about those buried outside, turning loss into legacy. A child would ask where grandfather slept, and a mother would point to the mound, glowing faintly under moonlight outside the window. "He sleeps close." That is why the fire kept burning. Sometimes when storms roared and wind tore at the roof, people said the dead had joined the weather. The gale's howl was their marching, their calling across the snowfields. To sleep on such a night was not terrifying but comforting. They believed ancestors were watching, reminding the living. No storm lasts forever. In a tale from the Orkneys, a slain warrior was buried by the sea. His widow built her hut beside the mound to sleep near him. Each night she dreamt of breaking waves and heard his voice calling her name. One morning she walked into the tide and did not return. Villagers said the sea took her not as punishment but as reunion. Such stories were common. Death was not exile but migration. The dead moved from the warmth of the hearth to the warmth of the soil. To sleep beside them, to dream of them, was to stay part of that cycle. He had a word for this piece. Ifure contacta soy extended here, meaning not just rest but balance. State where nothing was lost, only change. And the living slept and dreamed of the dead. They believed that night achieved FRIR. The world was whole. The lines we draw between life, death, and sleep, they deliberately blurred. They knew both began with the same gesture, closing the eyes, surrendering to something larger. One was temporary, one eternal, but both required trusting that dawn would come in some form. So they slept beside the memory of their dead without fear, because they understood something we have forgotten. The distance between the living and the departed is no wider than the gap between two breaths. Minus. How the Vikings structured their nights to withstand the cold. They did not sleep as we do, soft, separate, secure. Their beds were not an invitation to rest but a shield against the elements. Each night was an engineering project, a battle for warmth built from breath and timber. The architecture of Viking minus sleep, like their swords or ships, was a tool for endurance. Imagine an utter silence save for the window comfort, but the hearth fire. Snow pressed against the outer walls, muffling the world to quiet. Inside, space was precious. Wood smoked, furs steamed. Every surface bore the mark of hands. As darkness fell, the room shifted from workshop or hall to fortress. Benches became beds, cloaks became covers, bodies became insulation. Against life freezing solid, they did not lie down alone. That was unthinkable. Sleeping solo in the north was suicide. Families shared the same sleeping spacemen, women, children, thralls, sometimes even animals, all arranged by need and status. The oldest and youngest were closest to the center, the strongest slept on the outer edges, where chill seeped through wooden joints. Their breaths formed faint white trails in the air. For those hours, the entire house breathed as one body. At first, it might seem stifling. The smells of sweat, smoke, grease, and damp hung in the air, thick enough to taste. But that smell was life. It meant the air was still warm enough to carry breath. Out on the open snowfield, there was no smell at all, just a cutting, empty cold. They built their beds low to the ground where the air was warmer. No one wanted the spot nearest the door. That was the cold corner, the place of danger, where frost traced delicate white veins and mice sometimes crept from under the walls. The bravest, almost the sacrificial, slept there. Sometimes warriors took the spot out of pride. Sometimes thralls were sent there out of duty. Either way, someone had to guard the threshold between safety and dark. Their blankets were skins sewn from animals, freshly dead deer, sheep, bear if lucky. The furs were heavy, stiff with age and grease, carrying the faint scent of blood. Underneath, they used dried grass or straw for bedding, which rustled softly as bodies shifted. In summer, straw might be replaced with mats of reed or hay. But in winter, nothing was wasted. The bed that kept you alive might later feed your livestock. It was a world where comfort was borrowed, not owned. Every bit of warmth was temporary. Every flame would eventually die. Every body would cool. So they learned to work with rhythm. People slept in shifts. One crew lay down early, others stayed awake to tend the fire. When the embers began to fade, the watchers woke the sleepers and exchanged places. This rhythm kept movement in the house, a human heartbeat, through the long night. It also meant no one slept long. True rest existed only in fragments. The body adapted. They learned to fall asleep instantly, to wake without confusion. Some could lie down and be dreaming before their head touched the fur. They called this talent quick minus sleep. It was an enviable skill, for in that world every second of warmth mattered. Even in rest, they were never still. Someone was always moving, coughing, rising to relieve themselves in the snow, returning with a gust of cold air that made everyone groan. The house was alive, restless, like an animal breathing in its den. They placed the fire to one side, not the center, so smoke had a path out through the roof's vent. A fire too strong risked suffocation, too weak, and they'd freeze. The flame was not just light, it was balance. Every ember was a negotiation between freezing and choking. In ancient farmstead ruins, traces of sleeping platforms are found, planks set into walls, sometimes carved with charmed spirals, hammers, sun-minus wheels. These were not decoration but talismans. Carved into the grain were silent prayers. Let the sleeper wake. At one site, archaeologists found a dog skeleton curled where its master's bed once was, a companion perhaps, guarding him still after both had turned to dust. Even the architecture bowed to fear. Ceilings were loaded trap heat, doorways narrowed to block drafts. The Vikings understood their environment more than we think. They were engineers of necessity. Buildings were made not for comfort but for function. They created a microclimate of survival. Human heat trapped within timber and trust. Within that space, sleep itself became a communal ritual. For lying down, each person prepared their spot like preparing for a voyage, checking furs, banking the coals, weapons placed within reach. A spear or axe often lay beside a sleeper, not from paranoia but tradition. Enemies often attacked at dawn. Everyone knew the most vulnerable moment was the last hour before light returned. For travelers, the rules were different. Strangers were placed on the outer edge, closer to cold and risk. Hospitality was sacred, but so was caution. A guest could be kin or could be a curse. So they offered bread, ale, and the spot by the door. Sleep well, they'd say, but they never turned their backs until the guest's breathing was steady. Sometimes, when storms howled and a wind tore at the walls, people sang softly, matching the rhythm of creaking timbers. The songs were not lullabies but incantations to soothe the wood, to remind it not to split. The rhythm of their voices matched the rhythm of their fear. In that world, sleep was always temporary. Was never a guarantee. The Vikings saw it as a pact with something ancient, a truce between life and death. I closed my eyes for a moment. You wait until dawn. Yet despite the fear, they found beauty in it. Poems in later sagas speak of lovers lying together as snow fell outside, how the silence felt like a blessing. One fragment reads, "The house breathes with us. The dark holds its breath." Even then, they recognized survival itself is sacred. Unexcavated sleeping rooms stood blackened, every surface, rafters dark, walls slick with tar. Yet in the ruins, small carvings are sometimes found hidden behind planks, faces of gods, protective runes, small crosses added centuries later as Christianity spread, layers of belief built into the timber, pagan prayers overlaid with Christian hope, all asking the same thing. One more morning, when dawn finally broke, the sleeper stirred as if waking from a single organism. The air grew thick, with steam from melting frost. Children yawned. Someone stirred the fire. Smoke rose and clung to the ceiling like a ghost unwilling to leave. Then they began to talk slowly of dreams, of sounds, of who snored too loud or stole the best fur. The architecture of their sleep, as simple its purpose, was profound. What they built was not comfort but community. They endured the dark by becoming one. In a land where cold could erase an entire village, in one storm, warmth was the closest thing to holiness. The hearth fire crackled again. Someone laughed, the sound roughened human against the endless wind. For a moment, before work began and the weight of day returned, the people of the north simply existed, alive, breathing, safe. They did not conquer the night, but they endured it. And in the world they built from timber and courage, that was enough. Minus, minus, minus. Even the smallest detail carried meaning. The way the wood joined, the way the walls breathed, everything was designed to be full of memory. The old Norse didn't just build houses, they built vessels for life. Every beam, every nail was a promise of endurance against cold and divine indifference. Some nights, when storms were like beasts outside, the walls themselves seemed alive. Timbers groaned as if speaking, answering the wind's howl with voices of their own. The people inside did not fear it, they whispered back, treating the house as a living ally. They touched the walls beside them and murmured, "Hold." The building was not separate from them, it was a companion, one that ate smoke, breathed out warmth, and shared the burden of survival. You could tell a family's wealth by the sounds of their night. The poor slept in near minus silence, their fire just a whisper, first stiff with old salt minus, what the rich slept to the low crackle of oak burning, the hiss of oil lamps, the faint chime of charms hung near the hearth to ward off spirits. But even the richest still lay shoulder minus to minus shoulder. In the north, sleep held no privacy, only layers of breath and body. The air inside was thick, sometimes hard to breathe. Smoke hung low, leaving a haze that stung the eyes but softened the light. It blurred faces until everyone looked like their own ghost. Yet that haze was protection. It coated everything, the ceiling, the cracks, the silence with warmth. Children learned to sleep half minus coughing, half minus smiling, for the sting meant safety. Archaeologists at Borg found the imprint of woven mats on a longhouse floor. Small stones were found arranged in circles, bases for oil lamps that sat beside sleepers centuries ago. It's easy to imagine those circles glowing faintly in the dark like constellations scattered across a wooden sky. Each lamp was a private sun, guarding its cluster of dreams. Before lying down, people performed small, significant motions. A mother shook out furs to release trapped ice, patted the straw flat, traced a protective rune, often Algiz, shaped like a forked tree on the beam above her family's heads. A man tested his blade one last time, not for battle but to be sure alertness was still possible. Then the fire was banked, the room darkened, and silence fell like snow. In that closeness, human voices became music. The rhythm of dozens breathing, turning, sighing created an almost hypnotic, strange harmony. Time could be measured by it. Old women said they could tell who was sick or dreaming just by the change in breath. When a baby cried, the whole house adjusted. A mother rose, others helped. The fire was turned up. The heartbeat of the community regained its rhythm. Outside, the dark pressed harder. Walls shuddered. Snow slid off the roof. Wind clawed at the door. Yet inside, warmth grew like a pulse. Sometimes travelers from the south wrote that entering a Viking house was like stepping into an animal's body, hot, loud, alive, pungent. You could feel its heartbeat in the fire. There was a strange intimacy to those nights. Waking, you might see the outline of a stranger's face inches from yours. A thrall, a cousin, an Abraham, feel no fear. Survival had erased such distinctions. In sleep, all were equal. The cold didn't recognize bloodlines, and neither did exhaustion. But this closeness could also be dangerous. Fire and air were eternal enemies. Too much wood could choke the room before anyone woke. Too little, and they'd freeze before dawn. The balance was delicate. One heartbeat's mistake, and a whole family might not see morning. So they taught children early to listen for the shift in sound, the subtle turn from safe warmth to smothering heat. There was a quiet heroism in that alertness. Every night was a negotiation with death, and the building itself was the language of that truce. The beam above you, the fur beneath you, the glowing ember near your face, all were saying the same thing. Live till dawn. When they woke stiff and sore but still breathing, they did not marvel at their endurance. They simply rose, shook out the furs, added fresh straw, and began again. Because survival was not victory, it was daily. And every nail, every plank, every quiet act of care was a prayer carved in wood. Minus, minus, minus. When the Vikings believed the night could reveal fate itself, they did not dream as we do. For Vikings, a dream, dream, was not a spark of imagination but a messenger. Sleep was not an escape from the world but a door into its other side, a battlefield where fate revealed its plans. Closing your eyes was entering a realm where the gods could reach you, and not everyone they touched was blessed. The word dream itself held power. To speak it was to acknowledge that what you saw in the night mattered. The lines between dream, vision, and prophecy were thin, almost meaningless. Aim and dreamed of fire and woke preparing for death. A woman dreamed of running water and could expect either birth or funeral. In sagas, dreams were not metaphor but evidence. Kings postponed raids because of them, wives wept when husbands spoke of wolves. Seers were those who could read the night correctly, who could listen to the gods without going mad. They believed the soul could leave the body and sleep. Carried by Odin's ravens or the spirits of ancestors eager to talk, it would travel the 9 worlds. These journeys were dangerous. The soul could get lost and not return, leaving an empty husk. So before sleep, some tied a thin string to their wrist, a symbolic tether, to remind the wandering soul where home was. Northern dreams were heavy. The long dark pressed on the mind until thoughts twisted into shapes half minus truth, half minus God. A fisherman might see the sea wave at him, like an Arma mother might dream her child covered in frost and wake to find the hearth fire dying. For them, there were no coincidences. Stories tell of people getting warnings from the dead in dreams. In one saga, a warrior dreamed of his blood-soaked brother standing at the foot of his bed, saying only don't go to sea. He ignored the dream. The next morning the ice cracked under his ship and swallowed him. In another, a woman dreamed of her husband returning from a raid, not triumphant but headless. Days later, his men brought his body back wrapped in a cloak. Such stories were not superstition but records. Proof that fate whispers before it roars. For the Vikings, fate was woven by the Norns, the 3 sisters who spun, measured, and cut each life minus thread. Dreams were glimpses of their weaving. When a thread vibrated, the mind could sometimes catch the tremor. Those who did were marked by it. Seers, prophetesses, wise women were believed to live half in that dream minus space even while awake. They held staffs carved with runes, or cloaks of feather or fur, spoke in trance minus like murmurs. For them, sleep was ritual. Not everyone welcomed this gift. Dreaming too vividly was dangerous. It meant you were too close to the gods, and the gods could be cruel. Those who saw too much often lost their connection to the world of the living. They waked rambling, unable to speak, eyes wide as if they'd stared at something they shouldn't have. When winter food ran low and firewood grew scarce, dreams grew darker. Visions born of hunger were not of feast, but of ancestors calling from their mounds. Some said the dead fed on these dreams, drawing strength from the fear. Those who dreamed of eating might wake weaker. To combat such hauntings, people carved charms onto bedposts, simple symbols. Thor's hammer, sun spirals, or the protective rune Algize. Before sleep, the head of the household would trace it in the air above the fire. It was said to build a barrier between worlds, keeping nightmares out. But prophecy could not be locked out. Sagas tell of Queen Ragnly dreaming of a tree growing from her womb, its branches covering all the land, a vision foretelling her son Harald Fairhair would unite Norway. Another story says a farmer dreamed his fields burned, but the fire brought light, not pain. The next year, his crop was destroyed by fire, but beneath the ash he found a vein of iron that made his family rich for generations. Dreams could kill, or they could crown. Either way, they were ever ignored. For a Viking, even a small dream mattered. A traveler dreaming of a white bear took it as a warning not to go north. Dreaming of honey meant a good harvest. Dreaming of a wolf's howl meant betrayal. Whole journeys, marriages, raids were decided by these nightly verdicts. It may seem strange to imagine a world where every shadow in the eye held meaning, but for them, this belief gave shape to chaos. In a land where a person could freeze to death in minutes, the thought that the gods still bothered to send warnings was a comfort. Some dreams were shared. Families sleeping side by side sometimes claimed to have seen the same sight, the same storm, the same voice. In an old Icelandic account, two brothers said they saw each other hunting in a dream. The one lay sick in bed and the other was far at sea. When the healthy brother returned home, the sick one had died, his face peaceful as if he died still walking beside him. Perhaps that was the meaning of their dreams, connection in a world of isolation. The night could separate them from the living, but in dreams they found each other again. As dawn neared, dreams faded quickly. They saw this fading as our sacred moment, a breath between worlds. Before full light, people recited aloud what they remembered, lest it be stolen by the morning wind. Then they cast it into fire or water, returning it to the gods who sent it. To modern ears, these rituals sound alien. But even now, when we wake from a nightmare and feel its grip linger, there is something ancient in it, as if part of us still lives in that older world where sleep and death, memory and prophecy were all woven from the same icy thread. So each night they lay down again, not knowing what awaited them behind closed eyes. They did not fear that the dream might be false, but that it might be true. Minus. Nights when the boundary between dream and vision vanished. People said the gods grew restless in winter, using human sleep as a mirror. If you saw something strange, a bird made of light, a ship sailing on snow, a shadow wearing your face, it meant something divine had borrowed your mind for a moment. You were the lens through which they peered. Nagas are full of such stories, tiny glimpses of prophecy, tucked into the rhythm of daily life. In Fostbjörn saga, a woman named Ora dreamed of a giant wave crashing down her house, waking screaming, sure it meant ruin. Days later, raiders burned the farm, flames rising as high as the wave in her dream. In Laxdiola saga, a man dreamed of a golden falcon perching on his hand. Elders said it meant he would gain power but lose peace. By spring he was a chieftain, by winter he was dead. Dreams were language. The trick was knowing how to translate. Some became specialists in translation. Seerasses, women with the sight, were summoned to interpret what others could not bear to understand. They spoke in soft voices, themselves half in a dream-trance, as if the dream-world still held their wrists. Firelight flickered on their beads and furs, the rhythm of their staff tapping the floor matching their words. They did not just explain dreams. Stepped into them, closing their eyes to describe what the dreamer had seen, as if they had been there. For them, the line between day and night meant nothing. They drifted between, belonging to neither. Villagers regarded them with both fear and reverence. You did not think a dream-interpreter. You avoided her gaze, left offerings of meat or wool by her door, and prayed she would not look too deep. But prophecy did not always come grandly. Sometimes it arrived in humble, quiet ways. A man might dream of a tool breaking and wake to find his axe cracked. A woman might dream of a stranger at her table, and a week later a traveler would arrive. In a world where every day was uncertain, these moments gave chaos a shape. They told Vikings that nothing was random, that even suffering was woven with a design. Yet some dreams terrified them. Those that showed death were inevitable and precise. The warrior who dreamed of his own bleeding knew it was a warning, not a possibility. Such dreams came. People made ready, wills were made, swords sharpened, debts settled with those they wronged. They called it listening to the norms. To ignore a death-dream was to insult fate itself. In one account, a farmer in Ningvald dreamed his sheep spoke to him, "You will drain us soon." He laughed at the absurdity. A month later, a blizzard buried him in his pasture. The flock was found alive, standing on the snowdrift where he'd fallen. Thus that the gods had kindly warned him, he just hadn't listened. Modern scholars might call it coincidence, pattern-making psychology. But for the Vikings, belief itself was protection. Taking dreams seriously was respecting the world's order. The gods favored those who paid attention. Perhaps they were right, for even now the human mind follows the same ancient rhythms. We dream to process fear, to see what waking life refuses to show us. The Vikings simply had the courage to call those visions real. They did not dissect dreams, they lived by them. Sometimes, dreams saved lives. In a saga, a woman saw a figure standing outside her door, dripping seawater, hair tangled with ice, calling her husband's name softly. She woke him, insisting they move their boat farther inland before dawn. By morning, the tide had smashed the harbor wall. Every boat was lost but theirs. The story was passed down not for what it proved, but for what it reminded. The gods never stopped speaking, only humans stopped listening. Then they lay down again after such a dream. They did so without fear. If death came, it would not come unannounced. The Norns had woven it into thread, smoke, and sleep. The Vikings had only to read it, live it, and when the time came, rest in it. For them, prophecy was not about control but about to see fate and accept it. That was the highest wisdom. Perhaps that is why they slept so soundly. After all, when the cold itself became a voice in the mind, minus, minus, minus. When the silence of the northern long minus winter itself began to speak. There are nights in the north when the world stops making sound altogether. Oh, far so thick it swallows every echo. Scream into the wind, and your voice vanishes before it reaches your own ears. In that silence, something in the human mind begins to change. The Vikings called those winters. Fimbul winter. The great winter. The endless one. It was not just a season but a state of being. Test of the soul. Sagas said it would come again before the world's end, when wolves would swallow the sun and seas would freeze shore to shore. But for those who endured the northern night, the apocalypse was already familiar. It came every year, when the sky refused to brighten and the air grew heavy with frost. Inside the small houses, there was no sound but breathing and the soft hiss of the hearth fire. Ears ached for something, a human voice, a footstep, even a bird. But snow buried every sign of life. When people spoke, their words felt foreign to loud, hitting the silence like stones dropped into an empty well. Some said the silence itself was alive, seeping in from the mountains, creeping through cracks, settling on the skin like invisible frost. It had weight, pressing on the mind until thoughts began to echo. Children grew restless, adults distant, faces pale not just from lack of sun but from the silence gnawing at them. In such isolation, people began to hear sounds that weren't there. The mind, craving noise, made its own taps, twig minus snaps, heartbeats, whispers curling from the corners. The Vikings believed those whispers belonged to spirits, sometimes ancestors, sometimes the land itself. They said silence was the other world's way of speaking. The later travelers' accounts describe old Norse families burning herbs or animal fat just to make a crackling sound, to break the spell of the quiet. Others sang, not for joy but from fear of madness. A house too quiet was a dangerous thing. When a man sat alone by a dying fire, staring into the embers too long, people whispered he was listening to the frost, and soon the frost would begin to listen back. In the endless dark, even time changed texture. Hours stretched until they lost meaning, days blended like snowflakes melting into the same field. People began to speak slower, move slower, think slower. The brain itself seemed to freeze with the land. Some forgot the sound of their own voice, some began talking in their sleep, just to remind the night they still existed. Sagas speak of people who walked into the snow and never returned. They were not driven by despair but by a quieter craving, a hunger for sound. They said the wind called them. Found weeks later, their bodies sat in snowdrifts, as open, faces calm, as if they had finally heard what the whole winter was whispering. To combat this creeping madness, the Vikings invented rhythm. Even when there was nothing to do, they worked carving wood, twisting rope, beating hides, humming wordless songs, anything to make a noise. The steady repetition anchored them to the physical world. Without it, thought dissolved into the same gray blur as the landscape outside. They also created stories, myths born of silence, monsters under the ice, formless beings that froze travelers with a look, gods of stillness that walked between houses, taking those who spoke too little or too much. These stories were warnings, but also healing. They gave shape to the shapeless. Even animals changed. Cattle stopped lowing, dogs barked less, horses stood motionless for hours, their breath forming small clouds in the dark. People saw this as a sign that nature itself was listening. So they lowered their voices, as if speaking too loud might wake something huge sleeping in the snow. The old believed excessive silence would attract death. They told of a winter when a village, low on food and heavy in spirit, decided not to celebrate Yule. No feasting, no singing, no drums. Spring, half of them word Ed. They said it was because they had forgotten to make noise. After that, no matter how cold or hungry, they always sang at midwinter, even if their throats cracked with thirst, even if the song was only a whisper. They filled the air. It was not joy, it was defiance. Archaeologists have found traces of these gatherings: broken drums, carved flutes, hollow bones that were once whistles. These were not toys but tools for survival, because music, for them, was warmth. Every sound was a reminder that the world was still alive. Yet the silence always returned. In the last hour before dawn, when the fire burned low and the singing had stopped, there was nothing, just the soft scrape of snow on the roof and the slow rush of blood in the ears. People learned to fear that moment most, the pause between night and day, when even the gods seemed to hold their breath. Some villages, in desperation, burned their own roof thatch just to hear the crackle and roar. The light was worth the loss. Others walked outside and stood in the open, faces upturned, begging the sky to make a sound. The northern lights shimmered above them, silent, mocking, beautiful. They swore they could feel its sound in their bones, even if no one could hear it. Each winter's end, when the first crow's cough finally cut the sky and the ice began to melt, many would weep for no clear reason. The noise was almost painful. The world was speaking again. The silence retreated into the mountains, waiting for next year. The Vikings endured it as they endured everything. But deep inside, they carried that silence with them. It became part of their faith and their fear. In their myths, even the world's end begins with silence: no thunder, no screams, just a stillness deep as the sacred. Perhaps they were right, for in that kind of silence, stripped of warmth, sound, and comfort, they faced the naked truth of existence. Between every heartbeat there is a pause, and in that pause resides both terror and peace. Minus, minus, minus. The keepers, those who stayed awake to listen to the dark. Every village had one, the man or woman who stayed awake while others surrendered to sleep. Not a warrior, not a chieftain, just the one chosen to keep watch. When the night pressed its sear to the walls, the Vikings called them night minus watchers. To take the duty was both an honor and a punishment. It meant you were rusted, and it meant you were alone. Their task was simple: keep the fire alive, doctor off wolves, and listen. Yet what they listened for was not always human. The north was too vast, too empty, to trust only flesh moved under the snow. When the outside world froze solid, sound could travel for miles. A crack in the ice could echo like a scream. Night minus watchers learned to tell the difference between shifting timber and footsteps, between wind and whispers. They sat wrapped in furs by the hearth, eyes half minus closed, one hand on a knife, the other on a fire minus poker. Firelight danced on their faces, etching under racing lines of fear. At first, the silence seemed safe. Then it began to breathe. Some said they could hear voices in the wind, not words, but shapes of sound that coiled around the eaves like smoke. Others claimed the fire spoke, its hiss repeating like a forgotten language. A few went mad from it. They said the dark was calling their names. No one ever questioned a night minus watcher who refused another turn. They knew what the dark could do. In the oldest settlements, the duty rotated, every able adult taking one night a week. But as winters grew harsher and stories darker, Volunteers grew fewer. People began to say that once you heard the night clearly, it never stopped following you. The wind would find you in your dreams. So they began to choose their watchers carefully. Some believed women heard whispers better. The mind was softer, closer to spirits. Others insisted only men had the strength to face what came from the woods. In truth, it had little to do with strength and everything to do with endurance, the will to stay awake when every part of the body begged for rest. Sagas mention these watches. In Fostbjörn a saga, a man named Ngim Und is said to have kept watch for 12 nights straight, claiming if he closed his eyes, the house would collapse. When he finally fainted, the main roof beam split in two. The story was passed down not as proof of magic but as proof the night had to be respected. Sometimes watchers reported figures moving in the snow, not human, not animal, something in between. He described them as shadows that breathe. No footprints, no sound, just the dark moving of its own accord. Come morning, there was nothing but smooth, unbroken snow drifts and the watcher's own pale, sunken eyes, red from tears never shed. Staying awake that long changed a person. The mind began to split. Sounds grew sharp, shadows twitched. Watchers started seeing faces in the fire, movements in the smoke. Some claimed to see ancestors looking back, a few even spoke with them. There were practical reasons for the role too. In villages where raids could come any time or beasts sprawled close, a wakeful guard meant survival. He was the first to see torchlight in the distance, the glint of eyes in the brush. But practicality couldn't erase the spiritual burden of the duty. Everyone knew that facing the night meant facing more than enemies. They were taught small rituals to survive the quiet, keep the fire talking, poke the logs each hour so the crackle never died, whisper your own name now and then to remind the dark you belong to the living. Never stare too long at the snow, the mind would make something stare back. Children were warned not to approach a watcher during his duty. He was half between worlds then, listening to things they shouldn't hear. If a child woke and saw him by the fire, they were told to stay quiet. The watcher's ears did not belong to him in those hours. Sometimes after a long night, villagers would find strange marks outside the house, spirals carved in frost, or circles of melted snow, as if something warm had stood there, watching the watcher. No one tried to explain them. In one Icelandic tale, a woman kept watch while her husband was away. She claimed to hear footsteps circling the walls for hours, slow and heavy, dragging through snow. At dawn, she followed the trail and found the footprints began and ended at the same spot just outside the door. No approach, no exit, as if something had walked out of the dark to listen, then stood still and vanished. Night watchers rarely lived long. They aged quickly from winters without sleep, faces lined, but they were respected. When a watcher died, his body was given the honor of a warrior's pyre. People said he had fought a different kind of enemy, the kind that came when the fire ended. In some graves, archaeologists find finger bones stained with soot, as if those hands had spent a lifetime turning logs in the quiet. Beside them lie small rusted iron tools, perhaps a poker or a hook. No swords, no shields, just relics of endurance. A line from a late saga poem captures it best. The watcher guards the long night, and so guards all. The night minus watcher carried the weight of everyone else's dreams. He stayed awake so others could surrender. And when dawn finally came, he was the first to see it, the faint blue seeping into the black sky, that thin light crawling over the snow. He would sigh, shake his head, whisper thanks to the gods for another morning. The others would wake in warmth and laughter, never knowing what had circled them in the dark. And the watcher, eyes swollen and heavy, would crawl into the pile of furs and finally sleep, not deeply, not peacefully, but enough. Because in that world, sleep was not a gift but a reward. And for those who listened to the dark all night, it was the only reward that mattered. Midas. First hour. You see, the house still remembers human voices. You feed the fire and it answers a soft hiss, a low crackle. You sit with the poker across your knees and tell yourself you're only listening to wood, not to wind, not to dark. The second hour. The sleeper's breaths braid into A single rope of sound. Close your eyes and you know who is where the panting child. The old woman breathing like a tide. The hunter who holds his breath too long then lets it out like a secret leaking. You test the coals with the iron tip. Bury new wood in ash until its edges glow red like teeth in a closed mouth. The third hour begins when the house stops settling. No new creaks between beams. No rustle from someone turning in the straw below. Everything holds its breath to see if you can. Your ears are wider than your skull. You hear rice melting and dream Ines forming. Tiny crystals falling from the eaves, each one a fingernail on stone. You look up at the thought of footsteps. You talk to yourself without moving your lips, names of gods, then names of the living, then names of the dead. Not a prayer but an anchor. Words to keep you inside the body. When the mind tries to wander, it trips on a name and comes back. Every night has a moment when your eyes make a shape in the corner, a loke hung on a peg, a bundle of fishing nets, the form of a person, standing just still. You don't look directly at it, because you know it will resolve into what it really is and then turn back, and you'll have to decide which was true. Instead, you feed the fire. You listen to the coals make a sound like rain trapped under skin. Outside, something shifts in the snow. Not movement. Wait. The dark leans in. You feel it in the door minus plank, a faint tremor deep in the grain first, traveling into your wrist where your palm rests against the wood. You lift the latch slowly, count to 12 without opening. Old habit, give the night time to remember it doesn't want you. Push the door open a crack. Let the cold in like a hand. Moonlight is a knife in a sheath of cloud. Now footprints. Just the world's silver surface. Unbroken. Looking back at you like an eye. You close the door and the fire seems brighter for a heartbeat. Proud you returned. You tell it a story you almost forgot about a man who sat 12 nights until the main beam split and snow fell into the house in a perfect square. It's a warning disguised as memory. The coals answer with a crisp snap. You drink water from a wooden cup and it is a kind of pain. Your jaw aches from holding still. You roll your shoulders and your bones answer with their own tiny thunder. The house allows it. It knows the difference between the sound of something alive and the sound of something lost. The hour between first sleep and second sleep arrives like a guest who doesn't knock. The half minus awake stir. A child whimpers. He finds it in the dark without eyes. Someone sits up, blows breath toward the fire, lies back down. For a moment, the world is thick with people and you could weep with relief. Then it thims. The rope of breath tightens again. You are the knot. A soft scraping comes from outside the wall. Not wind, not wood, you know those. This house. Intent. You don't reach for the axe but for the poker. You bury the tip in embers until it glows red, and hold that redness close to the door minus crack. He treads along the grain. Your breath fogs. On the other side, the silence shifts weight like a horse moving its feet. You whisper your own name, not a challenge, just a reminder to whatever listens that you are already claimed. When the sound comes again, it's higher, a claw, a hand, then nothing. You sit so still your teeth begin to hum. Time flows through you. Leaves minerals. Your thoughts calcify into simple shapes. Keep the ember. Count heartbeats. Don't follow the sounds the dark puts in your ears. They are not yours. Your vision narrows until the fire is a lone star in the rest of the house, a sky that might not hold it. You hold the poker like a mast riding the tiny weather of the flame. Stories come uninvited. Grandfather's boots frozen upright by the door. How he laughed when he couldn't bend them. The winter the river stopped speaking. The boy who loved running on ice, but fell into air not water because the snow had roofed over emptiness and called it land. You push these stories aside in case one of them is actually a hand reaching from the other side. You hear the house answer the cold again. A beam cracks like a rib. You answer the house with iron on stone. 1, 2, 3. Ancient rhythm taught to you. So the wood will remember human music. Somewhere outside, the wind changes its mind. It turns from tooth to tongue, from bite to murmur. The door stops leaning. Your wrist forgets its prophet's work and goes back to being a wrist. The last hour, always a trade. You pay with thoughts you didn't want to think, promises you didn't want to make. Let them breathe, you offer. Take my sleep tomorrow or the night after or next week. Take the laughter I would have had when the fish run came. This time leave me the fire. The dark is a market with no stall minus keepers, and yet you feel the price accepted. An ember brightens a feather's width. You know dawn is near before any color shows, because the silence loses weight, becomes distance instead of pressure. A rope of breath loosens. Someone sighs, and the sound is like summer. Frost on the beam above the hearth turns from hard white to wet, remembering the word drip. You tilt your head and the house tilts with you. When blue finally weaves in through the dormouse crack, you feel it in your throat. The night unbinds. You rake ashes with the poker's blunt side, and underneath the coal opens its reed eye and looks at you with recognition. You feed eye to twig. It accepts. The flame grows like a decision. They're waiting. Names answer. The count is whole. Someone laughs the laugh of someone who is nothing and everything. You set the poker down like putting a child to bed after holding it too long. Your hands are black, your eyes rough from ghosts. Night minus watchers always look older in the morning, as if the dark pressed its thumb into the clay of your face to see if it would hold its shape. You crawl into a space still warm from others. You don't so much fall asleep as fall through yourself. And as you fall, you hear the day begin its noise with splitting, ice broken for water, a voice telling a story of sounds it didn't hear. The dark lingers at the edges of the room, polite now, already turning into memory. Just before it goes, it says your name the way wind says the name of a hill, which is to say it doesn't. You answer anyway, but only in your mouth. You have listened to the dark and kept it secret, that it is smaller than the ember you guarded. How a flame once stood between life and the end of the world. Minus. It treated fire as a living god. It breathed. It ate. It demanded attention. In the north, letting it die was almost a sin. The trail of every ancestor who'd ever survived the dark. Every household's fire was inherited from another, passed by torture call from neighbor to neighbor, village to village. In deep winter, there was no making fire, only passing it on. They called it ancient fire, but the word meant more than flame. It meant warmth, light, spirit, life. Fire was a guest that needed feeding. It slept lightly like a child with nightmares, and if it woke angry, it could devour everything. People saw it last at night, first in the morning. A single ember was enough, a glowing heart, buried in ash, surviving the long silence of sleep. If that ember died, someone had to risk walking through the night to another house to borrow fire. Sometimes the journey was short, sometimes across frozen fields in a biting wind. A man could lose fingers shielding the spark in his hands. He would do it, because without fire, there was no dawn. The role of fire minus keeper was sacred. Each house had one, often the oldest or most responsible, sometimes someone too injured for labor but still strong enough to guard the flame. They sat by the hearth in the hours when the world vanished. Fire's voice was the only sound would yielding to heat with a soft sigh, resin snapping into light with a fine hiss. In those moments, Vikings believed they were not alone. The fire was listening. It remembered everything spoken in its presence. So confessions and arguments were often whispered beside it, to ensure truth was witnessed. That gods could listen through fire. It was there, messenger. When storms howled in snow-buried doorways, families would gather around the fire like an altar. They told stories to entertain a creation myths, tales of stealing the first spark from the gods long ago. Humans lived in eternal night until an aimless wanderer climbed the spine of the world and stole a burning coal from the sun itself. He hid it in a hollow bone and brought it back to earth. From that act, all fire was born. To let it die was to let the world return to that first darkness. Children grew up believing fire could think. If you were cruel near it, it would spit and burn you. If you treated it well, it burned warmer. Sparks leaping up meant the fire was laughing. A hiss meant anger. Burning low meant tiredness. When a loved one died, people sometimes whispered the name into the smoke, believing fire carried it upward. The last breath sent to the gods. Archaeologists still find traces of this belief in ancient hearths, layers of ash mixed with herbs and small bones. Offerings to keep the fire fed. Sometimes even half-minus melted coins aced range. Currency, between the living and the unseen. The hearth was the true center of a Viking home, not the door, not the chieftain's seat, but where light and dark met. Everything was built around it: beds, benches, stores, life itself. A roof vent above it was both chimney and smoke escaped through it. Prayers floated up through it. Spirits could enter through it. The gods themselves, it was said, could pass through. On nights when sacrifices burned bright enough to reach the sky. When families migrated, they did not leave their fire behind. They would scoop a handful of coals into a clay pot, wrap it in moss, carry it to the new home. The same ember might have warmed 10 generations. That was inheritance. Made of heat, fire had its moods too. It could turn cruel without warning. One spark couldn't do everything. Sagas are full of great fires that burned down whole halls, sometimes by accident, sometimes for revenge: a jealous lover, a drunken feud, a god's anger disguised as coincidence. When fire raged out of control, people did not curse it, they begged its forgiveness. They saw in it the same duality, as in themselves the capacity for warmth and for destruction. It was Loki and Bald are in one, trickster and light, deceit and life. Every winter during Yule, they honored this paradox. They lit great bonfires not to drive the dark away but to reconcile with it. Around those fires, they sang to remind the gods humans still remembered the pact. Flames leapt high into the black sky, smoke mingling with the northern lights as if the firmament itself was burning. Yet, when the celebration ended and the great fires were put out, everyone carried a handful of coals home in silence. That ember was the thread between celebration and survival. It had to live till dawn. Old Norse proverbs survive in fragments. A house without fire is a house without a soul. He who forgets to feed his fire will forget his own name. Because for them, warmth was memory ways, continuity. Fire burning in your house was the same fire that burned in your parents, your grandparents. When it flickered, you felt their absence. When it blazed, you felt their presence. As the long night deepened and the fire-minus keeper grew weary, they would sometimes stare into the embers until their own face appeared there, a tiny, flickering reflection in the red light. That moment was sacred. Seeing yourself in the fire was a reminder that life was brief, glowing, fragile, and necessary. Come morning, they would bury the embers in ash, hiding their color, preserving their heat. At night, they would stir them again, watching the fire breathe back to life. The cycle never ended: flame to ember, ember to flame, death and rebirth daily. Through it all, they believed the gods watched through the smoke. Bald are the bright whose death by fire would mark the beginning of the world's end, and Loki hiding in the flame's shadow, laughing at people begging for mercy. The Vikings feared both, but they still loved the fire. It was the only living thing that stayed with them through every winter, the only creature that never truly slept. Because when everything froze, when men, beasts, even hope itself grew still, the fire still whispered in the dark. And that whisper, more than prayer, weapon, or strength, was what kept the North alive. Minus. When the Vikings drifted between worlds in the endless dark, they did not sleep straight through till morning. No one did. When darkness lasted 16 hours and silence weighed like stone, Vikings slept into halves. The first sleep and the second sleep. Between them lay a strange twilight, or a time when the body was half-minus awake and the soul half-minus wandering. That was not rest, it was ritual. They rose in that gap, not knowing why. Some stirred the fire, some prayed or whispered to the gods. The lovers sought each other in that soft half-minus light. Parents checked their children's breathing. The world seemed suspended between death and dawn. In those moments, their minds were like open doors. They said dreams, spilled out of the rain, unfinished visions looking for meaning. No one feared waking. It was expected. They believed the gods spoke most clearly then, when sleep had loosened the body's knots, but not yet released the soul. The Norns could pull a person's life minus thread in that hour, flash what might be coming. If you saw a face, a fire, a road, it was advice, not accident. By then the hearth fire was low, buried in ash. Someone would stir it gently, coaxing its heart to beat again. Sparks would flash, and the whole house would breathe once more. They believed the way you tended the fire and that are mattered. If you were careless and let it die, misfortune would follow you into the second sleep. Families sometimes talked softly. They spoke of the day gone or the day they hoped to see. It was the only time the world seemed slow enough for listening. Outside, frost locked everything, trees, rivers, even the air. Daily the northern lights moved, shimmering faintly through the smoke hole among the roof beams. Children were told that if you opened the door in that hour, you might see shades. Walking, not frightening ones, but familiar shapes, ancestors stretching their legs before returning to their mounds. The veil between the living and the dead was thinnest. That was when you could thank the spirits for guarding you through the long night, but you must never follow them outside. That was the danger of the second sleep. Curiosity. Some walked into the snow in that strange hour and never returned. Villagers said they had followed a dream too far and became part of the silence, lost between worlds. Yet those who stayed inside found a kind of peace in it. They used that wakeful hour for meditation, weaving, carving, whispering spells over the sick. The mind was clearer then. In one saga, an old sea rest said all true visions came not from the body's sleep, but from the soul's wake of souls. Scholars know no segmented sleep was natural in pre-Inus industrial life, but to the Vikings, it was sacred. He believed the gods built that rhythm into the world itself. A breath between breaths. Sometimes the first sleep was full of heavy dreams, battles, hunger, faces of the dead. But after waking, the second sleep was gentler. People described it as deeper, calmer, like being carried instead of falling. It was renewing sleep. When they finally opened their eyes at dawn, they felt reborn, as if two small deaths had granted another day of life. The counts mention farmers lighting a candle or oil lamp in that middle hour, marking its wax each night, believing it measured the strength of the soul. If the candle burned evenly, the family would survive the winter. If it's puttered or cracked, someone would fall ill. The candle became a clock, not of time but of time, but fate. This pattern shaped their daily rhythm. Work started late. Life adjusted to the dark. They accepted it, even valued it. The modern world sees insomnia as weakness, but Vikings saw it as communication. In that hour between sleeps, they felt closest to what ruled them, God's ancestors, or the deep instinct that tied them to the land. In those quiet hours, the house felt alive in a different way. The fire whispered, the snow sighed outside, and the half-mindedness dreaming felt themselves both inside life and outside it. They were keepers of their own breath, witnesses to existence. By the time the second sleep descended again, the frost on the roof had thickened, the stars had shifted slightly west. The body sank back under furs, heavy and warm, the mind drifting into gentler visions, fewer warnings, more wonder. They dreamed of thawing rivers, of sunlight pouring through ice, of green fields they'd never seen but somehow knew. When dawn finally broke, the light was pale and forgiving. They stretched, rubbed their faces, stirred the fire back to brightness. The first act of the day was thanking the fire. The second was telling what they'd dreamed. Those stories were not entertainment, but reports from the night from the other side. Through that rhythm of sleep and waking, they learned a truth moderns have forgotten. Rest is not absence, it is dialogue. The body speaks in the quiet. The gods answer in dreams, and between them is the fragile space where life continues. The second sleep was that space. In its quiet, the Vikings found the one thing that could outlast the dark, the understanding that even in endless night, there is always an hour set aside for light. Minus. Dawn. Every waking was a tiny resurrection. Every sunrise in the north was a miracle. It did not burst over the horizon as in warmer lands, but snaked in, a thin gray light along the edge of the world, hesitant, almost ashamed to return. People stared at its first appearance, unsure if it was real light or just a trick of frost reflecting their hearth fire. To wake in the Viking Age was not simply to open your eyes, it was to survive. The morning air cut like a blade. When sleepers did not move, no one rushed to shake them awake. They waited, holding their breath, watching for the faint cloud of steam from mouth and nose. Only when that weak plume appeared did relief flow quietly through the room. A sigh, a murmur, a thanks to the gods. Another life kept. Every dawn was a roll call. The fire was stirred, names were spoken, the count was taken. Sometimes the silence, after a name stretched too long. Someone would rise, pull back the furs, and find the stillness that warmth could not reverse. Death had come quietly in those nights, leaving a body that only looked like sleep. The living carried it out into the pale light, laid it under snow until the earth thawed. Then they returned to work without words. Yet survivors greeted the morning not with fear but with how the first blue light was sacred. It touched soot minus blackened walls, glittered in frost crystals on the beams, turned the air from gray to gold. Vikings cold this time. Dagmel. Day. Moon. To step into it barefoot was to feel the world reborn. They believed dawn had its own spirit. Dagar, the bringer of light. Songs were sung for him before work began, not hymns, but quiet greetings. Welcome back, gentle one. We still live. Even animals joined in. Dogs stretched, cattle groaned, crows broke the silence with that first rasping caw that was almost a laugh. After so many hours of dark, color itself felt strange. Snow turned from black to blue, sky from iron to silver. People blinked hard, eyes watering at the brightness. Children laughed and stumbled outside, feet sinking into glittering drifts. Even the air smelled different, less smoke, more the scent of ice and clean wind. But morning also meant reckoning. The fire had to be rebuilt, tools thawed, water fetched from holes in the ice. Vikings met the new day with labor. Their gratitude was practical. The first sound after dawn was the clang of ironwood splitting ere flint striking. The world was moving again. They ate what was left from the night. Before dried fish, cold broth, crumbs of bread frozen hard. Every bite was a reminder life persisted not because of plenty, but because of plenty. Persistence itself. Even with the light's return, the memory of dark clung to them. They carried it in their bones. People spoke more softly in the morning, as if afraid to scare the sun away. Children were told not to cry until the daylight filled the house. The night is still listening, a mother would say, touching their cheeks. Dawn had its rituals in some places. The first act was opening the door wide, letting the cold rush in a gesture of respect to the outside world, acknowledging that even in its cruelty, it had spared them. In others, families threw a pinch of salt or ash to the wind, thanking the invisible hand that turned the earth back toward light. Some mornings were harder, the woodpile to low, breath to shallow, grief to fresh. On those days, dawn was not comfort but a reminder that survival demanded another day's effort. That night would be back soon. Yet even then, they stepped into the cold, because to hide from the light was to dishonor the dead who could never see it again. First real sunlight finally touched the snow. It scattered into brilliance, fragments of gold on a white world. Faces turned toward it instinctively. Even old men who'd seen 100 such dawns would whisper a sharp prayer under their breath. Light on the skin felt like forgiveness. It said, "You are not meant to go yet." With that light came sound, birdsong, wind, the low murmur of thawing water. After months of stillness, it was almost overwhelming. Some villagers wept openly, not from sadness but from relief at hearing the world speak again. The silence had been so heavy, so absolute, that noise itself felt sacred. The day that followed was fragile. The sun hung low, its warmth barely reaching the ground. Sarah stretched long, but no one complained. They worked, laughed, argued, loved under the same pale flame that could vanish again at any moment. The kings believed that in this time the gods walked unseen among them, watching curiously to see who had endured their test. So they carried themselves with a quiet pride, offering their endurance as proof of worth. When night fell again, the sky tinged with faint pink before sliding back to gray. People readied the fire once more, laid out the furs, whispered to the gods as they had the night before. But the mood was different. They had seen the light, they knew it would return. When dark reclaimed the sky, no one cursed it. They accepted it like an old guest. The night was no longer an enemy, but part of the same cycle that made the morning precious. For the Vikings, dawn was never ordinary. It was resurrection. Tinium daily. Every sunrise that when no saga could. You survived. You are still part of the story. Minus minus. Perhaps they slept more soundly precisely because they faced their fears more honestly than we do. For them, every night was a rehearsal for death, a quiet surrender, a letting go. Vikings did not hide from the dark. They built their lives within it, made peace with it, listened to what it said. They understood something our modern light has made us forget. Rest is not safety, it is faith. They believed that to sleep was to trust the world once more, to trust the fire would hold. The gods would not turn away. The dawn would return. Every breath from dusk till morning was a wordless prayer, with survival as its words. Today, we drown that silence. We light every room, fill every pause, banish every shadow. Yet the Vikings knew the dark was not an enemy but a teacher. It stripped away everything unimportant, showing what truly kept a person alive: warmth, kinship, belief, and courage. When they closed their eyes, they faced the same fears we still carry: the unknown, the alone, the quiet voice asking what comes next. But they did not turn away. They stared it down until sleep took them. And when they tuned, they believed ancestors watched over them, not from heaven or some unreachable place, but from just outside the ring of firelight. Sagas say that when a Viking died, the gods decided where the soul went: Valhalla, Hel's realm, Freya's field. But for the living, the distinction mattered less than what the dead still represented. They were proof entrance was possible. Every burial mound was a reminder: before you, someone faced the same night and woke again. Archaeologists now find their bones curled under furs, surrounded by tools, weapons, crumbs of food prepared for the journey. Those offerings were not superstition but a belief in continuity, that even death was only another kind of sleep, and the dead, like the living, needed warmth and light to guide them. In that belief, there was no despair, only acceptance. Vikings did not see immortality as an escape, but as a participation, becoming part of the cycle, the soil, the wind, the flame. Death was not the end of their story, just the moment. They stopped fighting the dark and became part of it. If they could speak to us, they might tell us this: the secret of their sleep lay not in how deeply they slept, but in how completely they trusted the night. They didn't need a quiet room, a soft bed, or an empty mind. They needed only the sound of breathing, the pulse of the flame, and the knowledge that dawn might come, and if it didn't, the fire would still burn somewhere else for someone else. There is something in that faith we have lost. Do we seek comfort over connection, demand control over surrender? We think light saves us, and sometimes it only blinds us to the beauty the dark gives: reflection, stillness, and awe. The Vikings carried their wisdom in the silence. They did not write philosophy, they built it into timber, ritual, and the way they lay down shoulder to minus shoulder, trusting life could continue by warmth alone. They were not free from fear, just honest about it. Every winter, when the world froze around them, they learned the same lesson again and again: life is not guaranteed, but it is sacred. Warmth means nothing unless shared. Courage is not a roaring fire, but steady ember that refuses to go out. When the first true sunlight of spring finally arrived, they did not celebrate with shouts or feasts. They walked outside, faces upturned to the light in silence, and smiled. The world had survived, and so had they. It's easy to romanticize them: warriors, explorers, poets of cold and storm. That their greatest strength was not in their swords or ships, but in their nights, and the ability to face the void, find meaning within it, sleep beside death and still dream of life. Because ultimately, that was the core of their belief. Even the darkest night shares the same sky as dawn. The same fire that can burn can also warm. The same silence that frightens can also heal. The dead still teach us this, if we listen. The lesson wasn't buried with them. It flows in the air, hums under frost, flickers in every spark that lives to see morning. It tells us that endurance itself is a kind of peace. That rest is not escape but gratitude. That fear is proof that life is present. And the secret to sleeping like they did under endless night and frozen sky was not comfort, but courage, because they did not sleep to forget the world but to remember it. Minus, minus, minus. Archaeologists still unearth their places of rest, bones wrapped in furs, surrounded by the humble objects of survival: combs, bowls, fire minus blackened stones. Each artifact is like a whisper left for the future, a message saying what mattered when everything else was gone. In some graves, the soil is mixed with charred wood, traces of ancient hearths, as if they wanted to take their home with them, the warmth that shaped their nights, the smoke that carried their stories. In a few, ashes from the household fire are placed under the dead person's head, so that even in the earth, they could sleep near light. Vikings never saw eternity as distant. The other world was not far away, it was right beside them, just beyond a thin curtain of thin, frost and breath. That's why they built burial mounds within sight of the door, so that every morning, looking out, they could still see ancestors guarding the living. Every mound was memory made solid, the reminder that death was not disappearance. The dead continued to protect the land, guard the hearth, whisper courage in dreams. To forget them was to lose the fire twice, once in body, once in heart. In sagas, warriors often said they did not fear death because they had already met it in winter: the endless dark, the hunger, the silence. Those were rehearsals for the final crossing. To survive the North was to learn how to die without despair. And for a Viking, to die well meant leaving behind not just bones, but warmth in the memory of others. Modern people build monuments of stone and steel, but Vikings built monuments of stone and steel. Story. Every name spoken by the fire was another kind of immortality. Every retelling of a dream, a fight, a kindness was a resurrection. They understood that what lasted was not the body, but the echo it left in the minds of those who remembered. Their wisdom was not about glory, but about continuity. Life, death, and sleep folded into each other, feeding each other. When the old grew silent, the young took their place by the fire, using the same words, telling the same stories, stirring the same embers. The chain did not break. The light moved forward. There is a strange peace in the simplicity. It strips away the modern noise about immortality, the obsession with legacy, achievement. The Vikings knew a quieter truth. To be remembered kindly, even briefly, was enough to have been a source of warmth for others. That was the smallest, truest form of eternity. Somewhere in the north, the wind still moves through grass growing over their mounds. The sound is like breathing, like sleep. The earth remembers every life it carried, every flame that burned upon it. And in that memory, the Vikings are still alive, not in temples or heavens, but in the hum of the land itself. They would want us to understand the line between life and death is thin because it has to be. Without that thinness, the world loses meaning. Child would have no warmth to measure itself against. Night would have no dawn. So when we think of them, these people who slept with fear as a blanket and courage as their fire, we are not looking back. We are looking into a mirror made of time. Their struggle, their peace, their faith, it all still lies within us. Because what the dead still teach us is simple. To survive is a kind of prayer. Every breath in the dark is sacred, and the warmth you pass on is the one thing death can never take away. Minus, minus, minus. The quiet victory of waking and the embers still burning inside us. The world is still dark when you open your eyes. The fire is only a pulse under Ashad im red heart, breathing slow, patient, ancient. You listen. No wind, no movement, just the steady silence of survival. Somewhere in that stillness, you realize you have witnessed another morning. This is all the Vikings ever wanted: to wake, see that faint blue on the horizon, know they had endured another night on a land that tried daily to erase them. Someone stirs beside you, a breath, a soft cough, a whisper of life. Frost on their roof beam softens, melts into drops that fall and hiss when they hit the coal. Outside, the light begins to return, thin as smoke. You rise, pull your cloak tight around your shoulders, kneel by the hearth. The ashes move under your hands, soft and cool, but it's their heat, faint and stubborn. You feed it straw breath, a sliver of wood, and for a moment nothing happens. Then a flash, a tongue of gold licks the air. The fire is reborn. That act, that simple resurrection, meant everything to them. It meant the night had not won, that the gods had not turned away. In that instant of returning light, they saw proof of everything their world believed. Even in the most endless dark, there is always something waiting to be rekindled. They did this every morning, every winter, for centuries. The same motion, the same breath, the same whisper to the fire. In the north, the past never truly passed. It repeated itself like a heart beaten to flame, always beginning again. The Vikings understood life was a fragile rhythm that could stop at any moment. So, they built their courage in small acts, feeding the fire, mending the cloak, watching over another's breath. Those gestures mattered more than prayers, more than powers. They were proof of care, and in the cold, care was the only love that survived. Now imagine them stepping outside. The snow creaks, the sky tings pink, first light spills over the seam ice like mead poured out gold on silver. It touches their faces, and they close their eyes and smile, not knowing why. That feeling, the quiet of having outlasted the night, is what we have lost. We wake to alarms, not gratitude. We rush, swipe screens, light the world until no dark is left. But the Vikings would tell us the dark was never the enemy. It was what made the light sacred. They would tell us the secret of endurance was not strength but rhythm, the steady rise and fall, the endless cycle of surrendering will. They trusted that rhythm. They didn't need certainty, only the faith that dawn would find them again. Perhaps that is what the ember means now, not just survival, but remembrance. It is the echo of every soul that ever tended a flame in the dark, of every life that refused to go quietly. It burns inside us too, even if we've forgotten it exists. The fire you see when you close your eyes, that warm pulse behind the eyelids, is older than you. It is the same light that kept the North alive, that guarded warriors, mothers, and children through centuries of cold and longhouses. It never went out, it only changed shape. The Vikings are gone. Their fires turned to ash long ago. But every time we strike a spark, light a candle, gaze at any light that pushes back the dark, we repeat their ritual. We remember them, and we continue them. So, let the light touch your face. Feel the warmth crawl into your hands. Listen to the soft breath of the world waking around you. You have outlasted another night. Your own tiny FIMBUL winter. Your own winter of silence and uncertainty. If there is a lesson in it all, in their courage, their fear, their sleep, it is this. The night is long, but it ends. The cold is cruel, but it teaches. And the fire, if you guard it, never truly dies. So sit by the glow a little longer. Breathe. Watch the light gather strength. Because this quiet, this warmth, this tiny miracle of survival is the closest any of us can come to understanding how the Vikings dreamed, how they endured, and how they learned to rest when the world around them never slept. Before leaving the hearth, you look at the fire once more. It's smaller now, just a web of orange threads in the gray. You can hear the soft hum of the world waking again outside, a crow ice cracking, the first drip of thaw. You reach into the ash, feel its warmth. It's a different kind of heat, now not fierce, not wild, but lasting warmth. The warmth of memory that clings to your skin like a living thing, unwilling to let go. And you realize every ember in history must have felt like this, the same faint glow that burned in longhouses, the same light that touched your ancestors' faces. You're holding the pulse of centuries. The Vikings would understand that feeling. For them, tending a fire was never a small thing. It was joining the oldest rhythm on earth: creation, destruction, renewal. The same rhythm that turns night to dawn, frost to water, silence to song. Every breath you took by the fire became part of that rhythm, as if the world was exhaling through you. For a moment, you imagined those who watched before you, the mother singing lullabies of warning to a restless child, the night minus watcher facing the dark with trembling hands, the warrior dreaming by the last fire before a battle. They are all in this light, not ghosts, but memory given form. You feed the last bit of wood to the coal and watch it catch. The flame rises, slow and graceful, like something remembering how to dance. The light spills over the walls, and for an instant, the house seems full again, full of breath, laughter, voices. Past and present overlap until they are one. That was their secret, and perhaps ours life is not measured in years or victories, but in how faithfully we tend to what is fragile. A spark, a soul, a story, and the fire you keep burning becomes the light someone else finds in their own dark. Outside, the sky is clear now, washed, pale, infinite. You push the door open, and the cold rushes in sharp as truth, clean as a prayer. Smoke follows you out, winding upward into the new morning. 60-5 men. A wooden ship, no doctors, no privacy, no escape. Yet, shoulder minus to minus shoulder in the frozen dark, these Norsemen ate, slept, and fought on the open sea without descending into floating pestilence. 16-5 men. A narrow hull of oaken iron nails, riding low on the gray minus black water. From a distance, it looked like a wood splinter driven into the skin of the sea, too small and fragile to hold so many lives. Closer, it was worse. No private space to stand, let alone lie down. The men work rammed between the rowing benches, gear and shields stacked around them, oars within reach. The sail hung heavy, stained with fat and fat. Everything was damp. Everything was shared. Isle writes, this was not a ship. It was a coffin that had not yet sunk. The North Sea never forgives. Macy waves lashed the deck, soaking woolen cloaks and leather boots until they clung like a second skin. Each breath hung briefly in the air before being torn away by the wind. Men ate here, slept here, bled here. They relieved themselves a few paces from where they sharpened blades and murmured prayers. They fretting till their hands split and call used. They coughed into the shared air, hauled the same ropes, drank from barrels propped against the same wooden ribs. They lived this way, not for hours, but for weeks on end. And if you wanted to design a perfect disease-petri dish, you had to hardly do better than a Viking longship. Crowded bodies packed into a space not much wider than a modern hallway. Perpetual dampness, limited heat, no separate sick bay, no quarantine, no closed latrine, no concept of germs. Here, one infected gut should have led to dysentery racing down the benches in days. A contaminated water barrel should have silently taken a third of the crew before they saw him again. A single louse carrying a fatal bacterium should have been enough to turn this tightly bound band of raiders into a floating fever ward. You might expect the sagas to be full of such tales, ships sailing out proud and strong, only to drift back weeks later with half the crew delirious, the rest dying in their own filth. Chronicles recording years when Norse fleets rotted at sea. Mass graves excavated near beaches, filled with raiders who crawled from their ships, only to fall and never rise. Yet, you find something else. Not silence, but no conspicuous record of such disasters. These ships sailed. They raided. They traded. They returned. The next season they set out again, and the next. They sailed from Norway to the British Isles, from Denmark to Francia, from Iceland to Greenland and beyond. They did so for centuries. Compare this to ships built later, with more technology and more space. In coast decks, designated sleeping areas, dedicated latrines, naval surgeons with instruments and anatomical knowledge, regulations about crew procedures, yet cholera still swept through those crews. Typhus ranged in the crowded hammocks of dark lower decks. Scurvy turned gums blackened bodies to wreckage on voyages that were, in theory, better provisioned and more civilized than anything a Viking chieftain could have imagined in the age of sail. But disease killed more men than enemy fire. Ships that looked safer on paper became, in practice, mobile charnel houses. The Viking longship defied that logic bluntly. It was too open, too exposed, too primitive. No warm, enclosed galley, no lower deck for men to shelter from the weather. The keel ran like a spine down the center. The ribs arched upward. The planks overlapped like fish scales, and that was the whole world. Wind, rain, calm, and cold were constant companions. The ship did not protect the crew from the elements that welded them to it. Comfort was not part of the design, survival was. Survival here seemed to defy the mathematical logic of epidemiology. Imagine you are one of them, a yeoman or a freeman who has left the safety of land for this tilting, ceaseless platform. Your cloak is your blanket. Your shield is your windbreak. The man next to you, whose every shrug and shift you can feel, is also your first potential source of infection. Do you exchange food with him, share stories? And if he starts to cough, the air you breathe carries whatever was in his lungs. When the sea is calm, you snatch a few hours of sleep, but in the same narrow space where you labored all day. No clean linen, no change of clothes, just the same sweat, the same damp wool, the same salt crystals scouring your skin. Now, add the brutal schedule, watches blurring day and night, storms pushing every body to its breaking point, hunger gnawing at the edges of attention, chronic fatigue. All of it should have weakened immune systems. In theory, they all made the crew more vulnerable to any infection that came aboard. Yet, this was the life that underpinned the expansion of the Norse world. These ships carried not just raiders, but settlers, traders, women, children, livestock. They were the vessels that ferried the living infrastructure of new societies to Icelandic valleys and Greenlandic fjords. From a millennium's distance, it looks impossible. Rail long, thin box full of humans, protected only by planks and their own habits, bobbing on a churning sea, and expected to function as an assault platform at journey's end. It should have failed. It should have succumbed to humanity's oldest enemies, dirty water, rotting food, untreated waste, and parasites breeding in unwashed wool. But it did not. At least not enough to stop the raids, not enough to halt the migrations, not enough to write itself into the chronicles as a recurring catastrophe. This is where the puzzle begins, not from some myth of Viking supermen or magical disease resistance, but from a nagging question. What did they do, by accident or design, but turned a coffin-shaped ship into a survivable habitat? The answer is not hidden in some clever invention below deck, because there is no below deck, nor is it a secret latrine, a special medicine, or a lost technology. The answer lies in how they ate, slept, and fought, and in how those three things were forced into a pattern by the uncompromising design of the long ship. Strip away the romantic imagery, the horned helmets that never existed, the saga poetry. What remains is this narrow, overloaded hull that should have been a perfect disease trap somehow became the spine of an expansionist maritime culture. Other navies, centuries later, with better tools and more science, lost more men to invisible killers than two swords. The Vikings, with nothing, still stood on foreign shores ready to fight. Their floating coffin did not become a mass grave. To understand why, you must go back onto that deck, among those benches and barrels, and watch what they actually did there. Meal by meal, sleep by sleep, fight by fight, stand by the water and watch it come. At first, it is just a dark pine on the gray swell, a low shape cutting through the white caps. Then the form resolves a long, lean hull, higher at the prow and stern, like an animal arching its back before it strikes. The dragon minus head, if this chieftain chose to mount one, reared just high enough to intimidate. Not so high it caught too much wind. The sail-bellied dow patched and flying. Beneath it, a row of shields hung along the side like a light a staring eye. As the ship draws closer, you see the men, huddled below, hidden inside. They are on the open deck, completely exposed to the sea that could kill them. Board it, and the scale suddenly becomes desperately clear. A typical land ship stretched 20 to 30 meters from stem to stern, but was only 2 to 3 meters at its widest point. In a normal walking pace, you would cross from one side to the other. The keel ran down the center, a line of authority. The ribs curved up from it. It was the skeleton of a creature built for speed, not comfort. The planks on the side overlapped each other like stacked KL. Finker minus built, fastened with iron rivets. Between the planks, tiny gaps sucked in and spat out seawater like lungs. In the center of this narrow world were the rowing benches. They were not padded, spaced not for comfort. They sat where the logic of the hull needed them, where the ribs could bear the load, and the oar minus ports could pierce the hull. Two men shared a bench, backs slightly hunched, legs braced. Their oars reached out to the narrow openings, blades biting the sea. When the sail was up and the wind was right, the oars were laid across the thwarts. But the benches were the defining feature of this space always. They were eat, dining table, bed, and storage rack all at once. There were no stairs leading to a lower deck. No below where officers dined and sailors slept. Look down at your boots, and you see the curve of the hull coming together. Between the keel and the benches, there might be a few loose floorboards that could be lifted to access small storage nooks, but these were shallow, narrow voids, not rooms. The longship was a single, open hold, exposed from gunwale to gunwale, stem to stern. Everyone lived in the same cold mouthful of air. Food was stored where there was room. Barrels of small beer or soured milk were ashed to the ribs, secured so they wouldn't become deadly projectiles in a heavy swell. Stacks of dried fish and hard bread were stuffed under benches, jammed into corners where feet wouldn't grind them to dust. Anything that would spoil quickly was either eaten in the first days of the voyage or left ashore. Weapons, too, had to coexist in this crowded geometry. Spears and axes leaned against the gunwale, or lay on the deck near their owners. Swords hung from belts, which shields, when not strapped to an arm, lined the ship's side, serving as an extra layer of planking against sea spray and arrows. The long ship's shallow draft was its greatest advantage and its silent tyrant. It needed only about a meter of water to float. This meant it could slip up rivers, sail along coasts, land on almost any promising beach. That it also meant it rode high on the water like a leaf. It did not cut through waves so much as climb them, over the crest, and fall down the other side. The low freeboard the short distance from the waterline to the top of the gunwale kept the sea close. You could reach out from the bench and touch the water, relieve yourself over the side, and your waist disappeared for a few seconds. But this same intimacy meant the constant presence of cold spray, soaking clothes, supplies, and skin. Without a deeper hull, there were no enclosed spaces to convert into cabins, no cargo hold to turn into a guide. An open deck meant no safe place to light a fire with the kind of flame needed for cooking at sea. A stray ember could jump from a brazier into coils of rope, crevices, furcloaks, and within minutes, this whole assemblage of dry wooden fabric would become an inferno. So fires stayed on land whenever they could make landfall. The ship, by its very construction, forbade comforts that would be taken for granted centuries later: a kitchen, a mess hall, heated sleeping quarters, and ate cold food or food cooked earlier. They slept wrapped in their cloaks, bodies curled around their weapons. Every plank and nail pinned them into a pattern of behavior. Oars needed clear arcs to swing, so you could not clutter the deck with chests, which forced gear to be minimal, carefully chosen, and strictly ordered. The leaky hull required constant bailing, so someone was always crouched by the keel, scooping the bilge minus water back to the sea with a wooden ladle. The low freeboard made it easy to vomit, defecate, or rinse a bowl over the side, but it also meant you had to keep your balance always, gripping a rope or bench, because one misstep could send you into the frigid water. The ship limited how dirty it could get, but did so by offering no refuge. You ate where you sat, slept where you worked, washed in the same cold air that pierced your cloak. You could not hide your habits from the man next to you. If you let your gear rot, it fouled a space too. If you forgot to secure a barrel, it could brain someone when the next swell hit. If you left a shield unhung or a spear unsecured, it could foul an oar, slow the ship, endanger everyone. The construction enforced discipline before any chieftain gave an order. It was both prison and lifeline. You could not get away from the other men, their smell, their sounds, their moods. You could not shirk duty. You miss a stroke on the oar, someone else must pull harder. Right, it was this narrowness that bound you that also kept death at bay in subtle ways. The open deck never let air become stagnant. There were no hidden corners for filth to build up unseen. A shallow draft forced frequent landings, breaking the monotony and clearing away the worst accumulations of waste and weariness. The long ship did not care about comfort. It cared about movement. By forcing the crew into habits that conformed to its shape, it quietly became more than wooden dire, nay rigorous, unyielding system that kept them healthy enough to keep going. The first question had nothing to do with glory, gold, or even survival. It was absurdly simple. The entire world is a brink floor to places wide. What do you put in the mouth of 60 hungry men? Imagine the ship 3 days out. The excitement of departure has worn off. The coastline is a distant memory behind them. The destination is still rumor ahead. The men are not yet exhausted, but the novelty of the sea has turned to routine. The oars creak, the sail snaps, stomachs growl. A call goes up for food. There is no cook waiting by a warm stove. A galley tucked below deck. Instead, a chest is dragged from under a bench. A barrel is untied from the ribs. A leather bag, hardened by salt, is pulled into a clear space. What comes out has none of the appetizing appeal of a modern plate. Heller, no fresh vegetables, no soft, steaming bread. Viking seem Ines food was beige, gray, hard, and unnervingly dry. Start with the fish, not the silvery kind you imagine pulled fresh from the sea and slapped over a fire. Those belonged 2 days in port or nights camping on a beach. At sea, the fish had died twice, once when it left the water, and again when it left the moisture. Stock fish, dried hard as a plank, impossible to bite into immediately. You had to soak it, beat it, soften it, and broke off pieces like snapping kindling, chewing until their jaws ached. The taste was pure and concentrated salt, oil, and the echo of the ocean it once swam in. Then the bread, if you could call it that. Not a fluffy loaf, but flat, hard discs of barley or rye, kneaded tough and baked until most of the moisture was gone. These could last for weeks without molding, but each mouthful was work. Teeth cracked, gums bled, crumbs scattered into the folds of cloaks and beards. They weren't or liked edible tiles than anything resembling comfort food. Yet they did the job, filled the belly, provided slow minus branding fuel for tired muscles. Preserved meat provided precious fat and protein. Strips of pork or mutton, salted and wind minus dried, had been hanging from the rafters of the longhouse long before the ship sailed. On board, they appeared with the sheen of preserved grease, sometimes with a faint, aged tang, cut with a knife and shared along the bench. They were both nutrition and morale. A mouthful of salty meat could pull a man's mind home, to the smoke minus blackened rafters, to the winter feasts. It reminded him this hardship had a purpose. To wash it down, there was hardly ever plain water. And not because Vikings didn't understand the importance of water, but because they understood its treachery in a rough, unshoaled way. Fresh water in a wooden cask would betray you. They took on the taste of the wood, then the taste of the unseen things breeding in its stagnation. Soreness. Every swallow became a gamble. So, what they carried was small beer and soured milk. The beer was not the strong, celebratory drink of the feast hall. It was weak, low in alcohol, more egg-flavored wine than a coast. But the grain it was brewed from and the boiling process did something vital. It killed the things that would make men sick. Every cask of ale was an accidental experiment in pasteurization. The Vikings didn't know the word, but they knew this ale kept longer than plain water, and didn't betray them as quickly. Soured milk, too, had its quiet virtue. Lactic fermentation again, untheorized but closely observed, kept it from spoiling outright. Its soreness spoke of preservation, not putrefaction. Notice what is missing: no baskets of fresh fruit, no leafy greens, no soft cheeses that would melt at a touch. Anything that would spoil quickly was left ashore or eaten in the first days out, before the ship was committed to deep water. This was greatly practical. Space was limited, weight was precious, and every extra item had to justify its place. But in paring the diet down to this dry, salted, fermented core, they inadvertently bypassed many of the traps later sailors would fall into. There was almost nothing here for fast minus spoiling microbes to feast upon. No tubs of stew cooling and turning sour in a warm galley. No piles of vegetable peelings molding in a hidden corner. No bruised, leaking fruit spreading sugar minus rich juice into cracks in the wooden deck. The little organic waste from food preparation was either minimal or easy to toss overboard. His diet was monotonous, heavy, and often unpleasant, but it was merciless to the microbes that cause food minus borne illness. This was not health as modern nutrition defines it. It had consequences. Months of this diet would leave a body craving the fresh, vitamins silently depleted, gums softening long before anyone named scurvy. But for the short, sharp arc of most Viking voyages out for a few weeks, back in a few the system worked. Men stayed strong enough to row. Their guts, never truly comfortable, did not collapse in waves of vomiting and diarrhea. The food filled them without poisoning them with any regularity. On this narrow ship, every choice had to prove its worth. The cask of small beer instead of water, a sack of stock fish instead of a basket of fresh fish, a stack of hard bread instead of something softer, more perishable. These were not decisions born of scientific knowledge, but of hard, repeated experience. In the unwritten memory of their culture, enough men had seen enough food, turned edly to shape these habits. So, when the call for food came during the rest period, or stilled, sails slack, what was pulled from the shadows under the benches was not a feast. It was a survival kit. Every bite was a compromise between flavor and time, comfort and shelf life. And in that compromise lay one of their simplest, most effective protections against sickness. The Vikings did not eat to feel good. They ate to keep going. And in designing a diet that could survive the edge of the world, they inadvertently starved many of the enemies they could not see. Fire was a strange deity on a wooden ship. On land, it was the heart of home, the center of the longhouse, the light that turned raw meat into food and a cold room into shelter. At sea, on a long ship smeared with tar and stitched together with planks dried to the point of buoyancy, fire became something else. It was no longer a tool so much as a predator that was never allowed on board. Look closely at the ship you have already boarded in your mind. The hull is oak, the ribs are oak, the benches, the mast, the yard from which the sail hung, all wood. The gaps between the planks were stuffed with animal hair and tar. The sail was wool, dragged stiff by sun and salt. Coils of rope sat in piles greased. Shields hung along the sides, many with skins stretched over their faces. Every part of this machine, except for the iron nails and rivets, was fuel. They stray coal, an overturned brazier, a poorly guarded spark, and you would start a fire that fed on everything the crew needed to survive. This is why there was no galley, no stove fixed to the deck, no carefully built stone hearth in a corner. The long ship's open deck had no safe place to hold a flame that could leap and spread. You could try to build a small fire in a pottery or metal container, but the first good wave might splash a shower of embers onto cloaks and ropes. A sudden gust of wind could tip the whole container, scattering coals into the perfect cradle of wooden tar with plenty of air. In a storm, such a mistake would endanger not just one life, it would doom the entire crew. So, the Vikings made a cruel calculation: the warmth and comfort of fresh, hot food had to be sacrificed to preserve the ship itself. Fire belonged to the land. Water belonged under the ship. The two did not mix. If you wanted to see the real cooking scene for these men, you had to follow them when the keel scraped sand. The ship was pushed up a gently sloping shore, the pressed above the tide line with heaving shoulders and shouted orders. Only then did the world change, and her foot was solid ground, not a fragile slat of deck. A hat where it rees, rocks made a low ridge to break the wind, not an ass moving her eye thin. And in the center of that makeshift world, they built what the long ship denied them: A fire. The beach camp was crude and deficient. Driftwood, brush, anything dry enough to burn was piled together. Someone who knew what they were doing picked a spot where sparks were unlikely to leap into nearby scrub, and the smoke would blow away from the resting group. Soon they would flame, then a bed of poles with stones heating at the edges. Pots were set up. Spits were erected. Meats sizzled. Fat dripped and sputtered in the embers. Dock fish could be soaked soft. Stews could be boiled from whatever they carried and could find nearby. Here, food was cooked not just for the moment, but for the days ahead. Meat was boiled and then dried again, stewed and then cooled. Fat was saved as grease. Bread was baked to rame minus warmed. Fish were smoked drier, carefully packed. What could be eaten hot, they devoured in that safe window, sitting on stones, laughing more freely, hands finally warmed by something other than their own effort. What couldn't be finished now was transformed into cargo, not just supplies, but solidified time. Gay, without thinking in those terms, we're turning it into shelf minus life. Those barrels, bags, and leather sacks. As the fired item the tide turned, were carried back aboard. The ship became itself again a world without fire. Now, every morsel of food carried the memory of fire, not fire itself, and they rationed it with the same discipline they applied to weapons and doors, a portion for today's rowing, a portion for tomorrow's, a sliver of meat, a piece of hard bread, a cup of soured milk or small beer. The system had to be strict, yorking after a successful raid or an easy day, and you might find yourself starving when the sea turned foul and the land was far away. This introduced a new problem: cold meals. At sea, most of what went into a Viking's mouth had cooled hours or even days before it. Grease congealed into a waxy layer. Bread grew even harder. Stockfish never truly softened unless it had been soaked. Eating became work, not pleasure. On a cold, damp morning, fingers numb, joints aching. It was a blow to morale as much as to the stomach to put cold, dense meat in your mouth instead of a bowl of something steaming. Spirits flagged under the small, relentless gnawing. When waves slapped the hull, there was no aroma of baking to lift the mind. When men huddled close to talk, there was no shared fire to warm them. Instead, chewing in the wind, swallowing past a throat already dry by salt air, the body paid a price too. Filled, dense food landed heavily in a stomach already rocked for hours by the sea's motion. Digestion slowed. Cramps bit. The temptation was to eat fast and be done with it. Right? Your stomach would not be fooled, it would complain anyway. Yet within this misery lay a brutal advantage. Because no cooking happened on the ship, there were no half-minus cleaned pots left in a corner. No food scraps clinging to the walls of a kitchen that never truly cooled. No warm, greasy film coating surfaces in a cooking area where bacteria could thrive. No drippings of animal fat seeping into floors that went days without a thorough scrub. Biologically, the long ship remained cleaner than a ship crammed with men had any right to be. By cooking on land and eating at sea, the Vikings, in a way they couldn't explain but enough of them lived long enough to prove, cut the chain of contamination. When food preparation happened on the dirt, the waste stayed there. Bones tossed into the brush, spills to soaking into sand, grease burned away or absorbed into the earth. These did not follow them back into the hull. On board, there was only the finished product, stripped of most moisture, stripped of the environment where dangerous microbes could flourish. The Navy centuries later would probably build galleys into their ships with iron stoves and chimneys. They would serve hot food deep in the vessel, and with it, invisible risks. The long ship, by refusing to let fire on board, never became a floating kitchen. It remained a floating body box, with fewer chances for food-borne infections to gain a foothold. So, the Vikings accepted the trade. They knew as well as anyone, perhaps better, the comfort of a hot meal on a cold day. But they also knew the price of bringing fire into a world made entirely of fuel. So they carried the memory of heat, stored in their provisions, not the flame itself. The beach was where they felt human. The ship was where they had to think like survivors. And in that separation, fire on land, Food at sea lay another of the hidden reasons why they're crowded. Exposed war machine could cross the edges of the known world without becoming a drifting grave. Night on a long ship was not darkness and silence. It was another kind of fight. The sea does not sleep. It only changes moods. The wind drops or shifts. The waves lengthen or grow sharp, but they never truly stuck. The ship endured it all, climbing, falling, tilting enough to keep muscles tensed even when men desperately craved to let go. The crew had rowed, braced, or hauled for hours. Salt-stiffened beards and stung eyes. Jan stung with new blisters layered over old calluses. Every bone hummed with fatigue. Now, imagine trying to sleep in a space only a few paces wide, with no cover except winged will. No bunks, no hammocks slung from beams, no neat rows of pallets with individual blankets. The long ship's construction did not allow it. The benches that carried them by day, worn smooth by bodies indoors, were the only furniture available at night. Some lay lengthwise along a bench back against the hard wood, knees drawn up to make room for the man at their feet. Others curled in the narrow triangle between the supports and the curve of the hull, wedging themselves into the geometry like cargo. You slept where you could fit. More importantly, you slept where you were allowed. The ship was never fully still. Even when the water was calm, someone had to keep watch, scanning the horizon, listening for the wind minus shift that meant a storm, watching for the black speck of a coastline or a hostile sail. When night minus rowing was necessary, the rhythm turned brutal in its rotation. One grew prowed, while the other collapsed beside or beneath them, trying to fall into something resembling rest while the hull vibrated with the stroke of the oars. There was no such thing as personal space. You turned over, and your elbow found someone's ribs. You shifted a leg and met a boot, the curve of a shield, with a hard corner of a chest. Weapon stayed close. No one was foolish enough to sleep with a sword or axe beyond immediate reach. So you slept with your gear, a spear shaft against your side, the wooden rim of a shield digging into your shoulder, the weight of a sword minus belt on your hip. Comfort wasn't even on the list of priorities. The primary requirement was that you awakened act in an instant if the shout went up. Clothing became bedding. Your wool cloak was no longer just a garment. It was your mattress, your blanket, your roof. You pulled it tight around you, trapping the tiny heat your body could still generate. If you were lucky, you had a fur, thick and musky, that kept the wind from cutting straight through. The hull insulated almost nothing, a mere thin barrier between your body and the cold breath of the ocean. Men learned to use their shields not just as tools of war, but as temporary walls. Hopped along the gunwale or stood upright on the deck, a row of shields could block the worst of the wind, creating pockets of slightly less brutal air where a man could bury his head and pretend, briefly, that he was not lying on a wet plank in the middle of a frigid ocean. Sleep came in fragments minutes when the ship rode gently, as closed half an hour when the wind held steady and the oars were owed maybe, on a merciful night, an hour or two in a row before the world demanded your body again. No one expected 8 hours of unbroken sleep. That thought belonged to warm houses and locked doors. On the longship, rest was stolen, not given. Yet, there was a strange, hidden mercy in this arrangement. It was the very things that made sleep miserable: the exposure, the constant wind, the lack of an enclosed cabin that also kept something else at bay. On later ships, with lower ceilings and more crowded lower decks, men would sleep cheek minus by minus gel in air that grew warmer and damper with every exhalation. Their lungs would fill with the same reciprocal torch damp, carrying coughs and infections from one hammock to the next. One man's fever would radiate through the dark, turning the whole lower deck into a slowly moving petri dish. The Viking longship never let air stagnate. The wind that stole warmth also stole moisture. Every breath was carried away the moment it left the lips. Every cough was dispersed into the open, not allowed to hover over a row of berths. There were no dark, unventilated corners for damp to gather for days. The cold didn't just bite the skin. It stripped away the conditions that let respiratory illnesses thrive. It was a cruel trade, constant chill for a lower chance of being suffocated by the germs of the man next to you. Of course, this was not a conscious medical strategy. No Viking shipwright looked at a plan and thought, if I eliminate the cabin, I'll reduce pneumonia. That the ship's design, born from the needs for speed, shallow draft, and flexibility, enforced a way of sleeping that inadvertently protected the crew. Exposure was both curse and shield. Psychologically, the men adapted to a world where sleep was always adjacent to danger. It did not lie down and surrender to oblivion. You hovered near it. Funner remained tuned to the creak of the mast, the tone of the steersman's voice, the pattern of the waves. Your body learned to rest in segments, like text broken into short lines, each one ready to be interrupted. You learned to find a kind of peace and adjacency to risk, accepting that the axe was always an arm's length away, and so was the man who might need you awake in an instant. In time, this broken sleep became normal. The mind no longer ached every moment for a wide bed and a sealed room. It still remembered them in the hidden corners of homesickness, but it made do with what it had: a plank, a shared cloak, the solid familiarity of a companion's back against your own. The ship offered no more. Yet, for most of these men, it was enough. Not enough to be comfortable, but enough to wake alive when dawn stained the edge of the world from black to iron minus gray, enough to take up the oars again. When a Viking longship appeared off your coast, the men aboard were not tourists of exploration. They were weapons already loaded. The ship was their scabbard, and the moment the keel ground over sand or shingle, the blades came out. You could see it in the arrangement of the ship, long before any sword was drawn. Weapons were not stowed neatly in chests, buried under gear to be retrieved at convenience. They were at hand. Spears and axes leaned against the gunwale, tips wrapped in leather or cloth to prevent scrapes and rust. Handles were worn smooth by hands that knew the exact grip. Shields were arrayed along the ship's side like scales, their convex faces catching the light. Full one down, and it was already oriented for use. Sword hung from belt, even while rowing. The belt was adjusted so the steel wouldn't foul the oar. The never so far it couldn't be reached in an instant. Everything had its place, and that place was chosen. For speed, we didn't want to fumble for a misplaced axe, while the ship was still gliding into the shallows. You might remember too late that your shield was lashed under a coil of rope because you'd been careless the night before. The long ship's crowded geometry actually reinforced this state of readiness. Space was so limited that every important item had to be precisely stowed. Weapons were woven into the daily life of the deck as much as they were in battle, within reach while eating and sleeping. When the coastline they sought finally appeared, Dane Monastery, a village, a trading post, the hall of a rival chieftain, the rhythm changed. The choreography practiced countless times took over, sinking below thought into reflex. Commands didn't need to be shouted. A few clipped words, a gesture, and the crew moved as one. A sail came down first, furled and secured so it wouldn't catch a rogue wind while close to shore. Oars slid into the water, blades flashing in unison. This was where all those hours of endless rowing showed their second purpose. Yes, they propelled the ship, but they also turned these men into a single organism. They knew each other's rhythm, how high to pull, how high just for a swell without breaking a stroke. This same collective muscle memory that kept the oars coordinated would keep a shield minus wall intact on the beach. The hull ground into the shallows. It was a brief moment of what looked like chaos, everything happening at once, but the chaos was only for those who didn't know the pattern. The prow into sand or gravel. Men on the forward benches dropped their oars and stood in one motion. Shields clattered as they were put from the rail. Spears were snatched up. Men from the stern jumped into knee-inch deep water, heating the ship higher for the precious seconds it took to anchor it. Others followed, boots splashing, breath already burning in their lungs. In a heartbeat, the ship they had slept in became an empty stage. Most of its crew were already arrayed on solid land. Shields overlapped, spear minus points bristled. The men who had been silently rowing moments before now presented a wall of wood, steel, and cold, undecided intent to whoever stood in their way. That transition from crowded, Rocking deck to organize lying was the true measure of their training. It wasn't enough to be brave. You had to be fast, and you had to be coordinated, for you'd be dead in the surf before you even got your feet wet. And all of this readiness came with a cost, both obvious and invisible. The obvious part was etched into their bodies. Rowing, hauling, bailing was not gentle exercise. It was whole minus body labor that ground strength into muscle the way the sea sculpts a coastline. Backs thickened, shoulders knotted, hands split, healed, and split again. Every day on the ship was a training session you could not skip. You were always either building strength or burning it. His constant motion built strong hearts, powerful lungs, tendons and ligaments that were hard to tear. In a fight, a man accustomed to hauling a heavy or against a stubborn sea would have reserves a farmer or a sedentary priest did not. That same exertion also pulled them toward the edge of collapse. Sleep was never sufficient. The food rarely made a man feel more than not hungry right now. Muscles that looked carved from oak were constantly flirting with exhaustion. And in that state, the body was more vulnerable to certain illnesses. When you are depleted, wounds heal slower. A minor cut from a rough blade, a torn fingernail ripped to the quick, a splinter from an or buried in a palm, these are tiny doors through which infection can walk. Combat magnified that risk. Vikings did not fight in sterile conditions with clean, precise weapons. They fought in mud, sand, spray, and blood. Blades hacked, axes smashed, splinters flew from shattered shields. The wind that seemed stable after a rain might be quietly festering death waiter. There was no sick bay on the ship, no surgeon with disinfectants and sutures. They washed wounds with whatever they had, clean water from a stream. If they were lucky, seawater or ale more often. It bound them with wool or linen, perhaps with a poultice of herbs if someone knew and had them. Infection was the constant shadow at the edge of every victory. Dealing with these wounds became a form of improvised medicine, shaped by tradition and necessity. The deep, foul-smelling wound might be cauterized with a heated blade at the next beach camp. Teeth was squeezed out with rough fingers. Bandages were changed when they became visibly foul or the pain became unbearable. A man who couldn't keep up, who could no longer row a stand in the shield minus while, was a burden in a space that couldn't afford many burdens. Hard decisions followed. But brutal as this care was, the crew was doing something vital. They were paying attention. Beneath all of this, the training, the depletion, the improvised care ran another, invisible safeguard, discipline, and it spreads faster than any disease. On a ship, it is deadly. One man losing his nerve at the wrong moment can start a chain reaction. Oars fall out of rhythm, the landing procedure goes awry, men hesitate between staying with the ship and rushing ashore. That hesitation creates confusion, and confusion is the moment when men forget to guard their backs, lose track of their gear, fail to notice a wounded man until it's too late. The Vikings fought it with the drilled routine that seeped into every corner of life on board, where weapons were stowed, how shields were taken down, which men disembarked from which side of the ship, who lead the first charge, who guarded the flanks, who stayed behind to guard the vessel. When everyone knew their role, the mental load in a crisis was lower. Fewer mistakes meant fewer unnecessary injuries. Fewer bodies trampled in the chaos. Less chance for confusion to curdle into fatal disorder. In this light, fighting from a moving floor was not just about strength or fearlessness. It was about a system of habits embedded deep in the bone, where your sword hung, even while you slept, how your hands found your shield in the dark, which your feet knew to do the instant they felt, and instead of planking under them. The long ship didn't just carry warriors, it shaped them, forcing them into a strike team that could shift from rowing to fighting in the space of one breath and, if they lived, shift back again. And that cycle, repeated over and over, kept them sharp enough to win, and organized enough to endure what always followed victory: blood, pain, and the silent war against infection that began when the shouting stopped. The sagas talk of blood, steel, and glory, but almost never mention what a long ship really smelled like, and for a reason. Imagine you're on the rowing bench, back aching, hands sore. The man in front of you is so close his shoulders press against your knees every time he moves. The man behind you exhales, and you feel his breath on the back of your neck. Cloaks overlap, elbows collide. When you try to stretch a leg, you find someone's pack, someone's shield, someone's sleeping spot. There is no your area, only the space your body currently occupies. And even that is on loan. In this crush of flesh and wool, you share everything. When you eat, someone's hand is inches from your mouth. When you sleep, your cheek might rest against another man's back. When you cough, you cannot turn far enough away not to breathe it into someone's air. At night, if the wind drops and the sea calms, a new kind of silence falls, composed of snores, muttered dreams, and the soft, rhythmic scratching of men clawing at itches under their clothes. Because inside those cloaks and tunics, life crawls. Wool is warm, durable, essential in the northern cold. It is also a paradise for lice and fleas. They move in the seams and folds, laying eggs in the hidden corners of garments that are almost never truly cleaned. You could wash your face with a handful of seawater, even rinse your hair if you were brave enough to bear the cold. But soaking and scrubbing an entire set of clothes was harder, especially at sea. Souls of parasites traveled with you, feeding on your blood, leaving itchy, inflamed bites that could drive a man half minus mad in the long stretches between tasks. Bedding was no refuge. Whatever you lay on your cloak, a fur, a rolled minus-up garment, was the same piece of fabric that had been pressed against your sweaty body all day. The parasites didn't care if you were sitting, standing, or trying to sleep. They only cared that you were warm and alive. In such close confinement, a man with lice wasn't just gross, he was a actor. There was always the chance a single infestation could spread through the crew like fire, turning every rest period into a scratching, sleepless torment. The Vikings were not ignorant of this. They lived in the most literal intimacy with their own filth, and they knew exactly what it did to them. This is why the war against grime and parasites became as routine as rowing. It wasn't about vanity. It was about survival. When the ship finally made for shore, even just a stony beach, the race for water was about more than rinking. Stripped down as far as the weather allowed and waded into the surf and knelt by a stream. They scooped up the cold, seawater or river water, and began to scrub. Sand became a kind of soap, scouring away sweat and grime from skin. Hair was rinsed, combed through with fingers until tangles loosened, and dropped loosened. Knits were flicked into the current. Beards were washed, combed, trimmed. If there was time into place out of the wind, teeth and cocks might be dunked, then beaten against tracks or wrung out by hand. None of this made them clean in any modern sense, but it reset the filth. It reduced the load. Kiss washing day, every time they landed, stripped away a layer of sweat, salt, and parasites that otherwise had nowhere to go but deeper into the fibers in the flesh. The tools they carried tell the same story. Those intricately carved bone combs found in graves were not ornaments. They were weapons. In this daily grooming war, to comb your hair was to run the teeth through a crowd of unwelcome guests, catching, crushing, flicking them away. Men would sit on a log or a stone, bending forward over their knees, combing over and over until the scalp felt raw, but also lighter, thus alive with crawling things. Some would share a wash-basin passed around in order of rank or age, each man splashing water on his face and beard, clearing away the worst of the day's residue. And underneath it all was something less tangible, but just as powerful. Shame. In a space this close, your habits were everyone's business. If you stank worse than the rest of the crew, people noticed. That he never washed your hands, never shook the lice from your cloak, never took your turn cleaning or bailing. It wasn't a personal failing. It was an insult. And with it came mockery, the kind of cutting ridicule that left marks deeper than any scratch. Enan could bear physical hardship more easily than the slow erosion of his standing among his companions. Partner on a long ship wasn't just about courage in a fight. It was about not being the one who made life unbearable for everyone else. That social enforcement was a silent, constant pressure. You didn't skip the grooming because the cost wasn't just lice, it was loss of face. Even the hardest warrior didn't want to be known as the one who stinged, whose gear crawled, whose presence made the already suffocating air worse. In this way, hygiene became decentralized. There was no ship's officer ordering a mandatory wash day. No medic inspecting hair and clothes. Instead, every man became his own small hygiene unit. We combed his hair, washed his hands, shook out his bedding, not just for himself, but for the men pressed against him day and night who did the same. The effect multiplying, spreading through the crew like a silent pact. We already live on top of each other. We won't make it worse than it has to be. Did this stop all disease? Of course not. Wounds still festered. Gut parasites still lurked. But it slowed the spread of the problems that thriving filth in a long ship's close, merciless ecosystem could be the difference between a crew that gradually sank into misery and one that stayed healthy enough to keep rowing, keep fighting, keep sailing into the next stretch of cold, open water. On every long voyage, there comes a point where the body can still go on, but something inside the mind begins to wear thin. The cold is no longer a surprise, it just gets like a second skin. Your cloak has been wet so many times you've forgotten what truly dry feels like. Fingers burn the first time they close on an oar in the morning, then go numb, then throb back to life when you let go. Sleep comes in fragments that never add up to rest. You stopped counting days because the sea has no calendar, only gray. The real fight now is inside your skull. Let us the crowded deck in constant danger into the mind of a man not born to it. At first, the noise and closeness are almost exhilarating. They're surrounded by men you know trust, or at least can predict. There is camaraderie in the shared discomfort, that after enough days of the same faces, the same smells, the same view of the water, the walls of the world feel like a closing in, even though there are no walls. Every creak becomes a question. Was that just the mast shifting, or is something breaking? Every shift in the wind is a threat. When a storm hits, and the waves show their teeth, the feeling of being perpetually on the edge of capsizing sinks deep into the nervous system. You start to feel the danger even when the sea is calm again, as if your body has forgotten how to stand on something that doesn't move. Your fate doesn't erase the feeling. It gives the fear new shapes and dreams. The ship finally rolling over, waking with a heart hammering, hands already reaching for ropes that aren't there, left to fester on its own. That pressure turns a man's thoughts inward, and they quickly sour. He begins to tally pains, catalog imaginary illnesses, replay old fears. The crowded space offers no place to walk it off. You can't stride into a field and let the wind clear your head. You're trapped shoulder minus to minus shoulder, not by walls but by necessity. You have to be here, and if you break in front of everyone. The Vikings had no therapists, no manuals for coping with stress, no clinical terms for anxiety or depression. What they had were ancient tools honed by constant use. Stories, songs, boasts, and a particular kind of humor as dark as the sea at midnight. Playing night-felling duties were as light as they could be. Someone would start talking. It might be a tale of his own deeds, exaggerated just enough to draw after and groans. It might be a passage from a saga they all knew, recited line by line, the next man picking up when the last one faltered. They talked of heroes who faced worse, of ships that sailed through storms and battles and came home heavier with plunder than they left. They mocked old enemies, invented ridiculous insults, twisted fear into something that could be laughed at, not dwelt upon. Songs had their place. Brewing chants set the rhythm, coordinated muscles, but they also gave the mind something to latch onto other than fear. Drinking songs might feel a bit hollow when the beer was weak and rationed, but the melody carried memories of feast halls and roaring fires. Even the dark humor had its place. When a wave soaked everyone to the bone, someone would joke that the gods wanted them washed clean before the slaughter. It was cruel, bleak, that it made men snort, not stare too long at the thought behind the joke. Beneath the jokes and stories was something harder, less malleable, the religious framework that shaped how these men understood suffering itself. They did not believe they were the primary authors of their fate. The Norns, the three weavers of destiny, had already threaded their lives into the web. Good and whilst the got whilst. The end was not entirely in their hands. What was in their hands was how they faced it. To die of sickness running slowly on a bed was considered a lesser end. To die in battle, weapon in hand, was something else entirely. It was a ticket to Valhalla or some other esteemed afterlife, however mythologised. This belief did something very practical on the long ship. It redefined risk. It was still there. No one wanted to feel the cold water close over his head. But it was no longer meaningless. Holding your post in a storm, staying at your oar when your arms screamed to stop, taking your place in the shield-minus wall when the keel scrapes and above it was not just survival. It was a performance, watched by gods and men alike. Wrapped around that faith was group identity. The men on the ship did not see themselves as random individuals who happened to be on the same vessel. They were a crew, a band, sometimes sworn to a chieftain whose honor was intertwined with their own. In their minds, they were tougher than the farmers who stayed behind to plow, tougher than the merchants who hugged the coast and slept in sheltered harbors, tougher than other sailors who were too soft or too frightened to ride low, open ships across deep water. Pride was a shield, and often all they had. You did not admit you were afraid of the next storm. You did not complain that the cold was getting into your bones. You might joke, curse, spit, but you did not admit you were broken by it. If you did, you risked stepping outside the circle of hard men who were supposed to be able to endure anything. Harder to grit your teeth, pull harder on the oar, boast louder than you felt. The performance often became reality, at least enough to keep you going. This mindset couldn't stop disease. No amount of pride could keep a wound from festering or scurvy from loosening teeth. The gods didn't reach down to catch every arrow from the air. Men still died, sometimes miserably, sometimes for no reason at all. But what this inner armor did was prevent collapse, the collective unraveling that turns a band of capable fighters into a shivering mass of terror and surrender. On a long ship, the line between functioning and falling apart was thinner than the plank underfoot. Once enough men stopped believing they could endure, the practical consequences followed swiftly. Oars missed their rhythm, landings became sloppy, hesitation crept into fights, wounds and gear were neglected. The whole survival system of the ship depended on every man doing his part, and when every instant screamed to lie down and give up. So, a Vikings fight, a war on two fronts. One against the physical world, the sea, the enemy on shore, the other against themselves. Stories, songs, dark humor, a worldview that insisted suffering could have meaning, and a group identity built on toughness, all of it worked together to keep the mind from breaking before the body did. They couldn't stop the North Sea from trying to kill them, but they could stop their own minds from doing the sea's work for it. If you want to understand just how strange it is that Viking crews didn't die in droves, You have to fast minus forward centuries and walk the decks of ships that should, on paper, have been vastly superior. Imagine stepping from a Viking longship onto a medieval cog. Suddenly, the world changes shape. The cod is fat where the longship was lean. It's deeper, with a broad, bulging belly built for cargo. On top of that swollen hull, walls of wood rise up, forming a single minus-masted box with high sides. For there were real decks, flat and continuous. Below them, enclosed spaces ran from stem to stern. There were hatches, doors, ladders leading into dark, the same minus luxury after the long ship's relentless openness. Pushed further forward in time, and ships grew more complex. Galleons loomed like floating castles, with multiple decks, cabins, corridors, gun ports bristling with cannon. Really modern naval ships refined this design. 3 masts, square sails, hundreds of men assigned to specific hammocks, officers with separate quarters, storerooms, and magazines. Somewhere below, a galley glowed. Iron stoves were fixed to the wood, smoke vented through a chimney. There was a sickbay of sorts. There were established routines, discipline enforced by written regulations, not just custom. From one angle, these ships were triumphs of engineering. They could carry more food, more water, more weapons, more men. Height in all that structurally a hidden cost. Start with the lowered X. The air was thick, warm, and damp. Sometimes hundreds of bodies lay close together in a hammock flung from the beam. The ceiling was so low you had to stoop. Lanterns gave a feeble light that barely pierced the gloom. Every breath, every cough, every fevered mutter stayed in the same volume of air, hour after hour. The faint circulation through hatches and grates was never enough to truly renew it. Here, water came almost exclusively from casks. Great heavy barrels lashed in the hold, filled at some distant port weeks or months before. At first, what was inside was clear, cool, a welcome relief. But over time, it went stale. It took on the taste of the wood, then an underlying soreness. Bacteria bred in the dark. Men drank because they had to, swallowing more than they knew. One contaminated cask could silently seed sickness through an entire crew. There was no endless ocean to wash away what they discarded. The ship was its own closed mini-minus ecosystem. Now look at hygiene. The galley was a marvel, a place to boil, bake, serve hot meals. But it also produced grease, smoke, and splatter. Food scraps fell between decks or clung to pots not properly cleaned. Fats pattered onto surfaces no one had time to scrub thoroughly. All of it became food for the unseen life. What lifted morale the hots too, the fresh bread could, under the wrong conditions, become a vector for disease. Such ships often an import for long periods, waiting for cargo, repairs, or orders. During these times, waste disposal could become lax. Latrine outlets were close to where the ship took on water. Rats grew bold and fat on spilled grain. The port itself became a reservoir, a sickness, and the ships floating in it like sponges. Compare this to the long ship again. It looks primitive by contrast. No lower decks, no galley, no clear separation between sleeping areas and workspaces. Just an exposed world of blinking where everything happened in the open. But precisely because it lacked these refinements, it avoided many of the traps later ships fell into. Here was no enclosed space for breath to simmer into an infectious, warm fog. The wind was brutal, but it was also ceaseless. It swept away moisture, dispersed droplets, made it hard for airborne infections to linger. There were no great barrels of fresh water quietly going bad in the dark because the ship could never have spared the weight for them. Instead, there were smaller containers of small beer and soured milk, liquids that had already been boiled or fermented into relative safety. There was no galley to drip grease into hidden corners, because fire was not allowed on board in the first place. Even their pattern of movement acted in their favor. Long ships were not built to idle in port for months. They were tools for raiding and trade, in, out, away. They beached rather than docking at chronic quays, slipping into lonely coves or riverbanks, Their primary risks weather and enemies, not sewage and rats' worms. They replenished fresh water from streams and springs when they could, not from harbors that collected the effluent of an entire town. The archaeological record and written accounts hint at this difference. In digs at old ports and towns, parasite eggs and signs of chronic gut disease show up densely in medieval and early modern settlements, especially around harbors. The skeletons of later sailors sometimes bear the hallmarks of scurvy and repeated infection. By contrast, when we look at burials associated with Viking ship minus burials in coastal settlements, we do find parasites and chronic problems, but no clear evidence of the catastrophic, voyage mine-ascending epidemics that plagued later navies again and again. Contemporary chroniclers often describe Norse raiders as terrifyingly robust, tall, strong, tireless. Some of that was exaggeration, enemy propaganda wrapped in awe. But some reflected a real contrast. When fleets met, it was often the Norse crews who seemed physically harder to break. They had their own long-term health issues. Arthritis from years of strain, yes. Teeth worn down by the harsh diet, yes. Infections no one could cure, yes. Yet, as a system, their way of traveling by sea was oddly resilient. The paradox is unsettling. The cruder, simpler, open, leaky ship turned out to be a better environment for avoiding certain diseases than the improved designs that came later by sheltering people from the weather. Later ships also sealed them in with their own waste, their own breath, their own fouled water. By adding comfort, they created hidden spaces where contamination could accumulate. The Viking longship, in its brutal honesty, never allowed that. It left everything bodies, food, waste, fear, exposed to the open errand, the cleansing violence of the sea. It didn't keep men wet, dry, or wet minus rested. It didn't protect them from long term damage. But it did something subtler and more important. It made it hard for sickness to get a strong enough foothold to take down an entire crew at once. From a millennium's distance, it's easy to see the longship as primitive, set against the towering profiles of galleons and warships. But look closely, in the logic of survival, and the picture flips. A lack of technological understanding can amplify risk. Why simplicity imposed by necessity can accidentally align with the realities of biology. The Vikings did not fail in healthier waters. They just failed in a way that gave disease nowhere to hide. Stand on the deck again, before this story was broken into chapters and explanations. It's just you, the ship, and the edge of dawn. The sky is the color of old iron, caught between night and day. The thin light rises behind low clouds, turning the wave crests from black to lead-gray. The long ship rocks gently, anchored in a shallow bay or riding easy on an offshore swell. You hear it waking before you can see it clearly, the creak of wood, the soft thump of a man shifting under his cloak, a cough dragged from a chest that has taken in too much salt air. One by one, they emerge from the shapes they had become in the night. Eamon unfalls from under a bench, joints popping. Another pushes up from a bench where he'd sat half-man's curled, his cloak sticking to him in patches where sweat had dried in the cold. They look rough, older than their years. I squinted against the shelf. They are upright. They are breathing. As a rule, they are not dying. If you could freeze the scene and peel it back layer by layer, you would see the system that kept them alive, operating in the background of every movement. First, the food. A hand reaches for a chest, a barrel, a leather sack. What comes out is familiar stock fish, bread hard as rock, salted meat, soured milk, or small beer sloshing in a container. None of it was prepared on this deck. All of it was boiled, smoked, baked, fermented long ago. Fire did its work and vanished, leaving food that could survive time, tide, and handling. No warm pot, no fresh stew. This absence of comfort was also the absence of a kitchen. Dripping grease and hiding rot in damp corners. They chew in silence on the same unpalatable but safe calories, for guts accustomed to the punishment, accepting it without mass revolt. Look at where they slept. No cabins, no room where the air grew stale overnight, just an open deck where the same wind that tore at their cloaks all evening had been pulling their breath away into the dark all night. They slept in shifts, some waking as others closed their eyes. Bodies curled around weapons and gear, stacked under benches, huddled behind shields, leaning into the wind. Every plank that dug into a rib, every gust that stole their tiny heat, also stole the chance for sickness to brew in still, damp air. Agony was ventilation. Fighting too fit into this same brutal harmony. The ship was not built for siege warfare or months minus long blockades. It was built to strike and disappear, the brief, explosive violence of a landing, the sprint from or to shore, the crash of shields, and either a retreat with plunder or a quick, ugly death. Crews were not meant to linger in trenches or rotting camps where latrines, ultra-floating bodies piled up. They were meant to charge, take what they came for, and leave before the filth and fatigue could break them. None of this was designed as a health strategy, not as we would use the term. No council of wise men drafted hygiene protocols. No physician explained germ theory to shipwrights. The system we see now was stitched together from necessity, habit, and cultural expectation. The long ship's construction open, shallow minus drafted, unforgiving set the boundaries. Within those boundaries, men did whatever kept them alive for one more season. They ate what wouldn't spoil because spoilage was visible and catastrophic. They slept in the only space available wherever it could be fed because there was no lower deck to escape to. They accepted that fire and tar would warm mortal enemies, and so never tried to build a kitchen that a single spark could destroy. They fought the way the ship demanded, fast, coordinated, and a purifying burst of intensity. That didn't leave them rotting for months under city walls. Add to this the invisible threads of culture that, for its time, valued cleanliness more than many, weaving daily grooming into identity and honor, weekly washing into the very names of the days of the week, a worldview that turned hardship and risk into something with direction toward glory, toward fate, toward an afterlife where dying with a weapon in hand meant more than choking to death on your own phlegm on a straw mattress. A shared pride that refused to let men show weakness easily, forcing them to keep moving, keep rowing, keep alert, even as their edges frayed. The price of this system was written on their bodies in every corner. Parasites were not strangers, they were roommates. Heath wore down early from the rough food. Old wounds ached constantly. Acts spent from years at the oar. Arthritis, chronic infections, early death were the norm. This was not a golden road to health. It was holding the line. What never happened routinely, what never defined their seafaring the way it would define other navies later, was the systemic collapse. That logic says should have happened. No recurring stories of entire fleets turning into floating hospitals for cholera. No chronic pattern of ships rotting from within with typhus from drinking fouled, stagnant water. They suffered, but they functioned. Expedition after expedition, crossing after crossing, the ships kept delivering crews that were battered but functional, able to fight at the journey's end. Now back to that dawn. A man wipes salt from his eyes. Another buckles his sword belt, the leather stiff, the metal cold to the touch. Someone adjusts a shield strap, making sure it will hold against the first blow and not fail at the worst moment. They eat, stretch, check the sky and the shoreline. From a modern perspective, knowing what we know about microbes and immunity, you might look at them and think, you shouldn't be here. This environment should have broken you. This ship should have been your coffin. But it wasn't, because they did something almost foreign to us. They had not tried to conquer discomfort. They had not tried to seal themselves inside an illusion of safety, separate from the world. Instead, they embraced the harshness and built a life around it. They let the wind tear through their sleeping space to keep the air clean. They gave up the pleasure of hot meals for food that wouldn't betray them later. They let the ocean be their latrine, their dump, their cleanser. They used faith, pride, and habit to keep the mind from breaking before the body. Centuries before other Europeans dragged heavier, more complex ships across the Atlantic, these men stood on the shores of the unknown, alive and armed, not because their bodies were mythical like stronger than ours, but because their bodies were an entire system. From the curve of their hulls to the stories in their heads was built to bend around danger, not pretend it wasn't there. In our world obsessed with comfort and control, it's easy to see progress only in thicker walls, softer beds, and more powerful medicine. The Vikings from the edge of the world offer a darker, sharper lesson. Sometimes survival doesn't come from adding more layers of protection. It comes from stripping them away, living face minus to minus face with the cold and the risk, and shaping your habits so that even when you are hungry, exhausted, and afraid, you are still ready to stand when the keel touches sand. Somewhere in the gray light between night and day, a long ship cuts through the water and disappears into history. The men on it are gone. Every ache in their shoulders, every scar on their hands, every cold night on an open deck, swallowed by time. What remains is the paradox they left behind. They lived, fought, and sailed in conditions that should have broken them. Yet they not only survived, they expanded their world. They did it without doctors, without germ mats, without steel hulls or engines or silk cotton. They did it with leaky ships, fermented food, cold sleep, endless work, stubborn faith, and a cultural instinct that bent around the dangers they couldn't see. The long ship was never comfortable, never safe, but it was honest. It forced them into the habits that kept them healthy enough, disciplined enough, to stand on shores they should never have reached. And now, 1,000 years later, here you are, sailing the same deck in your imagination. Without these techniques, medieval people wouldn't survive even a month. How did they withstand the cold? The Middle Ages, we imagine, is an era of grand castles and cold high walls. We think of the people then as tough, accustomed to hardship, almost numb to the perpetual chill. But what if I told you that every element of their homes, from floor to roof, was part of a clever, meticulous system designed for survival in a frozen hell? They were not just shelters, but heat-minus preserving machines, built with a deep understanding of physical laws and the properties of natural materials. Behind the seemingly simple appearance were technologies honed over centuries of trial and error, where every detail was crucial. It was a daily desperate struggle for every degree of warmth, and architecture was their primary weapon. This is not a story about king's castles, but about simple houses built to defy the cold. After watching this video, you will understand how ordinary dirt beneath your feet became a high-minus-ek insulating material and why thatched roofs were more effective than stone vaults. Music, I will reveal the most closely guarded secret of the medieval household. You're used to seeing fireplaces as symbols of coziness, but in the Middle Ages, there was a merciless iron around which all life revolved. It wasn't just a stove, it was the center of the universe, dictating construction, daily life, and even social relations. Imagine if the only source of heat, light, and cooking in a modern home was a gas stove in the middle of the living room, without a range hood constantly threatening to explode. The medieval hearth created a similar situation. It was absolutely necessary for survival, but it also imposed the harshest living conditions. If you lived in a medieval house, you quickly realized that you didn't control the fire controlled you, dictating every aspect of your daily routine. Houses weren't built first and then a hearth placed inside. It literally grew around the fire. The hearth's location determined where walls went, where people slept, and how the entire interior space was organized. It was the alpha and omega of any building, the primary and most critical element. The layout of a medieval house began with choosing a spot for the hearth. Everything else adjusted around this central point. Builders considered wind direction to prevent smoke from blowing back into the room, proximity to fuel and water, and the possibility of creating airflow for smoke to escape. Walls were built to preserve the hearth's heat as much as possible. Wild doors and windows were positioned to balance, maintaining the fire and ventilation needs. The floor structure also depended on the hearth. A stone or clay platform was built around it to protect the wooden floor from sparks and embers. The ceiling above the hearth was reinforced with special beams to withstand high temperatures and possible ignition. Even sleeping arrangements were calculated based on the radiant heat from the central fire. All daytime activities were confined to the small patch of light and warmth provided by the hearth. Here, people cooked, repaired tools, and spent long winter nights. Moving away from the hearth meant plunging into cold and darkness. Proximity to the fire directly reflected social status. The head of the household and honored guests occupied the warmest, best minus-lit spots. Other family members and servants huddled further away in semi-darkness and chill. The comfortable radius for lingering around the hearth was only to 2-3 meters, leading to constant competition for the best spots in larger houses and a clear seating hierarchy. The household head sat closest to the fire, next to his wife and eldest son, then younger family members, while servants and apprentices made do with residual warmth near the walls. This hearth hierarchy psychology was so ingrained that even guests were seated strictly according to social status. Inviting someone to sit closer to the fire was a sign of special respect, while moving them further away was an insult. Children learned this system from a young age and knew their place in the hearth hierarchy. The fire required constant sacrifices fuel, and obtaining it was arduous, non-stop work. Firewood was a precious resource, with rights to felt wreaths strictly controlled. Every log thrown into the fire had its cost. An open hearth without a chimney filled the room with acrid smoke, which escaped through a hole in the roof or simply seeped through gaps. People lived in constant smoke, which soaked their clothes, walls, and lungs. This was the daily price they paid for precious warmth. Wood gathering was one of the most laborious tasks in medieval farming. A family of 4 or 5 consumed up to 20 cubic meters of firewood in winter, requiring the felling, sawing, and transport of dozens of trees. Rights to fell forests belonged to feudal lords. Commoners could only collect fallen branches or buy firewood at high prices. Fuel quality was crucial. Wet wood produced more smoke than heat. Softwood sparked, while hardwood burned evenly but quickly. Households developed complex strategies, using different types of fuel depending on the time of day and weather conditions. The constant presence of smoke indoors led to chronic or respiratory diseases. Medieval people suffered from coughs, bronchitis, and eye ailments. Smoke permeated everything: clothing, bedding, food. Walls were covered in a thick layer of almost unremovable soot. But smoke wasn't the only danger. Sparks flying from the fire at any moment could ignite wooden structures or thatched roofs. Living near a hearth was literally playing with fire. The psychological significance of fire was immense. It was not only a heat source but also protection that dispelled darkness and the fears it brought. A hearth extinguishing at midnight was the worst nightmare. Fires were a constant threat, especially in houses with wooden structures and thatched roofs. Statistics show that in medieval cities, fires destroyed entire neighborhoods several times per century. Families developed a special safety protocol. Someone had to watch the fire at night. Containers of water, oars, and were placed around the hearth. Embers were carefully covered with ashes before sleep. Music cooking was especially dangerous regarding sparks, as animal fat could suddenly ignite, splattering burning droplets of oil around the room. Women wore long aprons made of thick cloth and learned to extinguish small fires quickly with whatever tools were at hand. In the medieval worldview, fire had mystical properties. It could drive away evil spirits, purify diseases, and connect the world of the living with ancestors. An extinguished hearth meant not only cold and hunger, but also left the family spiritually vulnerable. Therefore, many households kept an eternal flame, never letting it die out completely. Thus, the hearth was not a human servant but a master. It gave life, but in return demanded complete obedience, dictating every step and aspect of daily life. It was a bargain people had to make to survive another winter. This domestic tyrant was the heart of the home. But how did the building itself help preserve this precious heat? What do you think was the biggest drawback of living with an open hearth in the center of the house? What if I told you everything you thought about medieval life was wrong? Concepts of personal space and privacy were alien to the vast majority of people of that era. The dwellings from peasant huts to manor houses were based on a single great hall where everyone lived together. Imagine a modern loft studio where a multi-generational family, including grandparents, parents, children, and even servants, all lived in the same space without partitions. Medieval houses operated on this principle. But this wasn't due to trendy architectural trends. It was a harsh survival necessity. If you lived in that era, you'd understand that privacy was a luxury only the wealthiest could afford, and even they often sacrificed it for warmth and safety. This single-space principle was dictated not by poverty, but by grim survival necessity. Multiple rooms couldn't be heated with a single heat source. Gathering everyone in one large room was simpler and more efficient. All family members ate, worked, socialized, and slept in this hall. The master might curtain off a corner with a screen or drape, but this was only an illusion of privacy. Sounds and smells were shared. The physical laws of heat distribution from a central hearth were merciless. Every additional wall or partition created cold zones where precious warmth couldn't reach. The engineers of the time intuitively understood heat transfer principles, designing houses as unified heating systems where every element worked to maximize the preservation and distribution of heat from a single source. The social structure of the medieval house reflected its physical layout. Family hierarchy wasn't expressed in separate rooms, but in sleeping positions relative to the hearth. The household head slept closest to the fire, the wife beside him, children a little further away, and servants and laborers contented themselves with the coldest corners near the walls. This layout turned the house into a kind of human beehive. People warmed the space not only with fire but also with their body heat. On cold nights, this collective heat was a significant survival factor. The walls of such halls were often built using wattle and stop techniques, constructed from available materials. Wooden beams formed the building's skeleton, and the spaces between were filled with anything readily available underfoot. The human body emits about 100 watts of thermal energy when 10-15 people gathered in one room. It provided an extra kilowatt of heating. This bio-heating system was especially important at night when the hearth fire was banked for safety. People slept in groups, sharing blankets, using each other's body heat to maintain a comfortable temperature. The collective sleeping system was so effective that even wealthy families often preferred to sleep in one large bed rather than separately in cold bedrooms. This explains the dimensions of some medieval beds, which sometimes accommodated 6 to 8 people simultaneously. This filler was called wattle and dod or cob, a mixture of clay, sand, straw, and sometimes dung. It was cheap, accessible, and as we will see, possessed astonishing properties. This simple mixture was the primary barrier against the cold. There were usually no internal partition walls. Any walls would interfere with the circulation of warm air from the hearth. The space had to be unified and open. The technique for making wattle and daub was refined over centuries of experimentation, passed down through generations. The correct proportions of clay, sand, and organic material created a composite material with unique properties: strong, flexible, insulating, and breathable. Adding dung was an accidental. It contained fibers that strengthened the mixture and enzymes that promoted proper drying of the material. The process of building walls required the participation of the entire community. Men prepared materials and directed the frame, while women and children mixed the daub and applied it to the walls. It was a social ritual that united people around the common goal of creating a warm home. This lifestyle blurred the lines between the individual and the public. Everyone was under constant observation, every moment of life spent in front of others. This formed a completely different mindset based on collectivism. The Great Hall wasn't just an architectural solution, but a social model. It united people against a common enemy, the cold. In this struggle, unity was key to survival. The psychology of communal housing created special forms of social control and mutual aid. The inability to hide from others meant any antisocial behavior was immediately known. On the other hand, this ensured constant care for the weak and sick. In such a tight, knit community, no one was left to their fate. The lack of privacy was compensated for by a developed system of non-verbal communication and social rituals that allowed people to coexist in confined spaces. Medieval people developed a special skill of selective attention and knowing how to ignore what they shouldn't see or hear. But how exactly did these walls of earth and straw work? Are you ready for a shocking fact that these primitive materials were more effective than stone? The next chapter will reveal the secret of the breathing walls. We are accustomed to viewing medieval wattle and stop walls as a primitive and unreliable technology, but, in reality, it was a complex and ingenious balanced system that solved several problems simultaneously. Imagine a modern high-tech house with climate control, underfloor heating, and multi-layer insulation. Medieval wattle and stop walls achieved all of this at once, using only natural materials and centuries of builders' experience. If modern architects tried to recreate all the functions of a medieval wall with modern technology, they would need systems costing tens of thousands of dollars and running on electricity 24/7. The main component of these walls was straw or reeds. This material not only reinforced the clay, making it stronger, but also created countless tiny air pockets within the wall. It was this trapped air that was the primary insulator. It works on the same principle as modern mineral wool or polystyrene foam. The medieval builders intuitively used one of the most effective insulators still air. The microstructure of a wattle and stop wall was surprisingly complex for such a simple material. Each straw stalk created not one but multiple air pockets of different sizes, from large cavities between stems to the tiniest pores within the plant tissue itself. This multi-level insulation system provided thermal conductivity comparable to modern insulating materials. The choice of straw or reed type was crucial. Experienced builders knew rice straw was better than wheat because its stems were more hollow inside. Reeds were valued even more for their tubular structure, which created ideal channels. The length of the straw was also important, to short couldn't form a strong enough reinforcement. Too long was difficult to distribute evenly in the mixture. But this was only half the secret. The mixture of clay and organic material was highly hygroscopic. This meant the walls could absorb excess moisture from the indoor air. This property allowed for the regulation of humidity inside the house. When the air became too dry, the walls released moisture back into the air. Thus, it functioned as a primitive but effective climate control system. The humidity control mechanism was based on the capillary properties of clay and the porous structure of the organic material. The walls could absorb up to 30% of their own weight in moisture without losing their insulating properties. This process was gradual. The walls reacted to humidity changes over several hours, creating a stable microclimate in the room. The optimal human humidity is 40% minus 60%, and wattle and stop walls automatically maintained this level. When humidity was higher than normally, during cooking or washing, the walls absorbed excess. When the air dried out due to the hearth's work, the walls released accumulated moisture. These breathing walls prevented dampness and mold, the true scourge of stone castles. The air in wattle and stop houses was much healthier. In contrast, stone walls condensed moisture, creating a cold, damp atmosphere. The outer layer of the walls was usually coated with lime plaster. Lime is a natural antiseptic that protected the walls from pests. Additionally, the white color reflected sunlight in summer, preventing the house from overheating. The contrast with stone buildings was striking. Stone castles constantly battled condensation forming on cold walls, moisture running down the stones, forming puddles on the floor, and promoting mold and moss growth. The air in stone rooms was often unstable and unhealthy, leading to respiratory diseases among inhabitants. Lime plaster wasn't just a decorative coating, but an important functional element of the system. Lime has bactericidal and fungicidal properties, destroying pathogenic microorganisms on the wall surface. Furthermore, it formed an additional protective layer against wind and rain, extending the life of the wattle and daub. The thickness of the walls was also crucial. They were massive, sometimes up to half a meter thick. This mass had high thermal inertia. During the day, the walls slowly accumulated heat from the hearth fire and sunlight. At night, they slowly released that heat back into the room. This smoothed out daily temperature fluctuations, unsaved fuel. The principle of thermal inertia was key to medieval heating technology. A half-meter minus thick wattle minus and minus daub wall weighed several tons per linear meter and had enormous heat capacity. Once heated during the day, it became a huge thermal battery, slowly releasing stored energy throughout the night. This effect was particularly noticeable in winter, when the temperature difference between day and night was greatest. In a house with thin walls, temperature swings within a day could reach -15 degrees Celsius. In a house with thick wattle minus and minus daub walls, this fluctuation didn't exceed 35 degrees Celsius, creating much more comfortable living conditions. Utilizing thermal inertia could lead to significant fuel savings up to 30–40% compared to houses with thin walls. This meant families could prepare less firewood for winter or use the saved fuel for other needs. Therefore, wattle minus and minus daub walls weren't just a protective structure. They were a multifunctional system providing insulation, humidity control, and heat storage. It was a simple, cheap, and incredibly effective technology perfectly adapted to its task. What if I showed you a time machine to a world where windows were a luxury? A modern person cannot imagine a house without spacious, bright windows. But in the Middle Ages, every opening in a wall was an enemy through which precious heat escaped. Therefore, windows were made as small as possible and placed as high as possible. Their small size minimized heat loss. Their high placement allowed incoming cold air to mix with the warm air near the ceiling without creating drafts at floor level. Glass was an extremely expensive and rare material, available only to churches and palaces. In ordinary houses, window openings were covered with wooden shutters. At night and in bad weather, the shutters were closed tight, and the house plunged into darkness. To let in some light while blocking the wind, cheaper substitutes for glass were used. Openings might be covered with oiled cloth or parchment sometimes. Thin scraped horn plates were used. These materials were translucent but not transparent, letting in dim, diffused light but making it impossible to see what was happening outside. The world outside. The window was a blur. Doors were another source of drafts. To combat this, wealthier families hung heavy woolen or tapestry curtains over doors. They created an extra barrier against cold air. These tapestries weren't just decoration, they were functional elements of insulation. They covered cold stone walls, creating an air gap that reduced heat loss. The wealthier the house, the more layers of fabric adorned the walls. Entrances to houses were often arranged through vestibules or porches, which created a buffer zone preventing cold street air from directly entering the living space. The principle of double doors is still used in architecture today. The floor was another source of cold. For insulation, floors were covered with a thick layer of straw or reeds. In winter, this layer could be quite substantial, turning into an indoor carpet. This constant battle against drafts turned the house into a kind of sealed fortress. But after sealing all the cracks, they faced another problem: cold from below. How did they solve this? Why were their floors made of earth? Music. We are used to seeing earthen floors as a sign of extreme poverty. However, in the context of a medieval house, this was a deliberate engineering solution. A floor made of compacted clay had important thermal properties. The soil beneath the house maintained a relatively stable temperature year-round. In winter, it was significantly warmer than the outside air. An earthen floor could utilize this geothermal warmth to help heat the room. In contrast, a stone floor would act as a thermal bridge, sucking heat from the house and quickly cooling to the outdoor air temperature. Therefore, stone was rarely used for floors in living areas. The earthen floor was covered with a layer of insulating material, most often straw, reeds, or dry leaves. This covering not only insulated but also absorbed moisture and dirt. This vegetative carpet was regularly renewed by simply adding a new layer on top. The lower layers rotted over time, generating additional warmth. It was a simple but effective insulation system. If the floor was the first line of defense against cold from below, the roof was the last, keeping the heat inside. In this regard, medieval builders also used a clever solution. The vast majority of roofs were thatched. A thick layer of straw or reeds laid on a wooden frame was an excellent thermal insulator. The air trapped between millions of dry stalks formed a powerful barrier to heat loss. Such a roof kept heat in much better than tiled or slate roofs. The steep pitch of the roof was also not accidental. It allowed rain and snow to slide off quickly, preventing moisture from penetrating the thatch. Dry thatch is a good insulator, wet thatch is not. The main disadvantage of such roofs was flammability. A single spark from the hearth could destroy the entire house in minutes. It was a constant, deadly threat that had to be accepted. Thus, the floor and roof were key elements of the heat preservation system. They were made from the simplest, most accessible materials, but their effectiveness was the result of centuries of survival experience. Want to know a secret that will change your view of medieval bedrooms? Looking at great halls and castles, we imagine life filled with space. But, in reality, when it came to sleep and rest, medieval people sought the smallest, most enclosed spaces possible. This desire was driven by the same logic of heat preservation. Heating a large bedroom was almost impossible. It was much easier to create a localized warm zone within a large room. Hint: the bed alcove or recess, a small recess in the wall where the sleeping area was arranged. 3 walls and a ceiling already created a space sheltered from drafts. An even more effective solution was the cupboard bed or box minus bed, a completely enclosed wooden structure with a door or heavy curtain. At night, a person climbed into it as if into a small room. Body heat quickly warmed the small volume of air inside the bed. Essentially, a person slept in an individually heated microclimate. This allowed survival even in unheated rooms. Even in wealthy families, ordinary beds always had a canopy. The heavy curtains surrounding the bed served the same function, blocking drafts and retaining heat, creating a cozy cuckoo. This preference for small spaces was also reflected in the layout. Large houses and castles often used wooden partitions and screens, which allowed dividing vast halls into several smaller, easier minus to minus heat zones. Rooms were arranged vertically. Bedrooms were often located above the kitchen or hall. Heat rising from below warmed the floor, making upper rooms more comfortable. This nesting doll strategy, creating small warm zones within large cold spaces, was key to survival. It allowed concentrating precious heat where it was most needed. It was architecture based on common sense. People created warm cocoons out of wooden fabric. But that wasn't enough. How did they turn themselves into walking thermoses? The next chapter will talk about clothing, which was as much a part of the home as the walls or roof. Music. The Middle Ages, the line between clothing and shelter was blurred. When walls couldn't provide enough warmth, clothing became the last line of defense. It was personal, wearable architecture that one never fully took off. Imagine a situation where your house is so cold you must wear winter clothes even in bed. Medieval people lived in such conditions constantly. Their clothing functioned as a personal life minus support system that had to compensate for inadequate home heating. If you entered a medieval house in winter wearing modern lightweight clothing, you'd quickly realize that every layer of fabric wasn't a luxury but a necessity for survival in conditions where indoor temperatures could drop to freezing. The concept of clothing as mobile architecture was revolutionary for its time. While buildings remained static and not always effective against the cold, clothing allowed people to create a microclimate around themselves that they could control and adapt to changing conditions. It was history's first personal climate control system. Wool was the primary material for clothing. It was the ideal material for cold climates. Wool fibers have a hollow structure that traps air, creating an insulating layer. Moreover, wool can absorb moisture while feeling dry to the touch. It retains its insulating properties even when damp. No other natural material possesses this combination of qualities. Wool fibers have a unique molecular structure that makes them ideal for thermogramation. Each fiber is covered with tiny scales that create additional air pockets. Furthermore, wool contains natural lanolin, a waxy substance that repels water, yet allows the material to breathe. Medieval craftsmen learned to process wool in ways that maximized its natural properties. The felting process created dense fabrics where fibers interlocked, forming an almost windproof barrier while the material remained flexible and retained its ability to absorb and wick moisture. The principle of layering was known and widely used. A linen shirt was worn next to the skin to absorb sweat, over which one or more woolen tunics were worn, with a heavy cloak or mantle made of thick cloth as outerwear. The hood was an integral part of outerwear. It not only protected the head from cold, but also the neck and shoulders areas where significant heat loss occurs. The layered clothing system had a scientific basis, even if medieval people didn't understand the laws of thermodynamics. Each layer had a specific function. The linen shirt wicks moisture away from the skin and prevents chafing. Woolen outer layers create insulating air pockets. The outer cloak protects against wind and rain. The hood was a particularly important element because up to 40% of body heat can be lost through the head. Medieval hoods were deep and wide, often with a long tail that could be wrapped around the neck. Some hoods had fur linings or trims, further enhancing their insulating properties. People didn't undress when coming home as we do. In cold dwellings, they continued to wear most of their clothes, removing only the outermost layers worn outside. People even slept in their clothes, going to bed in their undergarments and often wearing nightcaps to reduce heat loss during sleep. The concept of home clothes, as we understand it today, simply didn't exist. In the cold season, changing into lighter clothes at home like modern people do would have been tantamount to suicide for a medieval person. The temperature difference between outside and inside was often only a few degrees, so it was logical to keep most of the warm clothing on. The intake wasn't a fashion statement but a key survival item. During sleep, metabolism slows and the body produces less heat. Without head covering, a person could wake up freezing or become seriously ill. Caps were often made of multiple layers of fabric or lined with fur. Of course, the material and quality of clothing depended heavily on social status. Peasants wore coarse, undyed woolen cloth. The ability could afford fine woolens, furs, and silk linings, but the principle remained the same: as many layers as possible, using the warmest materials available. Clothing was less a means of self-expression and more a vital tool. It was the last, most reliable refuge from the cold. Caring for woolen clothing was a complex and laborious process. Wool couldn't be washed frequently, as it would felt and lose its properties. Instead, garments were regularly aired, brushed, and treated with herbs to protect against moths and parasites. Wealthy households had servants specifically tasked with caring for clothing. Winter didn't just change medieval architecture, it completely altered people's life rhythms. All daily life was compressed and concentrated around the single source of heat and light, the hearth. It was a time of slowing down and waiting. Daylight hours were short, and artificial lighting was expensive and dim. Torches and tallow candles provided limited light and produced a lot of soot. Therefore, most work was finished before dark. Winter nights were long and dark. Families gathered around the hearth, doing monotonous work that didn't require good light. Men repaired harnesses and tools. Women spun thread or mended clothes. It was a time for oral stories, legends, and songs. In the absence of other entertainment, storytelling was the main way to pass time. The hearth became not only a center of warmth, but also of culture. Diet changed too. Fresh vegetables and fruits disappeared, replaced on the table by pickled goods, smoked meats, dried meats, and grains, foods that could be stored. Food became fattier and higher in calories. This was to provide the body with enough energy to fight the cold. Porridge was not just food but also a source of internal warmth. Outdoor physical activity was reduced to a minimum. Any venture into the cold was risky and required serious preparation. People tried not to leave shelter without good reason. Work that could be done indoors became as valuable as gold. Winter was the season for crafts that didn't require much space, like weaving and mending. The life of entire families and communities synchronized with natural cycles. Winter was a period of hibernation, a time to gather strength for spring renewal. It was a time people simply had to endure to survive. The house was not just a dwelling, but an ark sailing through the icy sea of winter. Every element of it, every aspect of life was subordinated to one goal: to live until spring. Although cold was a common enemy for everyone, the means to resist it differed drastically depending on social status. The winter of a peasant and the winter of a feudal lord were two different worlds. The difference lay in access to main resources, fuel, and space. A peasant family lived in a small house, often built on the longhouse principle, people in one part, livestock in another, separated only by a thin partition. The heat emitted by livestock was an important additional heat source. Fuel was a constant problem for peasants. Forests belonged to the lord, only fallen trees could be collected. To heat their houses and cook, they had to use anything that would burn, including peat and dried dung. The dwellings of feudal lords, whether manors or castles, were much larger, but their vast size was more of a disadvantage. Huge stone halls were almost impossible to heat. Fireplaces, a more refined device than open hearths, began to appear in castles. Fireplaces with chimneys could remove smoke, but much of the heat escaped with the smoke. These fireplaces were extremely inefficient. Castle walls were made of stone, making them cold and damp. For warmth, walls were hung with expensive tapestries, and floors were covered with carpets brought from the east. Feudal lords had an inexhaustible supply of firewood from their own forests. Huge logs could burn in fireplaces for days, but even such a firestorm often couldn't overcome the coldest stone in vast halls. Clothing also reflected this gap. Peasants wore coarse woolen clothes and soft-soled shoes stuffed with straw. Feudal lords and their families wrapped themselves in furs, velvets, and fine woolens. Even food differed. Peasants ate simple porridge and bread, while the lord's table was laden with fatty meats and warming wines. Although both poor and rich suffered from the cold, their ability to resist it was incomparable. For some, winter was a battle for survival. For others, it was a time of discomfort that could be alleviated with money. Medieval houses weren't static structures. They evolved slowly but continuously. The main driver of this evolution was the human relentless pursuit of comfort. Two inventions played key roles in this transformation. The first and most important invention was the chimney. Moving the hearth from the center of the room to the wall and enclosing it in a fireplace with a flue was a true revolution. It effectively removed smoke from the room. A smoke-free house became much more livable. This allowed for the construction of two-story houses, as smoke no longer hindered the use of upper spaces. Architecture began to develop vertically. The second key change was the popularization of glass. Initially expensive, glass became more accessible over time. Glass windows allowed light into the house without letting in the cold. Houses became brighter and visually more spacious. No longer did one have to live in semi-darkness or rely on dim candlelight. This changed not only people's daily lives but also their psychology. Rooms with specific functions began to appear: bedrooms, living rooms, studies, replacing the single great hall. Concepts of personal space and privacy began to penetrate people's lives. Heating systems also evolved. The first tiled stoves appeared, which retained heat for a long time, were much more efficient than open fireplaces, and became the centerpiece of new, more comfortable interior spaces. Wall materials changed too. Brick gradually replaced wattle and daub and wood. Brick walls were stronger and more durable. This evolution was slow and uneven. Few technologies first appeared in the homes of wealthy burghers and nobles. In the countryside, all traditions persisted for centuries. Nonetheless, the general direction was set. The house ceased to be merely a machine for survival and began transforming into what we understand today: a space for comfortable and private living. Have you ever shivered uncontrollably under 3 blankets on a night of -20 degrees Celsius? When the heating suddenly fails, that chill cuts to the bone. Now, imagine this wasn't a temporary malfunction, but your everyday reality every winter without the down comforters, electric heaters, or even genuinely warm modern clothing we take for granted. What does it feel like to wake up daily in an ice cellar? You must understand that frostbite wasn't a horror story from the news, but a real threat of losing fingers, limbs, or even life itself. When their houses were little more than rafty straw ends, how did medieval peasants survive in this frigid hell? We are accustomed to comfort, with hot water and cozy warmth readily available. But I tell you, despite your smartphones and smart homes, if civilization truly collapsed, you might be more helpless than any humble medieval peasant you envision, because they know exactly how to survive. Are you ready to learn about our ancestors' shocking, sometimes even disgusting, yet incredibly ingenious ways of resisting the cold? Ready to dive into a world where survival depended on desperate cunning, less minus than minus dignified tricks, and astonishing endurance? After watching this video, you will understand the cost of every degree of warmth and realize that their very lives were a feat of survival. Historical context: why did they struggle so much? First, we must understand the hell mode they lived in. Climate: the Little Ice Age. The late Middle Ages we're discussing coincided with the onset of the Little Ice Age. The European climate became significantly colder, with long, harsh winters, perennially frozen rivers, and extended snowfall. Severe cold wasn't the exception, it was the norm. Monopolized resources: forests, game, and even most land belonged to the lords. Peasants had no right to casually cut trees for warmth. Every piece of firewood might need to be purchased or earned through labor, a precious luxury. Absolute poverty: peasants, serfs, civilians were at the bottom of society, with most of their produce taken by lords and the church. Their resources were extremely scarce. Every scrap of cloth, every bundle of straw had to be used to its utmost. Limitations of knowledge: there was no modern physics or material science. Their wisdom came from trial and error, experience passed down through generations, and the most direct interaction with the natural environment. It was precisely in this desperate situation that they developed an astonishing, all-encompassing survival system. Hitler won the Human Fortress, a wearable shelter. Beyond passively insulating their homes, peasants turned clothing itself into a portable, 24/7 heating system. They wore multiple layers of rough, undyed woolen garments, unused and animal hides. These materials, due to their dense yet porous structure, were ideal thermal insulators. Woolen tunics, cloaks, trousers, hats, leg wraps. These garments created multiple air layers between the body and the cold air. The still air trapped between the fabric fibers was a perfect insulating layer, significantly slowing body heat loss. The key was the 24-hour layering system. Many peasants slept in their daytime clothes, merely adding extra hides or heavy woolen blankets. This drastically reduced the temperature differential between body heat and the environment, minimizing heat loss during sleep. Children often slept huddled with parents or siblings, using each other's body heat for warmth. Every piece of cloth, every hide that entered the home was accounted for and used with maximum efficiency. Beyond woolen hides, sacks filled with straw or hay were used as internal insulation, serving as pillows, blankets, or even mattresses. In the most desperate times, dry leaves or moss might be stuffed into clothing as temporary padding. This wearable heating system was crucial. It compensated for inadequate home heating, allowing people to remain active and avoid frostbite even in persistently cold, damp conditions. As for hygiene, medieval hygiene was utterly different from today's. Clothing, especially outerwear and woolens, was rarely if ever washed. Reasons included a lack of running water, scarce soap, and the complexity of the washing process itself. Woolen garments became extremely heavy, difficult to dry, and prone to distortion when soaked. Instead, people would beat, air out, or clean clothes with brushes or scrapers. The accumulated layer of dirt and grease on clothing actually provided an additional insulating function, albeit at the cost of comfort and sanitation. The odor we would find intolerable today was the norm then, a harsh reality where survival trumped comfort. Pillar to architectural ingenuity, trapping heat in a tiny space. Their houses were not randomly built shelters but carefully designed heat traps. One compact and low. Most cottages were extremely compact, usually just one room serving as bedroom, kitchen, dining room, and living room. This was not accidental but an engineering choice. The smaller the space, the easier to heat. Low ceilings, rarely over 2 meters, forced warm air to remain at human height instead of rising uselessly high. This maximized the heat from every bit of fuel. 2. Minimizing leaks. Windows were reduced to an absolute minimum, often just one small opening or none at all, because windows were major heat leaks. Without glass, they were covered with wooden shutters, oiled cloth, or stretched hides, but these were minimally effective. Darkness and stuffins were the necessary price paid for warmth. 3 breathing walls and earth-sheltering walls were often made of a wattle framework daubed with a mixture of clay, sand, and dung, wattle and daub. The cavities within might be stuffed with rotting straw, dry leaves, and moss-free materials, creating primitive cavity wall insulation. In hilly areas, houses were often partially or fully built into hillsides, earth sheltering. Soil is a massive thermal mass, providing natural insulation, a rudimentary use of geothermal wisdom. For entrance wisdom, doorways warm, age or draft sources. Besides heavy wooden doors, they built small wooden or woven wind bricks, primitive porches to create a buffer zone. Or, heavy hides or felt curtains were hung inside the door as another air barrier. 5 glimmers of technology, primitive underflower. Heating the hearth revolution. Primitive hypo-coldest and very rare, slightly wealthier farmsteads. An astonishing technology appeared, primitive underflower heating systems. They dug shallow trenches or channels beneath stone floors, connected to the main hearth or a nearby small stove. Hot smoke flowed through these channels, heating the stone slabs above, turning the entire floor into a warm radiator. Though rare, it demonstrated their strong desire to improve life and their engineering intuition. The triumph of the stove raised above the open hearth was the large masonry stove built of brick and clay. It acted like a giant thermal battery, releasing heat for hours after burning, greatly saving fuel. It served multiple functions: heating, cooking, especially baking bread, drying food and clothes, and even treating ailments. It was the multifunctional heart of the household, even giving rise to the folklore of sleeping on the warm stove. Pillar 3: desperate fuel innovations, burning anything that would burn. When wood was monopolized by lords or scarce, peasant creativity, or rather desperation, reached its peak. Peat dug from bogs and dried, it was an important alternative fuel that burned slowly and provided steady heat, though with considerable smoke. Dung cakes. This is perhaps the invention most challenging to the modern sensibility. They mixed livestock dung with straw, formed it into bricks, and dried them. These fuel bricks burned cleanly and lasted a long time, a life-saving resource in treeless regions. This is no joke, but a genius solution born of harsh survival logic. Pillar for social survival: the community of heat. Finally, survival was a collective activity. Humans and livestock cohabited in the classic longhouse design. People and livestock, cattle, sheep, lived under the same roof in separate areas. The body heat emitted by the animals was a precious additional heat source for the living quarters. Collective sleeping: not just families, but sometimes multiple households or laborers would sleep packed together, sharing body heat, forming a human heating network. Portable heat sources: clay pots or metal containers filled with hot embers could be placed in beds or at one's feet, serving as localized, movable hot water bottles. Conclusion: we see the astonishing ingenuity and resilience medieval English peasants displayed to endure harsh winters. From wearable straw stuffed clothing to burning dung cakes, from whole families sleeping huddled to primitive underflower heating, each method is proof of their desperate cunning and indomitable will to survive. Their home was not just a shelf for shelter from wind and rain, but a complex of primitive engineering system, reflecting a deep intuition for natural principles and the ultimate implementation of the iron law of survival: waste not, want not. These people, who seemed to us stripped of all civilized conveniences, were in fact true masters of survival. Their knowledge and adaptability allowed them to traverse centuries of hunger and deprivation. Without these techniques, medieval people wouldn't survive even a month. How did they withstand the cold? The Middle Ages, we imagine, is an era of grand castles and cold, high walls. We think of the people then as tough, accustomed to hardship, almost numb to the perpetual chill. But what if I told you that every element of their homes, from floor to roof, was part of a clever, meticulous system designed for survival in a frozen hell? They were not just shelters, but heat-preserving machines, built with a deep understanding of physical laws and the properties of natural materials. Behind the seemingly simple appearance were technologies honed over centuries of trial and error, where every detail was crucial. It was a daily desperate struggle for every degree of warmth, and architecture was their primary weapon. This is not a story about kings' castles, but about simple houses built to defy the cold. After watching this video, you will understand how ordinary dirt beneath your feet became a high-ek insulating material and why thatched roofs were more effective than stone vaults. Music, I will reveal the most closely guarded secret of the medieval household. You're used to seeing fireplaces as symbols of coziness, but in the Middle Ages, there was a merciless iron around which all life revolved. It wasn't just a stove, it was the center of the universe, dictating construction, daily life, and even social relations. Imagine if the only source of heat, light, and cooking in a modern home was a gas stove in the middle of the living room, without a range hood constantly threatening to explode. The medieval hearth created a similar situation. It was absolutely necessary for survival, and it also imposed the harshest living conditions. If you lived in a medieval house, you quickly realized that you didn't control the fire controlled you, dictating every aspect of your daily routine. Houses weren't built first and then a hearth placed inside. It literally grew around the fire. The hearth's location determined where walls went, where people slept, and how the entire interior space was organized. It was the alpha and omega of any building, the primary and most critical element. The layout of a medieval house began with choosing a spot for the hearth, everything else adjusted around the central point. Builders considered wind direction to prevent smoke from blowing back into the room, proximity to fuel and water, and the possibility of creating airflow for smoke to escape. Walls were built to preserve the hearth's heat as much as possible. Wild doors and windows were positioned to balance, maintaining the fire and ventilation needs. The floor structure also depended on the hearth. A stone or clay platform was built around it to protect the wooden floor from sparks and embers. The ceiling above the hearth was reinforced with special beams to withstand high temperatures and possible ignition. Even sleeping arrangements were calculated based on the radiant heat from the central fire. All daytime activities were confined to the small patch of light and warmth provided by the hearth. Here, people cooked, repaired tools, and spent long winter nights. Moving away from the hearth meant plunging into cold and darkness. Proximity to the fire directly reflected social status. The head of the household and honored guests occupied the warmest, best lit spots. Other family members and servants huddled further away in semi-darkness and chill. The comfortable radius for lingering around the hearth was only to 2-3 meters, leading to constant competition for the best spots in larger houses and a clear seating hierarchy. The household head sat closest to the fire, next to his wife and eldest son, then younger family members, while servants and apprentices made do with residual warmth near the walls. This hearth hierarchy psychology was so ingrained that even guests were seated strictly according to social status. Invite someone to sit closer to the fire was a sign of special respect, while moving them further away was an insult. Children learned this system from a young age and knew their place in the hearth hierarchy. The fire required constant sacrifices fuel, and obtaining it was arduous, non-stop work. Firewood was a precious resource, with rights to felt strictly controlled. Every log thrown into the fire had its cost. An open hearth without a chimney filled the room with acrid smoke, which escaped through a hole in the roof or simply seeped through gaps. People lived in constant smoke, which soaked their clothes, walls, and lungs. This was the daily price they paid for precious warmth. Wood gathering was one of the most laborious tasks in medieval farming. A family of 4 or 5 consumed up to 20 cubic meters of firewood in winter, requiring the felling, sawing, and transport of dozens of trees. Rights to fell forests belonged to feudal lords. Commoners could only collect fallen branches or buy firewood at high prices. Fuel quality was crucial. Wet wood produced more smoke than heat. Softwood sparked, while hardwood burned evenly but quickly. Households developed complex strategies, using different types of fuel depending on the time of day and weather conditions. The constant presence of smoke indoors led to chronic or respiratory diseases. Medieval people suffered from coughs, bronchitis, and eye ailments. Smoke permeated everything: clothing, bedding, food. Walls were covered in a thick layer of almost unremovable soot. But smoke wasn't the only danger. Sparks flying from the fire at any moment could ignite wooden structures or thatched roofs. Living near a hearth was literally playing with fire. The psychological significance of fire was immense. It was not only a heat source but also protection that dispelled darkness and the fears it brought. A hearth extinguishing at midnight was the worst nightmare. Fires were a constant threat, especially in houses with wooden structures and thatched roofs. Statistics show that in medieval cities, fires destroyed entire neighborhoods several times per century. Families developed a special safety protocol. Someone had to watch the fire at night. Containers of water and were placed around the hearth. Embers were carefully covered with ashes before sleep. Music cooking was especially dangerous regarding sparks, as animal fat could suddenly ignite, splattering burning droplets of oil around the room. Women wore long aprons made of thick cloth and learned to extinguish small fires quickly with whatever tools were at hand. In the medieval worldview, fire had mystical properties. It could drive away evil spirits, purify diseases, and connect the world of the living with ancestors. An extinguished hearth meant not only cold and hunger, but also left the family spiritually vulnerable. Therefore, many households kept an eternal flame, never letting it die out completely. Thus, the hearth was not a human servant but a master. It gave life, but in return demanded complete obedience, dictating every step and aspect of daily life. It was a bargain people had to make to survive another winter. This domestic tyrant was the heart of the home. But how did the building itself help preserve this precious heat? What do you think was the biggest drawback of living with an open hearth in the center of the house? What if I told you everything you thought about medieval life was wrong? Concepts of personal space and privacy were alien to the vast majority of people of that era. The dwellings from peasant huts to manor houses were based on a single great hall where everyone lived together. Imagine a modern loft studio where a multi-generational family, including grandparents, parents, children, and even servants, all lived in the same space without partitions. Medieval houses operated on this principle, but this wasn't due to trendy architectural trends. It was a harsh survival necessity. If you lived in that era, you'd understand that privacy was a luxury only the wealthiest could afford, and even they often sacrificed it for warmth and safety. This single space principle was dictated not by poverty, but by grim survival necessity. Multiple rooms couldn't be heated with a single heat source. Gathering everyone in one large room was simpler and more efficient. All family members ate, worked, socialized, and slept in this hall. The master might curtain off a corner with a screen or drape, but this was only an illusion of privacy. Sounds and smells were shared. The physical laws of heat distribution from a central hearth were merciless. Every additional wall or partition created cold zones where precious warmth couldn't reach. The engineers of the time intuitively understood heat transfer principles, designing houses as unified heating systems where every element worked to maximize the preservation and distribution of heat from a single source. The social structure of the medieval house reflected its physical layout. Family hierarchy wasn't expressed in separate rooms, but in sleeping positions relative to the hearth. The household head slept closest to the fire, the wife beside him, children a little further away, and servants and laborers contented themselves with the coldest corners near the walls. This layout turned the house into a kind of human beehive. People warmed the space not only with fire but also with their body heat. On cold nights, this collective heat was a significant survival factor. The walls of such halls were often built using wattle and stub techniques, constructed from available materials. Wooden beams formed the building's skeleton, and the spaces between were filled with anything readily available underfoot. The human body emits about 100 watts of thermal energy when 10-15 people gathered in one room. It provided an extra kilowatt of heating. This bio-heating system was especially important at night when the hearth fire was banked for safety. People slept in groups, sharing blankets, using each other's body heat to maintain a comfortable temperature. The collective sleeping system was so effective that even wealthy families often preferred to sleep in one large bed rather than separately in cold bedrooms. This explains the dimensions of some medieval beds, which sometimes accommodated 6 to 8 people simultaneously. This filler was called wattle and dod or cob, a mixture of clay, sand, straw, and sometimes dung. It was cheap, accessible, and as we will see, possessed astonishing properties. This simple mixture was the primary barrier against the cold. There were usually no internal partition walls. Any walls would interfere with the circulation of warm air from the hearth. The space had to be unified and open. The technique for making wattle and daub was refined over centuries of experimentation, passed down through generations. The correct proportions of clay, sand, and organic material created a composite material with unique properties: strong, flexible, insulating, and breathable. Adding dung was an accidental. It contained fibers that strengthened the mixture and enzymes that promoted proper drying of the material. The process of building walls required the participation of the entire community. Men prepared materials and directed the frame, while women and children mixed the daub and applied it to the walls. It was a social ritual that united people around the common goal of creating a warm home. This lifestyle blurred the lines between the individual and the public. Everyone was under constant observation, every moment of life spent in front of others. This formed a completely different mindset based on collectivism. The Great Hall wasn't just an architectural solution, but a social model. It united people against a common enemy, the cold. In this struggle, unity was key to survival. The psychology of communal housing created special forms of social control and mutual aid. The inability to hide from others meant any antisocial behavior was immediately known. On the other hand, this ensured constant care for the weak and sick. In such a tight, knit community, no one was left to their fate. The lack of privacy was compensated for by a developed system of non-verbal communication and social rituals that allowed people to coexist in confined spaces. Medieval people developed a special skill of selective attention and knowing how to ignore what they shouldn't see or hear. But how exactly did these walls of earth and straw work? Are you ready for a shocking fact that these primitive materials were more effective than stone? The next chapter will reveal the secret of the breathing walls. We are accustomed to viewing medieval wattle and daub walls as a primitive and unreliable technology, but, in reality, it was a complex and ingenious balanced system that solved several problems simultaneously. Imagine a modern high-tech house with climate control, underfloor heating, and multi-layer insulation. Medieval wattle and daub walls achieved all of this at once, using only natural materials and centuries of builders' experience. If modern architects tried to recreate all the functions of a medieval wall with modern technology, they would need systems costing tens of thousands of dollars and running on electricity 24/7. The main component of these walls was straw or reeds. This material not only reinforced the clay, making it stronger, but also created countless tiny air pockets within the wall. It was this trapped air that was the primary insulator. It works on the same principle as modern mineral wool or polystyrene foam. Medieval builders intuitively used one of the most effective insulators: still air. The microstructure of a wattle and daub wall was surprisingly complex for such a simple material. Each straw stalk created not one but multiple air pockets of different sizes, from large cavities between stems to the tiniest pores within the plant tissue itself. This multi-level insulation system provided thermal conductivity comparable to modern insulating materials. The choice of straw or reed type was crucial. Experienced builders knew rye straw was better than wheat because its stems were or hollow inside. Reeds were valued even more for their tubular structure, which created ideal channels. The length of the straw was also important. Too short couldn't form a strong enough reinforcement. Too long was difficult to distribute evenly in the mixture. But this was only half the secret. The mixture of clay and organic material was highly hygroscopic. This meant the walls could absorb excess moisture from the indoor air. This property allowed for the regulation of humidity inside the house. When the air became too dry, the walls released moisture back into the air. Thus, it functioned as a primitive but effective climate control system. The humidity control mechanism was based on the capillary properties of clay and the porous structure of the organic material. The walls could absorb up to 30% of their own weight in moisture without losing their insulating properties. This process was gradual. The walls reacted to humidity changes over several hours, creating a stable microclimate in the room. The optimal human humidity is 40% minus 60%, and wattle minus and minus daub walls automatically maintained this level. When humidity was higher than normally, during cooking or washing, the walls absorbed excess when the air dried out due to the hearth's work. The walls released accumulated moisture. These breathing walls prevented dampness and mold, the true scourge of stone castles. The air in wattle minus and minus daub houses was much healthier. In contrast, stone walls condensed moisture, creating a cold, damp atmosphere. The outer layer of the walls was usually coated with lime plaster. Lime is a natural antiseptic that protected the walls from pests. Additionally, the white color reflected sunlight in summer, preventing the house from overheating. The contrast with stone buildings was striking. Stone castles constantly battled condensation forming on cold walls, moisture running down the stones, forming puddles on the floor, and promoting mold and moss growth. The air in stone rooms was oft unstale and unhealthy, leading to respiratory diseases among inhabitants. Lime plaster wasn't just a decorative coating, but an important functional element of the system. Lime has bactericidal and fungicidal properties, destroying pathogenic microorganisms on the wall surface. Furthermore, it formed an additional protective layer against wind and rain, extending the life of the wattle and daub. The thickness of the walls was also crucial. They were massive, sometimes up to half a meter thick. This mass had high thermal inertia. During the day, the walls slowly accumulated heat from the hearth fire and sunlight. At night, they slowly released that heat back into the room. This smoothed out daily temperature fluctuations, unsaved fuel. The principle of thermal inertia was key to medieval heating technology. A half-meter minus thick wattle minus and minus daub wall weighed several tons per linear meter and had enormous heat capacity. Once heated during the day, it became a huge thermal battery, slowly releasing stored energy throughout the night. This effect was particularly noticeable in winter, when the temperature difference between day and night was greatest. In a house with thin walls, temperature swings within a day could reach 15 degrees Celsius. In a house with thick wattle minus and minus daub walls, this fluctuation didn't exceed 35 degrees Celsius, creating much more comfortable living conditions. Utilizing thermal inertia could lead to significant fuel savings up to 30–40% compared to houses with thin walls. This meant families could prepare less firewood for winter or use the saved fuel for other needs. Therefore, wattle minus and minus daub walls weren't just a protective structure. They were a multifunctional system providing insulation, humidity control, and heat storage. It was a simple, cheap, and incredibly effective technology perfectly adapted to its task. What if I showed you a time machine to a world where windows were a luxury? A modern person cannot imagine a house without spacious, bright windows. But in the Middle Ages, every opening in a wall was an enemy through which precious heat escaped. Therefore, windows were made as small as possible and placed as high as possible. Their small size minimized heat loss. Their high placement allowed incoming cold air to mix with the warm air near the ceiling without creating drafts at floor level. Glass was an extremely expensive and rare material, available only to churches and palaces. In ordinary houses, window openings were covered with wooden shutters. At night and in bad weather, the shutters were closed tight, and the house plunged into darkness. To let in some light while blocking the wind, cheaper substitutes for glass were used. Openings might be covered with oiled cloth or parchment. Sometimes, thin scraped horn plates were used. These materials were translucent but not transparent, letting in dim, diffused light but making it impossible to see what was happening outside. The world outside. The window was a blur. Doors were another source of drafts. To combat this, wealthier families hung heavy woolen or tapestry curtains over doors. They created an extra barrier against cold air. These tapestries weren't just decoration, they were functional elements of insulation. They covered cold stone walls, creating an air gap that reduced heat loss. The wealthier the house, the more layers of fabric adorned the walls. Entrances to houses were often arranged through vestibules or porches, which created a buffer zone preventing cold street air from directly entering the living space. The principle of double doors is still used in architecture today. The floor was another source of cold. For insulation, Floors were covered with a thick layer of straw or reeds. In winter, this layer could be quite substantial, turning into an indoor carpet. This constant battle against drafts turned the house into a kind of sealed fortress. But after sealing all the cracks, they faced another problem: cold from below. How did they solve this? Why were their floors made of earth? Music. We are used to seeing earthen floors as a sign of extreme poverty. However, in the context of a medieval house, this was a deliberate engineering solution. A floor made of compacted clay had important thermal properties. The soil beneath the house maintained a relatively stable temperature year-round. In winter, it was significantly warmer than the outside air. An earthen floor could utilize this geothermal warmth to help heat the room. In contrast, a stone floor would act as a thermal bridge, sucking heat from the house and quickly cooling to the outdoor air temperature. Therefore, stone was rarely used for floors in living areas. The earthen floor was covered with a layer of insulating material, most often straw, reeds, or dry leaves. This covering not only insulated but also absorbed moisture and dirt. This vegetative carpet was regularly renewed by simply adding a new layer on top. The lower layers rotted over time, generating additional warmth. It was a simple but effective insulation system. If the floor was the first line of defense against cold from below, the roof was the last, keeping the heat inside. In this regard, medieval builders also used a clever solution. The vast majority of roofs were thatched. A thick layer of straw or reeds laid on a wooden frame was an excellent thermal insulator. The air trapped between millions of dry stalks formed a powerful barrier to heat loss. Such a roof kept heat in much better than tiled or slate roofs. The steep pitch of the roof was also not accidental. It allowed rain and snow to slide off quickly, preventing moisture from penetrating the thatch. Dry thatch is a good insulator, wet thatch is not. The main disadvantage of such roofs was flammability. A single spark from the hearth could destroy the entire house in minutes. It was a constant, deadly threat that had to be accepted. Thus, the floor and roof were key elements of the heat preservation system. They were made from the simplest, most accessible materials, but their effectiveness was the result of centuries of survival experience. Want to know a secret that will change your view of medieval bedrooms? Looking at great halls and castles, we imagine life filled with space. But, in reality, when it came to sleep and rest, medieval people sought the smallest, most enclosed spaces possible. This desire was driven by the same logic of heat preservation. Heating a large bedroom was almost impossible. It was much easier to create a localized warm zone within a large room. Hint: the bed alcove or recess, a small recess in the wall where the sleeping area was arranged. 3 walls and a ceiling already created a space sheltered from drafts. An even more effective solution was the cupboard bed or box minus bed, a completely enclosed wooden structure with a door or heavy curtain. At night, a person climbed into it as if into a small room. Body heat quickly warmed the small volume of air inside the bed. Essentially, a person slept in an individually heated microclimate. This allowed survival even in unheated rooms. Even in wealthy families, ordinary beds always had a canopy. The heavy curtains surrounding the bed served the same function, blocking drafts and retaining heat, creating a cozy cuckoo. This preference for small spaces was also reflected in the layout. Large houses and castles often used wooden partitions and screens, which allowed dividing vast halls into several smaller, easier minus-to-minus heat zones. Rooms were arranged vertically. Bedrooms were often located above the kitchen or hall. Heat rising from below warmed the floor, making upper rooms more comfortable. This nesting doll strategy, creating small warm zones within large cold spaces, was key to survival. It allowed concentrating precious heat where it was most needed. It was architecture based on common sense. People created warm cocoons out of wooden fabric. But that wasn't enough. How did they turn themselves into walking thermoses? The next chapter will talk about clothing, which was as much a part of the home as the walls or roof. Music. The Middle Ages, the line between clothing and shelter was blurred. When walls couldn't provide enough warmth, clothing became the last line of defense. It was personal, wearable architecture that one never fully took off. Imagine a situation where your house is so cold you must wear winter clothes even in bed. Medieval people lived in such conditions constantly. Their clothing functioned as a personal life minus support system that had to compensate for inadequate home heating. If you entered a medieval house in winter wearing modern lightweight clothing, you'd quickly realize that every layer of fabric wasn't a luxury but a necessity for survival in conditions where indoor temperatures could drop to freezing. The concept of clothing as mobile architecture was revolutionary for its time. While buildings remained static and not always effective against the cold, clothing allowed people to create a microclimate around themselves that they could control and adapt to changing conditions. It was history's first personal climate control system. Wool was the primary material for clothing. It was the ideal material for cold climates. Wool fibers have a hollow structure that traps air, creating an insulating layer. Moreover, wool can absorb moisture while feeling dry to the touch. It retains its insulating properties even when damp. No other natural material possesses this combination of qualities. Wool fibers have a unique molecular structure that makes them ideal for thermogrammation. Each fiber is covered with tiny scales that create additional air pockets. Furthermore, wool contains natural lanolin, a waxy substance that repels water, yet allows the material to breathe. Medieval craftsmen learned to process wool in ways that maximized its natural properties. The felting process created dense fabrics where fibers interlocked, forming an almost windproof barrier while the material remained flexible and retained its ability to absorb and wick moisture. The principle of layering was known and widely used. A linen shirt was worn next to the skin to absorb sweat, over which one or more woolen tunics were worn, with a heavy cloak or mantle made of thick cloth as outerwear. The hood was an integral part of outerwear. It not only protected the head from cold, but also the neck and shoulders areas where significant heat loss occurs. The layered clothing system had a scientific basis, even if medieval people didn't understand the laws of thermodynamics. Each layer had a specific function. The linen shirt wicks moisture away from the skin and prevents chafing. Woolen outer layers create insulating air pockets. The outer cloak protects against wind and rain. The hood was a particularly important element because up to 40% of body heat can be lost through the head. Medieval hoods were deep and wide, often with a long tail that could be wrapped around the neck. Some hoods had fur linings or trims, further enhancing their insulating properties. People didn't undress when coming home as we do. In cold dwellings, they continued to wear most of their clothes, removing only the outermost layers worn outside. People even slept in their clothes, going to bed in their undergarments and often wearing nightcaps to reduce heat loss during sleep. The concept of home clothes, as we understand it today, simply didn't exist. In the cold season, changing into lighter clothes at home like modern people do would have been tantamount to suicide for a medieval person. The temperature difference between outside and inside was often only a few degrees, so it was logical to keep most of the warm clothing on. The intake wasn't a fashion statement but a key survival item. During sleep, metabolism slows and the body produces less heat. Without head covering, a person could wake up freezing or become seriously ill. Caps were often made of multiple layers of fabric or lined with fur. Of course, the material and quality of clothing depended heavily on social status. Peasants wore coarse, undyed woolen cloth. The ability could afford fine woolens, furs, and silk linings, but the principle remained the same: as many layers as possible, using the warmest materials available. Clothing was less a means of self-expression and more a vital tool. It was the last, most reliable refuge from the cold. Caring for woolen clothing was a complex and laborious process. Wool couldn't be washed frequently, as it would felt and lose its properties. Instead, garments were regularly aired, brushed, and treated with herbs to protect against moths and parasites. Wealthy households had servants specifically tasked with caring for clothing. Winter didn't just change medieval architecture, it completely altered people's life rhythms. All daily life was compressed and concentrated around the single source of heat and light, the hearth. It was a time of slowing down and waiting. Daylight hours were short, and artificial lighting was expensive and dim. Torches and tallow candles provided limited light and produced a lot of soot. Therefore, most work was finished before dark. Winter nights were long and dark. Families gathered around the hearth, doing monotonous work that didn't require good light. Men repaired harnesses and tools. Women spun thread or mended clothes. It was a time for oral stories, legends, and songs. In the absence of other entertainment, storytelling was the main way to pass time. The hearth became not only a center of warmth, but also of culture. Diet changed too. Fresh vegetables and fruits disappeared, or placed on the table by pickled goods, smoked meats, dried meats, and grains, foods that could be stored. Food became fattier and higher in calories. This was to provide the body with enough energy to fight the cold. Here, porridge was not just food but also a source of internal warmth. Outdoor physical activity was reduced to a minimum. Any venture into the cold was risky and required serious preparation. People tried not to leave shelter without good reason. Work that could be done indoors became as valuable as gold. Winter was the season for crafts that didn't require much space, like weaving and mending. The life of entire families and communities synchronized with natural cycles. Winter was a period of hibernation, a time to gather strength for spring renewal. It was a time people simply had to endure to survive. The house was not just a dwelling, but an ark sailing through the icy sea of winter. Every element of it, every aspect of life was subordinated to one goal: to live until spring. Although cold was a common enemy for everyone, the means to resist it differed drastically depending on social status. The winter of a peasant and the winter of a feudal lord were two different worlds. The difference lay in access to two main resources: fuel and space. A peasant family lived in a small house, often built on the longhouse principle. People in one part, livestock in another, separated only by a thin partition. The heat emitted by livestock was an important additional heat source. Fuel was a constant problem for peasants. Forests belonged to the lord. Only fallen trees could be collected. To heat their houses and cook, they had to use anything that would burn, including peat and dried dung. The dwellings of feudal lords, whether manors or castles, were much larger, but their vast size was more of a disadvantage. Huge stone halls were almost impossible to heat. Fireplaces, a more refined device than open hearths, began to appear in castles. Fireplaces with chimneys could remove smoke, but much of the heat escaped with the smoke. These fireplaces were extremely inefficient. Castle walls were made of stone, making them cold and damp. For warmth, walls were hung with expensive tapestries, and floors were covered with carpets brought from the east. Feudal lords had an inexhaustible supply of firewood from their own forests. Huge logs could burn in fireplaces for days, but even such a firestorm often couldn't overcome the coldest stone in vast halls. Clothing also reflected this gap. Peasants wore coarse woolen clothes and soft-soled shoes stuffed with straw. Feudal lords and their families wrapped themselves in furs, velvets, and fine woolens. Even food differed. Peasants ate simple porridge and bread, while the lord's table was laden with fatty meats and warming wines. Although both poor and rich suffered from the cold, their ability to resist it was incomparable. For some, winter was a battle for survival. For others, it was a time of discomfort that could be alleviated with money. Medieval houses weren't static structures. They evolved slowly but continuously. The main driver of this evolution was the human relentless pursuit of comfort. Two inventions played key roles in this transformation. The first and most important invention was the chimney. Moving the hearth from the center of the room to the wall and enclosing it in a fireplace with a flue was a true revolution. It effectively removed smoke from the room. A smoke-free house became much more livable. This allowed for the construction of two-story houses, as smoke no longer hindered the use of upper spaces. Architecture began to develop vertically. The second key change was the popularization of glass. Initially expensive, glass became more accessible over time. Glass windows allowed light into the house without letting in the cold. Houses became brighter and visually more spacious. No longer did one have to live in semi-darkness or rely on dim candlelight. This changed not only people's daily lives but also their psychology. Rooms with specific functions began to appear: bedrooms, living rooms, studies, replacing the single great hall. Concepts of personal space and privacy began to penetrate people's lives. Heating systems also evolved. The first tiled stoves appeared, which retained heat for a long time, were much more efficient than open fireplaces, and became the centerpiece of new, more comfortable interior spaces. Wall materials changed too. Brick gradually replaced wattle and daub and wood. Brick walls were stronger and more durable. This evolution was slow and uneven. Few technologies first appeared in the homes of wealthy burghers and nobles. In the countryside, all traditions persisted for centuries. Nonetheless, the general direction was set. The house ceased to be merely a machine for survival and began transforming into what we understand today, a space for comfortable and private living. Have you ever shivered uncontrollably under 3 blankets on a night of minus 20 degrees Celsius? When the heating suddenly fails, that chill cuts to the bone. Now, imagine this wasn't a temporary malfunction, but your everyday reality every winter without the down comforters, electric heaters, or even genuinely warm modern clothing we take for granted. What does it feel like to wake up daily in an ice cellar? You must understand that frostbite wasn't a horror story from the news, but a real threat of losing fingers, limbs, or even life itself. When their houses were little more than rafty straw ends, how did medieval peasants survive in this frigid hell? We are accustomed to comfort, with hot water and cozy warmth readily available. But I tell you, despite your smartphones and smart homes, if civilization truly collapsed, you might be more helpless than any humble medieval peasant you envision, because they know exactly how to survive. Are you ready to learn about our ancestors' shocking, sometimes even disgusting, yet incredibly ingenious ways of resisting the cold? Ready to dive into a world where survival depended on desperate cunning, less minus than minus dignified tricks, and astonishing endurance? After watching this video, you will understand the cost of every degree of warmth and realize that their very lives were a feat of survival. Historical context: why did they struggle so much? First, we must understand the hell mode they lived in. Climate: the Little Ice Age. The late Middle Ages we're discussing coincided with the onset of the Little Ice Age. The European climate became significantly colder, with long, harsh winters, perennially frozen rivers, and extended snowfall. Severe cold wasn't the exception, it was the norm. Monopolized resources, forests, game, and even most land belonged to the lords. Peasants had no right to casually cut trees for warmth. Every piece of firewood might need to be purchased or earned through labor, a precious luxury. Absolute poverty: peasants, serfs, civilians were at the bottom of society, with most of their produce taken by lords and the church. Their resources were extremely scarce. Every scrap of cloth, every bundle of straw had to be used to its utmost. Limitations of knowledge: there was no modern physics or material science. Their wisdom came from trial and error, experience passed down through generations, and the most direct interaction with the natural environment. It was precisely in this desperate situation that they developed an astonishing, all-encompassing survival system. Hitler won the Human Fortress, a wearable shelter. Beyond passively insulating their homes, peasants turned clothing itself into a portable, 24/7 heating system. They wore multiple layers of rough, undyed woolen garments, unused and animal hides. These materials, due to their dense yet porous structure, were ideal thermal insulators. Woolen tunics, cloaks, trousers, hats, leg wraps. These garments created multiple air layers between the body and the cold air. The still air trapped between the fabric fibers was a perfect insulating layer, significantly slowing body heat loss. The key was the 24-hour layering system. Many peasants slept in their daytime clothes, merely adding extra hides or heavy woolen blankets. This drastically reduced the temperature differential between body heat and the environment, minimizing heat loss during sleep. Children often slept huddled with parents or siblings, using each other's body heat for warmth. Every piece of cloth, every hide that entered the home was accounted for and used with maximum efficiency. Beyond woolen hides, sacks filled with straw or hay were used as internal insulation, serving as pillows, blankets, or even mattresses. In the most desperate times, Dry leaves or moss might be stuffed into clothing as temporary padding. This wearable heating system was crucial. It compensated for inadequate home heating, allowing people to remain active and avoid frostbite even in persistently cold, damp conditions. As for hygiene, medieval hygiene was utterly different from today's. Clothing, especially outerwear and woolens, was rarely if ever washed. Reasons included a lack of running water, scarce soap, and the complexity of the washing process itself. Woolen garments became extremely heavy, difficult to dry, and prone to distortion when soaked. Instead, people would beat, air out, or clean clothes with brushes or scrapers. The accumulated layer of dirt and grease on clothing actually provided an additional insulating function, albeit at the cost of comfort and sanitation. The odor we would find intolerable today was the norm then, a harsh reality where survival trumped comfort. Pillar to architectural ingenuity, trapping heat in a tiny space. Their houses were not randomly built shelters but carefully designed heat traps. One compact and low. Most cottages were extremely compact, usually just one room serving as bedroom, kitchen, dining room, and living room. This was not accidental but an engineering choice. The smaller the space, the easier to heat. Low ceilings, rarely over 2 meters, forced warm air to remain at human height instead of rising uselessly high. This maximized the heat from every bit of fuel. 2. Minimizing leaks. Windows were reduced to an absolute minimum, often just one small opening or none at all, because windows were major heat leaks. Without glass, they were covered with wooden shutters, oiled cloth, or stretched hides, but these were minimally effective. Darkness and stuffings were the necessary price paid for warmth. 3. Breathing walls and earth. Sheltering walls were often made of a wattle framework daubed with a mixture of clay, sand, and dung. Wattle and daub. The cavities within might be stuffed with rotting straw, dry leaves, and moss-free materials, creating primitive cavity wall insulation. In hilly areas, houses were often partially or fully built into hillsides. Earth sheltering. Soil is a massive thermal mass, providing natural insulation, a rudimentary use of geothermal wisdom. For entrance wisdom, doorways were major draft sources. Besides heavy wooden doors, they built small wooden or woven wind bricks, primitive porches to create a buffer zone. Or, heavy hides or felt curtains were hung inside the door as another air barrier. 5. Glimmers of technology. Primitive underflower. Heating. The hearth revolution. Primitive hypocostus and very rare, slightly wealthier farmsteads, an astonishing technology appeared. Primitive underflower heating systems. They dug shallow trenches or channels beneath stone floors, connected to the main hearth or a nearby small stove. Hot smoke flowed through these channels, heating the stone slabs above, turning the entire floor into a warm radiator. Though rare, it demonstrated their strong desire to improve life and their engineering intuition. The triumph of the stove. A step above the open hearth was the large masonry stove built of brick and clay. It acted like a giant thermal battery, releasing heat for hours after burning, greatly saving fuel. It served multiple functions: heating, cooking, especially baking bread, drying food and clothes, and even treating ailments. It was the multifunctional heart of the household, even giving rise to the folklore of sleeping on the warm stove. Pillar 3. Desperate fuel innovations. Burning anything that would burn. When wood was monopolized by lords or scarce, peasant creativity, or rather desperation, reached its peak. Peat dug from bogs and dried, it was an important alternative fuel that burned slowly and provided steady heat, though with considerable smoke. Dung cakes. This is perhaps the invention most challenging to the modern sensibility. They mixed livestock dung with straw, formed it into bricks, and dried them. These fuel bricks burned cleanly and lasted a long time, a life-saving resource in treeless regions. This is no joke, but a genius solution born of harsh survival logic. Pillar for social survival. The community of heat. Finally, survival was a collective activity. Humans and livestock cohabited in the classic longhouse design. People and livestock, cattle, sheep, lived under the same roof in separate areas. The body heat emitted by the animals was a precious additional heat source for the living quarters. Collective sleeping. Not just families, but sometimes multiple households or laborers would sleep packed together, sharing body heat, forming a human heating network. Portable heat sources. Clay pots or metal containers filled with hot embers could be placed in beds or at one's feet, serving as localized, movable hot water bottles. Conclusion. We see the astonishing ingenuity and resilience medieval English peasants displayed to endure harsh winters. From wearable straw Ines stuffed clothing to burning dung cakes, from whole families sleeping huddled to primitive underfloor heating, each method is proof of their desperate cunning and indomitable will to survive. Their home was not just a shelf for shelter from wind and rain, but a complex of primitive engineering system, reflecting a deep intuition for natural principles and the ultimate implementation of the iron law of survival: waste not, want not. These people, who seemed to us stripped of all civilized conveniences, were in fact true masters of survival. Their knowledge and adaptability allowed them to traverse centuries of hunger and deprivation. And how did a medieval English peasant, having neither modern tools nor building materials nor engineering knowledge, build a dwelling capable of resisting icy winds and penetrating frosts? We imagine their homes as flimsy windswept shacks where winter survival was a miracle. But what if this squat old house was not a primitive hovel, at a pinnacle of organic architecture, a brilliant engineering solution honed over centuries for a single purpose: to preserve precious heat? This story takes you to a world where building was not a craft, but an art of survival, a complex system of knowledge about landscape, materials, and the laws of nature. This is the story of how our ancestors, using only what the forest and the earth gave them, created not just walls and roofs, but real living organisms that breathed, warmed, and protected. And how did they choose a place for a house? By reading the wind and sun. Why was curved wood better than straight wood? And how could a house built without a single nail be the most effective heat trap? Today, we will reveal 10 ingenious principles that were at the heart of medieval peasant house construction. These are 10 secrets that allowed people not just to survive the winter, but to create a stable and warm shelter in the midst of a hostile world. Have you had to learn that the humble hut was a marvel of engineering? And that stayed. The first and most important stage of construction began long before the first trunk was cut, where the first hole was dug. It began with a silent but intense dialogue with the earth, the wind, and the sun. The choice of a place for a house was not a matter of a beautiful view or convenience, but a fundamental survival strategy, the first and main line of defense against the winter cold. The medieval peasant, whose life depended on these decisions, read the landscape with the same meticulousness with which we read a complex engineering manual today. It was an art based on generations of observation. The ideal location was the south or southeast slope of a low, gentle hill. This location offered to huge invaluable advantages. First, it was free passive solar energy. The house, with its long side facing south during the short winter day, when the sun hung low over the horizon, caught every precious ray on its wall and dark roof, greedily soaking up its warmth. Secondly, the very mass of the hill behind the back of the house served as a powerful natural shield. It took the brunt of the prevailing cold and wet north and northwest winds, which brought with them the most brutal frosts and snowstorms. The peasant instinctively, with an almost animal instinct, avoided the picturesque lowlands and river valley bottoms. These places, seemingly cozy and protected in summer, turned into death traps of cold and winter, cold air being denser and heavier than warm air at night. Like an invisible icy river flowed down from the surrounding hills and accumulated in these lowlands. Called frost pockets were formed here, where the temperature could be 5 or even 10 lower than on the slope, just a few tens of meters higher. Frost lay longer, here in the fogs were thicker and colder. Proximity to the forest was also critical, but here too moderation was observed. The forest was a source of building materials and fuel, as well as another giant wind barrier. A strip of trees a few hundred meters north of the house could significantly weaken the force of the icy winds. But building the house close to the forest was dangerous. It attracted predators and created constant shade, dampness, and fire danger. Finally, hydrology was taken into account. The house was built close enough to a stream or well, but on a natural elevation or slope to ensure good drainage. A shallow gutter was often built around the house to drain rainwater, running off the roof to keep the base of the walls dry. This thoughtful, holistic approach solved half of the heating and safety problems in advance, making nature itself the chief architect in die. The hardened skeleton of most medieval English peasant houses was a unique and ingeniously simple structure known as the CRUC frame. It was a technology perfectly adapted to limited resources and simple tools, allowing for an incredibly strong and durable structure without a single expensive metal nail. Crack was a pair of large solid tree trunks, usually oak for its strength and resistance to decay, that had a natural bend. Finding 10 merely identical curved trees was a great stroke of luck and required the carpenter to have intimate knowledge of his forest. The selected trunk was hand-sawed lengthwise into two mirrored halves with a long saw, or more labor-intensive split with wooden wedges. These two massive curved beams like giant rinseworth, placed on a solid stone basin joint at the top to form a giant A. This Inus frame was the main load-bearing structure of the entire house, taking the entire weight of the roof. There could be 2, 3, or 4 such frames depending on the length of the house. They were connected by a long ridge beam that ran across the top in several rows of side PLL. The genius of this system was its remarkable efficiency and economy of material. The peasant did not have to search for perfectly straightened long logs, which were rare, and went to the needs of a lord for building castles or ships. He searched the forest for trees that had already grown with the right curve. The curved shape of the crack naturally created both the sloping line of the walls and the basis for the steep gable roof in a single solid element. This gave the house incredible strength and resistance to hurricane winds and the weight of wet snow. All joints in such a frame were made with the help of complex carpenter's notches, studs and grooves which were carved with an axe and chisel and fixed with thick oak dowels. The timber for the frame was often green, freshly cut. It was softer and easier to work, and as it dried in the finished structure, the wood dried a little and all the joints were tightened even tighter, creating a monolithic but slightly elastic structure. Assembled on the ground, this heavy frame was then lifted by the entire community with the help of levers, ropes, and loud shouts. The frame on the crutch was not just a set of logs, but a powerful skeleton ready to take on the thick protective skin of the walls and roof. Once the mighty oak skeleton of the house was erected, it was time to build up the flesh, the walls. And here medieval builders used another ancient and ingenious technology known as wattle and daub. These walls were not just a barrier from the outside world, but an active, breathing element of the home's climate control capable of storing heat, regulating humidity, and creating a healthy microclimate. First, between the vertical posts and horizontal PLL end of the framel, a space wattle was created. But for this purpose, thick stakes made of oak or ash were driven into the ground and into the beams at a distance of about half a meter from each other. These stakes were then tightly and carefully interwoven with thinner and more flexible twigs, most often from hazel or willow. These twigs were used freshly cut as long as they remained flexible. The process was similar to weaving a giant basket. The result was a strong and resilient, yet lightweight base ready to be sheathed. And the whole community, men, women, and even children, would begin to need the dog. This was a real alchemy, the recipe for which varied from region to region. The base was local clay, which served as a binder and had a high heat capacity. Large amounts of chopped straw, hay, and sometimes even moss or wool shavings were added to it, which worked as reinforcing fibers to prevent the wall from cracking as it dried. The most important component was fresh cow dung. It not only contained indigestive fibers, which worked as additional reinforcement, but also, thanks to enzymes, served as a natural plasticizer and glue, making the mixture more viscous and sticky. This thick, viscous mixture was manually poured over the wicker base on both sides, carefully pressing it into the lattice so that no voids remained. The thickness of the walls could reach 20-30 cm. The surface was then leveled with the wooden board, adjusted pans and left to dry. After drying, the walls were often covered with lime whitewash. Lime not only gave the house an neat white look, but also served as an antiseptic and created an additional water-repellent layer. The annual spring ritual was to put fresh clay over the cracks that appeared over the winter, keeping the thermal circuit of the house in perfect condition. If the walls were the skin of the house, the roof was its thick woolen coat. its main and most important shield against cold, rain, and snow. Modern calculations show that it is through the roof, but up to 30 to 40% of all heat loss in a poorly insulated building occurs. And medieval peasants, not knowing the exact figures, understood this intuitively, so they created an incredibly effective insulation from the most affordable and renewable material available, thatch or straw. A thatched roof was not just a covering, but a massive multi-layered insulation system. Its thickness was staggering to reach a meter or more, especially on older houses where new layers were laid on top of worn-out old ones. The construction of such a roof was an art, and a good thatcher was worth his weight in gold. The layer of twigs or branches was first laid on rafters made of thin poles, hen straw, weed, or rye, or even better, long-stem water reeds were laid, starting at the bottom from the roof overhang and moving up to the ridge. Each bundle was tied tightly to the batten with soaked ropes of vegetable fibers or thin willow rods. The layers were laid overlapping like the scales of a giant fish, at a very steep angle so that water would roll down as fast as possible before it had time to penetrate. The main secret of insulation lay in its structure. Aliens of hollow straw, or reed stalks in tightly packed layers created a huge number of tiny air pockets. It was this still-trapped air that was the perfect insulator. It prevented the precious heat from the hearth, which always rose upwards from escaping outside. This thick coat also effectively protected from the summer heat, keeping the inside cool. This system had another ingenious side effect. The smoke from the central hearth without a chimney slowly seeped through the lower layers of the thatch roof. This smoke, rich in CRESOT and other terry substances, acted as a powerful preservative. It impregnated the thatch, making it unattractive to insect pests, mice, and birds, as well as preventing the growth of mold, mildew, and rot. Thus, the smoke that was an integral part of the heating system simultaneously worked to preserve the roof itself, extending its life for many years. A heavy, thick, tarred, and smoke-proof was the perfect armor that kept the heat inside and the cold and moisture outside. In the constant battle against the cold, the medieval builder used not only what grew on the ground, but also the earth itself as a building material and natural insulator. One of the oldest and most effective techniques, especially in the early Middle Ages, was the partial burial of the house in the ground. This type of structure, known to archaeologists as a Grubenhaus or recessed floor house, was an ingenious way to harness the planet's free and constant heat energy for protection from the cold. Instead of erecting the house directly on the surface, the builders dug a rectangular pit 50 cm to a meter deep. The floor of the future dwelling is thus much lower than the freezing level of the soil. Already at this stage, a colossal gain in heat saving was achieved. The Earth has tremendous thermal inertia. Below a certain depth, its temperature remains almost stable all year round, and at PLU rate 8 plates. Even at shallower depths, the ground cools much slower than air and rarely freezes through in a mild English winter. By sinking his house into the ground, the farmer effectively insulated the lower, most vulnerable part of the walls from direct contact with the icy air and penetrating wind, instead of coming into contact with the atmosphere where the temperature might have been flat pox or 10. The walls were in contact with the ground where the temperature was around 0 degrees or even higher. This radically reduced heat loss through the floor and the base of the wall. The wind could not physically blow heat out from under the house. The excavated earth was often not taken away, but used to create a low berm around the above-ground part of the walls, which further strengthened the insulation. Besides, such a construction was simply more economical. It required less material to build the walls, as a significant part of them was formed by the earth itself. The walls of the excavation were sometimes reinforced with wooden boards or wattles to prevent crumbling. The house became squat low with a smaller area of exterior walls, which also reduced heat loss. Living in such a semi-minus, subterranean space created a special sense of security and comfort. A feeling of being in a protected hole in the womb of Mother Earth was not a sign of poverty, but a highly rational and energy-efficient solution that allowed one to survive the harshest winters with minimal consumption of precious fuel. The medieval peasant whose survival depended entirely on crops and water lived in perfect harmony with the cycles of nature, and his house was not just a static box, but a kind of precise instrument tuned to the daily and annual movement of the sun across the sky. The orientation of the dwelling to the sides of the world was not accidental, but a carefully considered fundamental strategy for passive solar heating, the secrets of which are now being rediscovered by green architects. As a rule, the Wang house had its long axis in the east-west direction. This seemingly simple solution was of great importance for the thermal balance of the building. In this orientation, one of the long walls of the house faced strictly south and the other north. The south wall became the main passive solar collector. Throughout the short winter day, when the sun moves on a low trajectory in the south, its rays fell on this wall at a nearly right angle, maximizing the transfer of thermal energy. The dark earthy cold earthen wall having low reflectivity albedo and high thermal inertia really absorbed this heat, accumulated it in its mass, and slowly during the long evening and night hours radiated it inside the house. It was on this southern warm wall that the few and tiny windows, if any, were made. These small openings let in not only scanty light, but also direct sunlight which brightly stained the earthen floor, warming and the interior decoration. In summer, when the sun was high, the wide overhang of the thatched roof cast a shadow on the south wall, protecting it from overheating. The northern wall, on the contrary, was cold and deaf. In winter it received almost no direct sunlight and was most vulnerable to the icy northern winds. That is why they tried to make it as solid as possible without any openings that would become cold bridges. Often a stable, a peat shed, or a wood pile was attached to the house from the northern side, which served as an additional unheated buffer, protecting the living area from the cold. The entrance to the house was most often located on the east or west end wall, sometimes on the south wall, but almost never on the north wall. Such an elaborate layout turned the house into an effective heat trap. It was open to the light, giving heat from the south and sealed tightly against the deadly cold from the north. One of the most iconic and ingenious architectural designs of medieval northern Europe was the Long House. It was not just a building tradition, but an elaborate multi-functional survival system that elegantly solved one of the main problems of winter heating. The design of the house was originally intended to have a built-and living, self-regulating, and totally free heating system in the form of livestock. Architecturally, a longhouse was an elongated rectangular structure under one common continuous roof. The interior space was most often divided into two parts, not by a capital wall, but only by a light wicker partition, a wooden barrier, or simply an open passage called a cross passage. Fine. Usually the more prestigious and cleaner part was where people lived. This part was called the hall. The other, often located a little lower down the natural slope of the train, contained the peasant's most valuable asset, his livestock, a cow, a couple of oxen, a few sheep. This part was called byre stable. This close proximity, which today seems to us the height of unsanitation, was the key to survival. Large farm animals generate enormous amounts of metabolic heat as they digest their food. By integrating the stable directly into the structure of the dwelling, the farmer prevented this heat from being wasted. The heat from the animals heated their part of the house and then passed through a light airtight partition and through the air to the living half unimpeded. The wall between man and livestock became a permanent 24 or low temperature radiator. In addition, the floor in the living area hall was often 15-20 cm higher than in the stable byre. If thus dictated not only by elementary hygiene to prevent sight from the stable from reaching people, but often by the laws of physics. Warm air from the animals being lighter than cold air naturally rose upwards and freely penetrated into the human half. The result was a constant, albeit weak, natural flow of heat in the house from the lower animal end to the upper human end. This was an ingenious symbiosis inherent in the architecture itself. People gave animals protection from bad weather and predators, and in return, animals shared with people not only food and draft power, but also their invaluable warmth of life, helping them to survive the fiercest frosts. The constant sounds and smells of living creatures behind the wall were not an irritant, a soothing reminder of life and well-being. The main enemy of warmth in any home is the uncontrolled infiltration of cold air or simply a draft. Any hole in the wall is a gap in the defense through which precious hard minus and heat escapes and the icy wind enters. The medieval builder understood this more than anyone else. So, the entire construction strategy was aimed at creating the most airtight, almost sealed fortress with as few holes as possible. There were practically no windows in the modern sense in a peasant's house. Glass was an incredible over-minus, the minus-top luxury available only for stained glass in cathedrals and windows in the castles of the richest lords. The peasant could not afford it. Therefore, windows were even not made at all, preferring to let in cozy semi-minus darkness by the light of the hearth, where they were tiny, not bigger than a head of openings in the wall. Their main function was not insulation, but minimal ventilation and the possibility to look out to assess the weather or to see who was approaching the house. At night, and for the whole winter period, these halls were plugged with a bundle of straw, old rags, or closed with penetrative wooden shutters inside and outside. Every extra opening was an unacceptable luxury, a hole in the thermal circuit of the house. The door was the second weak point. To minimize heat loss, the doorway was as low and narrow as possible. All person had to bend down to get in, but this drastically reduced the amount of cold air that rushed in every time the door was open. The door itself was massive, made of thick rough boards, and often had no metal hinges, but rotated on simple wooden spikes embedded in the threshold invested. It was locked from the inside with a heavy limiting deadbolt. For additional sealing from inside, a heavy cowhide or several layers of dense felt were hung on the doorway for the winter, creating a kind of vestibule or a curtain, which damped the draft. The only technologically necessary opening apart from the door was a hole in the roof for the smoke to escape. In fact, it was also made as small as possible, just enough to ensure a minimum draft and prevent the family from suffocating with carbon monoxide. It was located not directly above the hearth, but a little to the side so that rainwater would not drip directly into the fire. Often a simple wooden flap on a pole was provided to partially cover the opening during strong winds or blizzards. This strategy of total tightness turned the house into a dark but warm shelter, a veritable cocoon safely protected from the hostile outside world. A central hearth was not just a place to build a fire. It was designed and built as the physical and spiritual heart of the house, its main heat reactor and center of social life. Its design and layout were the result of centuries of experience aimed at maximizing heat output, versatility, and safety in a home without a chimney. Unlike the later wall-mounted fireplace, which inefficiently warms one wall, the hearth was always placed in the center of a single room. This was a key architectural decision. This arrangement allowed the radiant heat from the fire to spread evenly in all directions, 360, warming the floor, the walls, and all the people wherever they were. This created a single heat field with cooking in the center and sleeping on working around the edges. The construction of a hearth began with careful preparation of the foundation. A shallow hole was dug in the earthen floor, which was filled with rubble or broken stone for drainage, so that moisture from the ground would not rise to the fire. A thick layer of greasy clay was carefully tamped on top of the drainage. The clay gradually drying out and being burnt by the daily fire became as hard as a ceramic pot and created a reliable fireproof cushion that prevented the straw bedding on the floor from catching fire. On the perimeter of this clay circle was oft inlaid a low border of flat, specially selected river stones or flagstones. These stones not only kept the coals and ashes inside the hearth boundaries, but also worked as an important element of the heat accumulator. Heated by the fire during the day, they continued to slowly and gently release the accumulated heat long after the flames died down, creating a comfortable microclimate around them. The main hearth sign, the largest and flattest, was often considered sacred, the guardian spirit of the house. Having such a specially prepared, slightly elevated, and fireproof location was critical. It concentrated the fire at one point, making it more manageable and safer. All life in the house was organized around this heat center. The center hearth design was the epitome of simplicity and ingenious efficiency. an ideal solution for a one-room dwelling where each element had to perform several functions at once. No peasant house in the Middle Ages was built alone. Perhaps the most important, though completely invisible building technology was not wood or clay, but the strength of the peasant community. Erecting a new house for a young family, for the burned out or newcomers, was a collected endeavor in which the whole village participated directly or indirectly. It was not just neighborly help, but part of an unwritten but unbreakable social contract, a system of mutual obligations known as boonwort, the basis of survival in a world where one could only die alone. The building process was divided into stages, and each stage required collective strength. The harvesting of wood, especially the massive curved cracks for the frame, required the coordinated efforts of several experienced men. They would go to the forest together, fell the selected wood together with axes and wedges, and trim it together. Transportation of these heavy multi-ton logs from forest to village was only possible collectively using the pulling power of oxen owned by several families and simple but effective levers and rollers. The culmination of the construction and a real celebration for the whole village was the day the frame was lifted. The enormous frames assembled on the ground were incredibly heavy. Only a large group of men acting as a single organism under the loud rhythmic commands of the head knitter, the most experienced carpenter, could lift them upright and put them in place. They used long poles with slings, strong hemp ropes, and their own muscle pallet. It was dangerous work requiring complete trust in each other. At the same time, women and children were doing equally important work. They turned into a living conveyor belt of building materials. Women were responsible for preparing dew-wall clay. They brought dozens of buckets of water from the well, kneaded with bare feet, huge piles of clay with straw and dung to the right consistency. It was hard physical labor. The process of applying clay to the wattle and dew was also a team effort that allowed the walls to be erected quickly in a few days while the weather was dry. The children did not sit idle either. They collected moss for caulking cracks, carried stones for the foundation, and trampled clay. In this way, through play and as much help as they could, they absorbed the building skills of their ancestors from a young age. The same was true for the roof. Covering the roof with a thick layer of thatch was hard and laborious work requiring a whole brigade. Some below prepared and fed the sheavi, others standing on rickety scaffolding received them, and the most experienced master roofer laid and fixed the thatch forming a dense waterproof shell. But construction did not end with the erection of a house. The annual collective repair was an equally obligatory ritual. Every fall before the onset of cold weather, the community helped each other to inspect and treat the houses. Men climbed on the roofs, checking and patching thatch gaps. Women prepared fresh clay and sealed cracks in the walls that had appeared over the summer. This mutual aid was the most reliable insurance. The peasant knew that if his house was damaged by a storm or fire, he would not be left with his family in the open air. The community was his main construction team, mutual aid funded repair service. And this social technology based on trust and mutual responsibility was stronger than any oak plank and more reliable than any stone wall. The medieval peasant house was not just a primitive hut. It was a marvel of organic architecture and engineering born out of a deep understanding of nature and stern necessity. Every decision from the choice of location on a sunny slope to the design of the chimney was subordinated to one great goal: to preserve life and warmth. Our ancestors built homes that were alive. They breathed through clay walls, basked in the warmth of the earth and sun, used their animals as built mines and batteries. They created not just shelter but a holistic ecosystem for survival where every element, wood, clay, straw and the community itself was part of a single ingenious design. It did not fight nature but allied with it, using its laws for their own benefit. As we study their experience, we see that the most sustainable and effective solutions do not always require sophisticated technologies and expensive materials. Sometimes they lie in wisdom, attention to the world around us, and most importantly in the power of human unity. The story of the peasant house is not a tale of poverty, but a hint to human adaptation, ingenuity, and indomitable spirit. If you are interested in this journey into the world of medieval architecture, and you want to know more about how our ancestors solved seemingly insoluble problems, Give us a like and subscribe to our channel. There are many more amazing stories about forgotten tricks and ingenious ideas born in the depths of centuries ahead of you. Have you ever looked at the majestic, imposing walls of a medieval English castle and thought about how impossibly cold it must have been? Forget the storybook images of noble lords and ladies drinking mulled wine by a roaring fire. That's a lie. A beautiful, comforting lie that Hollywood and fairy tales have sold you. The truth is far colder, far crueler. The day we complain about a cold draft from a window, they fought a daily desperate battle for survival against a fortress that was actively trying to freeze them to death. To think you're tough because you took a cold shower? Try having to take a dump in a hole in the wall with a gale force wind blowing straight up your ass. So, with it tougher than us, pretty fast and secrets for enduring this brutal reality that we can't even begin to comprehend. But stop pretending and look at the real icy truth. This is not a fairy tale. It is a story of cold, damp, and survival. The castle's buttery was a vital storage area for food and drink, but it was also often unlocated in the deepest, coldest part of the castle. This was not a flaw. It was a deliberate choice. The cold, damp environment of the under buttery was ideal for preserving food, especially beer, wine, and dairy products. However, this meant that the servants who worked in this area were subjected to a constant chilling cold. Their hands and feet would often be numb, and the work was slow and painful. Food was preserved by the cold, but the people who tended to it were consumed by it. The Underby Buttery was a microcosm of the medieval castle's brutal logic and needs of the castle. In this case, food preservation always came before the comfort or even health of the individual serving it. The thick stone walls which made the castle so secure also made the Underby an excellent natural refrigerator. This cold was a blessing for the food, but a curse for the workers. The dampness that seeped in from the ground made the cold feel even more intense, and the lack of sunlight meant that the workers were often in a state of perpetual gloom and cold. They often worked by the dim light of a tallow candle, their breath visible in the frigid air. The physical toll of this work was immense, leading to chronic joint pain and other cold-related ailments. The constant exposure to cold, damp conditions was a slow but steady assault on the body, a price that had to be paid for the preservation of the castle's winter provisions. This brutal reality underscores the fact that the castle was a machine of survival, and the human cost of its efficiency was often very high. The scent of spilled ale, fermenting cheese, and aging meats mingled with the earthy smell of the stone, a heavy cloying perfume that defined the space. The workers wore layers of rough wool and leather, but nothing could truly protect them from the cold that seemed to seep into their very bones. They moved with a slow, deliberate caution, as a dropped barrel of precious wine could mean a week's wages lost. The Under Buttery was a world unto itself, a place where time seemed to slow down, and the only reality was the cold. The daily tasks were a litany of small misery, rolling heavy casks of ale, cutting slabs of hard cheese with numb fingers, and carefully decanting wine without spilling a drop. The cold made every muscle ache, and the lack of proper footwear meant their feet were oft unfrostbitten and sore. He would wrap their hands in rags, a futile attempt to retain some dexterity, but the work was still agonizing. The silence of the Under Buttery was oft unpunctuated by the low grunts of effort and the splash of liquid sounds that echoed in the stone chamber. The workers were a silent, unseen army toiling in the depths of the castle to ensure the survival of the people above. Their existence was a stark reminder of the social hierarchy, a place where the comfort of the lord and his family was bought with the constant suffering of the lowest-ranking servants. The cold of the Under Buttery was not a temporary discomfort. It was a permanent condition of their working life, a price paid in pain and suffering for the sake of the castle's winter lord. The cold was a master as demanding as any lord, and its demands were met with a silent, stoic endurance. It was a cold that never truly left them, a chill that would follow them even into the brief warmth of a communal fire, a phantom pain that was a constant companion. The Underby Buttery was a place of sacrifice, a cold, dark heart of a castle where survival was paramount and humanity was a luxury. The medieval diet was not just about stews and porgies. was also about hot foods and spices. Spices like ginger, cinnamon, cloves, and pepper were highly praised not just for their flavor, but for their perceived ability to warm the body from within. These expensive spices were often used in mulled wines and hearty dishes to create a feeling of internal warmth that helped people withstand the external cold. The spices were a form of internal heating, a luxury that was reserved for the wealthy and a crucial part of their survival strategy. The use of spices was a form of self-minus medication against the cold. Finally, now know that spices don't actually raise the body's core temperature. The sensation of warmth they provided was a powerful psychological comfort. The high cost of these spices meant that they were a clear marker of social status. A wealthy lord could afford to have his wine mulled with cinnamon and cloves, while a common soldier had to make do with a cold, watery ale. The spices were not just a flavor enhancer. They were a symbol of a person's ability to fight back against the cold. The act of drinking a hot spice beverage was a daily ritual for the nobility, a moment of luxury and warmth in a world of pervasive cold. This reliance on expensive imports for basic comfort highlights the stark class divide in medieval society. The poor had to rely on their own body heat and physical labor to stay warm, while the rich could literally buy a feeling of warmth. The aroma of these spices wafting from the kitchens and into the great hall was a sensory beacon of winter comfort, a smell that spoke of wealth and security. The preparation of these spiced dishes and drinks was a labor-intensive process, acquiring the careful grinding of peppercorns, the shaving of nutmeg, and the slow simmering of wine. The kitchens with their massive hearths were a hive of activity, and the warmth they generated was a welcome byproduct. The kitchen staff, while working hard, at least had the benefit of being in the warmest part of the castle. The spices themselves were a commodity of immense value, often transported from distant lands at great risk and expense. A small pouch of peppercorns could be a dowry, and a cask of spiced wine a generous gift. The very presence of these spices in the castle was a testament to the lord's power and reach. The psychological effect of the spices cannot be overstated. In a world where cold was a constant and relentless enemy, the momentary sensation of warmth from a spiced drink was a powerful morale booster, a reminder that the winter would not last forever. It was a form of escapism, a brief journey to a warmer, more exotic world. This ritualistic consumption of hot foods was a form of resistance, a daily act of defiance against the harshness of the medieval winter. For monks and scribes in a castle or monastery, the scriptorium was a brutally cold place. They would spend hours hunched over manuscripts, their fingers often too numb to hold a pen. The scriptorium was often located in a high, airy part of the building to maximize natural light, which made it incredibly cold in winter. Ink could freeze and parchment could become stiff and brittle. The only way to combat this was to work in the rare sunbeam from a window, to have a small bee razor nearby. Their work was a testament to the human will to create in the face of a hostile environment. The cold was an enemy not just to the body but to the very craft of writing. The ink, often made from gall nuts and other organic materials, would thicken and congeal in the cold, making it impossible to write with. The parchment, made from animal skin, would contract and become stiff, making it difficult to smooth out and write on. The scribe's hands, often a source of great pride and skill, would become numb and painful, making the delicate work of illumination and calligraphy a monumental struggle. The small brazier with its limited heat and smoky fumes was a vital lifeline for these workers, providing just enough warmth to keep the ink flowing and their fingers pliable. The dedication required to produce these beautiful manuscripts in such harsh conditions is hard for us to imagine today. The cold of the scriptorium is not a passive discomfort. It was an active force that threatened to stop the work of preserving knowledge. The scribes were not just fighting the cold, they were fighting for the very survival of literacy and history. This daily battle in the scriptorium is a powerful reminder of the physical cost of intellectual and artistic pursuits in the Middle Ages. The cold was a constant companion to the men who created the written record of their time, and is a testament to the resilience that so much of their work has survived. The silence of the scriptorium was broken only by the scratching of a quill, a sound that was a testament to a person's will against the cold. The need for precise, delicate work meant they could not wear thick gloves, forcing their fingers to be exposed to the biting air. The pain was a constant distraction, a fire in their knuckles and fingertips that had to be ignored in favor of the task at hand. The scribe's breath would hang in the air like a ghost, a visible sign of the cold that surrounded them. This very act of turning a page was a struggle as the brittle parchment would resist their numb fingers. Their work was a slow, deliberate form of torture, a beautiful creation born of immense physical hardship. The manuscripts they produced with their intricate details and flowing script are a testament not only to their skill but to their incredible endurance. The cold of the script aurum was a test of faith and discipline, a daily ritual of suffering in the name of God and knowledge. It was a cold that shaped their work, making every line and every letter a victory against the elements. The script aurum was a place of intellectual fire, but physical ice, a place where the human spirit burned brightly against the backdrop of a brutal, unforgiving winter. The stable staff had a particularly difficult winter. While the body heat of the horses provided some warmth, the stables themselves were often drafty and damp. The grooms had to work in the freezing cold, tending to the horses, mucking out stalls, and ensuring the animals had enough hay and water. The water buckets would freeze solid, and the hay could become damp and moldy. The stable staff, often the lowest paid members of the castle service staff, endured a particularly harsh winter, their hands oft unchapped and bleeding from the cold. The work began before dawn with the glow of a single tallow and a offering meager light as they chipped ice from water troughs and forked through frozen manure. Their clothes, simple woolen linen, offered little protection, and their feet, shod in worn leather boots, were perpetually cold and wet. The groom's greatest fear was a sick horse in winter, as a feverish animal would require constant, sleepless attention, and the chance of its survival was slim in the unforgiving cold. A stable yard, a churned-up sea of mud in warmer months, became a sheet of treacherous ice, making every trip with a heavy sack of oats a perilous journey. The smell of damp wool, straw, and horse sweat was a constant companion, a heavy, earthy scent that clung to them even after their brief cold water washes. The routine was relentless, a cycle of cold and labor that began and ended in darkness. They would often sleep in the loft above the stables, the thin floorboards offering little insulation from the cold below. The hay, their only source of warmth, was also a source of allergies and respiratory problems. The grooms were a hardy lot, but the winter was a test of their endurance. Playtime when a simple cold could turn into pneumonia, and a minor injury could become a life-threatening infection. The relationship between the grooms and the horses was one of mutual dependence. The horses relied on the grooms for their survival, and the grooms relied on the horses for their livelihood. A sick or injured horse was a financial disaster, and the grooms would go to extraordinary lengths to keep their charges healthy. They would often spend the night huddled in the stalls with a sick animal, using their own body heat to keep it warm, a selfless act of compassion born of necessity. The constant work with frozen materials took a toll on their bodies, their hands and backs aching from the strain. The tools they used, from shovels to pitchforks, were icy and heavy, and the cold made every movement a slow and painful effort. The stable was a place of constant noise and smell, the snorts and whinnies of the horses mixing with the earthy scent of hay and manure. In winter, the sensory experience was amplified by the cold, the smells more pungent, and the sounds more muted by the snow. The grooms were the unsung heroes of the castle, the people who worked in the shadows, their labor ensuring the mobility and power of the lord. Their winter hardship was a price paid for the castle's ability to function, a silent testament to the brutal realities of medieval life. The cold was a daily antagonist, a relentless enemy that had to be fought with every chore, a silent and constant threat to their health and their livelihood. Their lives were a cycle of physical labor and cold, a reality that only the coming of spring could truly break. The Das House, or communal sleeping quarters, was a reality for most of the castle's inhabitants. Servants, soldiers, and even low-ranking nobles often slept together in large rooms on straw-stuffed mattresses. This was not just for convenience. It was a form of communal heating. The combined body heat of a dozen or more people in a small enclosed space was a powerful source of warmth, a vital defense against the cold of the stone walls. This close quarters living was a brutal but effective survival strategy. The straw rustled and shifted with every turn, and the air was thick with the scent of unwashed bodies and stale breath. Privacy was an unmanaged existent luxury. Yet the collective warmth was a prize worth the discomfort. The ritual of huddling together for the night was a silent agreement, a shared act of survival. Those on the edges of the group vied for a central spot, the warmest place, a nightly struggle that was resolved by a mix of seniority and brute force. This closeness also led to the rapid spread of illness. The cough from one corner of the room could become a plague by morning. Fact, in the face of the bone-chilling cold, a risk was one worth taking. The straw was changed only a few times a year, meaning it was a breeding ground for fleas and other vermin, and added discomfort to the already trying conditions. The shared body heat created a tangible microclimate, a small bubble of warmth against the overwhelming cold. The sound of snoring and sleet, minus talking, was a constant backdrop, a human symphony of survival. The social dynamics of the communal sleeping quarters were fascinating and complex. It was a place where rank and title, so important during the day, often gave way to the more fundamental needs of survival. The high-ranking but small man might find himself on the edge, while a large, robust servant would command a central coveted spot. The hierarchy of the day was a fragile thing against the brutal reality of the cold. The act of huddling together was a form of enforced intimacy, a brutal camaraderie born of shared hardship. The nights were a time of whispers and rustling, of shared dreams and private nightmares. The thin blankets, often little more than rough wool, were a meager defense against the cold, and the shared body heat was the only true source of warmth. The morning routine was a testament to the night's struggle, a chorus of groans and dates as people unangled themselves from the communal pile, their bodies stiff and sore from the cold and the awkward positions. The communal sleeping quarters were not a place of rest, but a place of survival, a nightly battle against the cold that left the inhabitants exhausted and vulnerable. The close quarters meant that a person's scent, their snoring, and their movements were a shared experience, a constant reminder of their collective existence. The winter was a time of forced community, a time when a person's very survival depended on their proximity to others. This brutal reality underscores the fact that the castle was a machine of survival, and the human cost of its efficiency was often very high. The constant threat of drafts. The medieval castle was a symphony of drafts. The ill-fitting doors, the gaps in the stone walls, the unglazed windows, and the large open spaces of the great hall all contributed to a constant swirling wind within the castle itself. This wasn't a gentle breeze. It was a cold, relentless current that could extinguish a candle or whip a person's cloak around. This constant wind chill made the cold feel even more intense, and it was a daily battle to find a spot that was free from the worst of the draft. The great hall, with its soaring ceilings and vast spaces, was a particular offender. The massive fireplaces, while impressive, often created a vortex of cold air, drawing in drafts from every corner. The only truly warm places were small private chambers high up in the towers, where the walls were thickest and the windows were narrow and carefully shuttered. But these were the domain of the lord and his family. The servants and guards had to find their own methods of defense. They would hang heavy tapestries and thick curtains over doorways, block gaps with rags and straw, and even create temporary partitions with salvage cloth. The drafts were so strong they could carry the smell of the kitchens from one end of the castle to the other, or the smoke from a distant fire. The sound of the wind whistling through the cracks was a constant low moan, a winter lullaby that never let you forget the cold. The drafts were a physical manifestation of the castle's vulnerability to the elements, a constant reminder that the stone walls were not an impenetrable barrier. The constant wind chill meant that the cold wasn't just a physical sensation, it was a psychological one, a constant source of discomfort and a reminder of the winter's power. The drafts were a form of white noise, a constant background hum of cold air that permeated every aspect of castle life. A person's cloak, a vital defense against the cold, was often more of a sail, catching the drafts and swirling them around the body. The cold air would find its way into the most private of spaces, a constant, unwelcome intruder. The simple act of walking down a corridor could be a struggle against a sudden gust of wind, and the sound of a door slamming shut was a common occurrence. The drafts were also a fire hazard, as a stray ember could be carried by the wind and start a fire in a bundle of straw or a tapestry. The castle, for all its grand design, was a fraud machine, a series of interconnected stone boxes that were constantly being assaulted by the winds. The drafts were a constant invisible enemy, a force that had to be reckoned with every day. The low moan of the wind through the cracks in the stone walls was a sound that defined the winter, a mournful and relentless song that spoke of the cold's power. It was a sound that could follow a person into their tunes, a constant reminder of the brutal reality of the medieval winter. The constant fight against the drafts was a collective effort, a silent and unspoken agreement to make the castle as livable as possible. It was a battle that was never truly won, only endured until the spring thaw offered a temporary reprieve. Winter was a time when all major construction on the castle would cease. The mortar would freeze before it could set, and the risk of accidents from falling as or unstable scaffolding was too high. The stone quarries would also freeze over, making it impossible to extract new stone. This meant that any construction project, no matter how urgent, would be put on hold for several months, leaving the castle as a half-finished, even colder and more drafty structure. The winter was a period of stagnation and hardship, a time when progress was impossible. The stonemasons and laborers whose work was dependent on the weather were often laid off for the season, forced to find other work or simply go without. This seasonal unemployment was a predictable but brutal reality, and it often meant a period of severe hunger for their families. The half-finished walls open to the elements became a repository for snow and ice, which would then thaw and refreeze, causing further damage to the masonry. Castle's unfinished state was a visual representation of the winter's grip, a reminder that the world was on hold until the spring thaw. The scaffolding, left exposed, had become a dangerous jungle of ice-slicked wood, a hazard to anyone who ventured too close. The tools of the trade, from chisels to hammers, would be carefully stored and oiled to prevent rust, a quiet acknowledgement of the winter's idleness. The cessation of work was not merely a logistical problem. It was a profound social and economic disruption. The skilled masons, men who could coax a shape from a raw block of stone with a few deft hammer blows, found their hands idle. Their expertise, so vital to the creation of the castle's grand walls and soaring arches, became useless in the face of nature's relentless cold. These master craftsmen, accustomed to the rhythmic clang of their tools and the satisfying scrape of stone on stone, were now left to the monotony of waiting. The pride they took in their work and seeing a grand design slowly come to life out of their hands was replaced by a sense of powerlessness. They were not just builders, they were artists, and the winter was a period of forced creative dormancy. For the common laborers, the impact was even more immediate and brutal. Their wages, meager even in the best of times, vanished entirely. They were the men who carried the heavy stones, mixed the mortar, and hauled the scaffolding into place. Their strength was their livelihood, and the winter stole it from them. The promise of food and warmth was replaced by the gnawing fear of an empty larder. Families huddled together in their small smoky hovels, rationing what little food they had stored. The children, their bellies aching with hunger, would look at their parents with a silent, pleading misery. The father, a man whose muscles were hard as iron from a life of toil, would feel a deeper ache in his heart than any physical pain, a profound sense of failure as he watched his family suffer. The winter was a cruel accountant, tallying up the cost of every day without work in the form of hunger and cold. The cold seeped into everything, a pervasive and demoralizing force. The very air around the construction site seemed to hold a heavy frozen silence, a stark contrast to the lively clamor of hammers and shouting that characterized the summer months. The ghostly skeletal remains of the scaffolding stood as a silent testament to the work that had been and the work that was to come. It was a place of ghosts and echoes where one could almost hear the phantom sounds of a busy day's work. Now silenced by the snow, the tools so carefully put away seemed to wait with a patient resignation. The tea rose, their edges still smudged with dried mortar, lay in their boxes like sleeping birds. The mallets and chisels, Astonomason's most treasured possessions, were wrapped in oiled cloths, their sharp points and edges protected from the rust that would render them useless. His careful preservation was a small act of defiance against the winter's forced idleness, a hope that the spring would come and the work would resume. The winter also had a profound psychological impact on everyone involved. The sense of purpose and shared effort that animated the summer's work was replaced by a feeling of drift and uncertainty. The communal aspect of building where men worked side by side sharing stories and songs was gone. Each man was left to his own thoughts, his own anxieties. The long dark nights were a time for worry, for fretting over the future, for a deep-seated fear that the spring might not come soon enough, or that the work would not resume at all. The winter was a test of patience, a trial by solitude. The lord of the castle, a man of ambition and vision, would look out over his half-built fortress and feel a bitter frustration. His dream of a grand and impregnable home was literally frozen in time. The progress he so eagerly sought was at the mercy of the elements, a humbling lesson in the limits of power. The preparations for winter were a ritual of forced surrender. The last wagons of stone would be unloaded and carefully covered to protect them from the elements. The last of the mortar would be mixed in the bags of liments and would be stored in a dry protected shed. The site would be secured as best as possible with temporary roofs and coverings put in place to shield vulnerable areas. But no amount of preparation could truly mitigate the damage and the delay. The sheer scale of the project meant that a significant portion of the castle was always exposed. The winter was a period of unavoidable loss, a time when the very act of not building was, in a sense, a form of demolition. The elements would slowly and methodically chip away at what had been accomplished, leading the spring crew with the task of not just building but of rebuilding. The very concept of time seemed too warped during the winter months. The days were short and dark. The hours dragged on. The feeling of forward momentum of a project moving towards a grand completion was replaced by a sense of being stuck, of a clock that had stopped. The men's lives, once dictated by the rising and setting of the sun and the steady rhythm of their work, now felt aimless and directionless. The winter was a great equalizer, reducing both master mason and common laborer to the same state of waiting. The only progress was the slow, inevitable creep of the sun's position, a promise that the days would eventually lengthen and the warmth would return. While we know today that alcohol doesn't actually warm the body, the medieval inhabitants of the castle believed it did. Hot spiced wine or strong ale was a popular drink in winter. They believed that the alcohol and spices created a feeling of internal warmth and it was used as a way to combat the cold and boost morale. In reality, the alcohol thinned the blood and caused a person's body to lose heat more quickly. That in the absence of modern medicine and knowledge, it was a popular, albeit dangerous winter ritual. The brewing of ale was a continuous process even in the cold, as it was a staple of the diet and a safer alternative to often contaminated water. The spices used in the wine such as cinnamon, cloves, and ginger were not just for flavor. They were also believed to have medicinal properties and were a valuable commodity. This communal drinking was a social event, a way to share warmth and camaraderie in the face of the cold. The feasting and drinking in the great hall were a stark contrast to the rest of the castle, a momentary escape from the harsh reality of winter. That, for the guards on the battlements, or the stable staff, a swig of ale might have been the only source of warmth they had all day, a fleeting and dangerous comfort that could easily lead to a fatal fall or a lapse in judgment. The belief in alcohol's warming properties was deeply ingrained in the culture of the time. The initial flush of heat to the skin, a direct result of blood vessels dilating, is taken as proof of its effectiveness. This sensation, a deceptive warmth spreading from the core, was a powerful psychological comfort against the bone-deep chill. For those living in stone castles with little insulation, where drafts snake through every crack and crevice, this momentary respite was invaluable. The act of sharing a flagon of hot ale or a goblet of mulled wine was more than just a social convention. It was a defiant act against the brutal cold. The communal nature of the drinking was a form of solidarity, a way for people to huddle together both physically and emotionally against the common enemy of winter. The rich aroma as of cinnamon, cloves, and other precious spices filled the great hall, momentarily masking the musty scent of damp stone and stale air. These spices, imported at great expense, were a sign of wealth and status, and their use in winter drinks was a way to elevate a simple act of drinking into a luxurious and comforting ritual. The brewing of ale was a continuous and vital process, a constant source of life within the castle walls. Ale was not just an intoxicating beverage. It was a crucial part of the daily diet. The fermentation process killed harmful bacteria, making it a safer alternative to the often contaminated well water. It provided calories and nutrients, and for many, it was the only source of sustenance they had during lean times. The brewing master, a respected figure in the castle hierarchy, would work tirelessly in the brew house, a space kept perpetually warm by the large vats and drawing fires. The rhythmic bubbling of the fermenting mash was a reassuring sound, a sign that life and warmth continued despite the freezing temperatures outside. However, the warming properties of alcohol were a dangerous illusion. The same VA dilation that caused the feeling of warmth also lead to a rapid loss of curb by the heat. For a guard standing watch on the freezing battlements, a swig of ale might make him feel warm for a moment, but it would actually make him more susceptible to hypothermia. The alcohol's effect on judgment and motor skills was also a significant risk. A slip on an icy rampart or a misstep on a treacherous stone staircase could be fatal. The line between a comforting drink and a deadly mistake was thin, and in a world where survival was a daily struggle, it was a risk many were willing to take. The stable staff working in the cold and damp of the stables, I also rely on ale to get through the day. The false sense of warmth could lead them to underestimate the cold, resulting in frostbite or other cold-related injuries. The castle's inhabitants were wrapped in a cycle of misinformation, using a remedy that, providing a fleeting sense of comfort, ultimately put them in greater peril. The feasting in the great hall was a stark contrast to the grim reality of life outside. The high ceilings undrawing hearth provided a refuge from the cold, and the sound of laughter and music filled the air. It was a time to forget the hardships of winter, to celebrate life and community. But this warmth and conviviality were a temporary illusion. The moment a person stepped out of the great hall, the cold would rush in, a brutal reminder of the reality they were trying to escape. The winter was a time of stark contrast, of light and darkness, warmth and cold, life and death. The communal drinking of spiced wine and ale was a small fragile light in the overwhelming darkness of the cold, a testament to the human need for connection and comfort in the face of adversity. The spices, the wine, the ale, they were all part of a complex tapestry of survival, a mix of hope, ritual, and dangerous naivety that defined the medieval winter experience. The traditions born of necessity and passed down through generations were a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, even when facing a threat they didn't fully understand. The communal drinking was a way of reinforcing social bonds, a vital component of survival in a society where interdependence was not just a convenience but a necessity. The shared experience of drinking and feasting helped to build a sense of community, a feeling that they were all in this together, facing the long cold winter as a unified front. The cold had a brutal effect on the castle's weaponry and armor. Metal swords and spears would be icy to the touch, and the leather straps of a shield or armor would become stiff and brittle. A knight's chainmail would become so cold that putting it on was a shocking and painful experience. The cold also made the metal more brittle, increasing the risk of a weapon shattering in battle. The constant need to keep the weaponry from freezing was a crucial part of the armorer's job, a daily battle with the element. The armorer's workshop with its forge was a haven of warmth, and the armorer himself was a master of his craft. In fact, winter still presented unique challenges. The leather straps had to be regularly treated with tallow to keep them from cracking, and the metal weapons had to be kept close to the fire to prevent the extreme cold from making them too brittle to be effective. The armory itself was a cold and drafty space, and the armorer's hands, calloused and strong, were oft unchapped and drained from the cold. The weight of the armor, already a burden, felt even heavier and more cumbersome in the cold. And a knight in full plate mail could barely move without assistance. The cold was an enemy as formidable as any army, and it was a daily struggle to keep the castle's defenses in a state of readiness. While the guards on the battlements were exposed to the worst of the cold, the battlements themselves were often a source of heat. Then we had a stone would freeze solid, but on a sunny day, the massive stone to absorb the sun's warmth and radiate it back out, providing a small but welcome source of warmth. It's of a form of passive heating that the builders did not intend, that the gods would have been grateful for. The battlements, a place of brutal defense, were also in a small way a source of comfort. The sun on the stone was a small miracle, a brief respite from the biting wind. The guards would often huddle together in the crenelles, the openings in the walls, trying to absorb as much of the sun's warmth as possible. The stone, the symbol of the castle's strength, also offered a small comfort to the men who stood on it. However, the warmth was fleeting, and as soon as the sun dipped below the horizon, the stone would begin to radiate cold. The guards would have to return to their small, crafty quarters. They would huddle together for warmth. The battlements, a place of constant vigilance, were a place of stark contrast, a place of both brutal cold and fleeting warmth. Survival in a medieval castle during a frosty winter was not an adventure, it was a brutal daily struggle. These are just some of the truths that hide behind the majestic stone walls of these fortresses. The people who lived there, from the king to the lowliest servant, were engaged in a constant battle with the elements. It's a testament to their resilience and will to survive, but it's a reality far from the romantic notions we often have. That you found this glimpse into the harsh realities of medieval life as fascinating as we do, make sure to hit that subscribe button on notification bell so you don't miss our next dive into the forgotten corners of history. Contrary to popular belief, the air in the Middle Ages might have been surprisingly fresh. When we imagine medieval times, our minds are often flooded with images of people in ragged clothes, unwashed for years and reeking of filth. Hollywood has painted a dark world for us, depicting people living in squalor and even viewing washing as a sin. However, modern historians, after studying authentic documents from that era, have arrived at a startling conclusion: medieval Europeans not only bathed frequently but also mastered many hygiene secrets that we have since forgotten. Today, we will debunk the main myths about the filthy Middle Ages and reveal 10 hygiene secrets, so effective they would astonish even modern doctors. Stay tuned until the end. The final secret is so powerful that elites pods around the world still use it today. Secret 1: a network of public bathhouses across Europe. Modern people are accustomed to thinking that ancient people only bathed a few times in their lives, but documents and archaeological discoveries point to a different reality. 13th-century Paris had at least 26 public bathhouses. London had 18, and in the small German town of Augsburg, there were as many as 15. Even small towns and villages strove to have at least one bathhouse, as it was considered a necessity, not a luxury. In Canterbury, archaeologists have found remains of 12 bathhouses operating simultaneously in Bruges. Foundations of 20 complex bathhouse complexes have been excavated. These were not rudimentary washing facilities but engineering marvels of their time. They had water supply and heating systems, as well as separate rooms for different procedures. Some were designed to rival ancient Roman baths, even improved upon to suit local climates and needs. Bathhouses were open 6 days a week, from early morning until evening. People visited at least twice a week, with wealthy citizens bathing daily. The cost was extremely low. A single bath cost about the same as a loaf of bread or a mug of beer, making cleanliness and hygiene the norm for most people, not a privilege of the nobility. The interior design of bathhouses was ingenious. They featured hot pools, warm pools, separate steam rooms, massage rooms, and relaxation areas. Defendants provided towels and soap mixtures specially made from wood ash, fat, and herbs. For many, this was a ritual comparable to a modern spa experience. Bathos owners held high status. They were not just proprietors but also individuals versed in medical and cosmetic knowledge. They knew how to prepare herbal decoctions, provide massages, and treat colds, skin diseases, and rheumatism. Some even served on city councils as respected citizens. These bathhouses were also important social centers. Merchants and artisans gathered here to exchange news and conduct business. Men and women bathed on separate days, typically women on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, men on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, socializing, enjoying music, and even having light meals while caring for their bodies. Adjacent taverns offered post-Mangus bath refreshment. The decline of bathhouses began in the 15th and 16th centuries when plagues and syphilis spread. Doctors mistakenly believed that hot water opened pores, making it easier for me as my disease minus causing air to enter the body. As a result, many bathhouses closed, and the habit of regular bathing gradually disappeared. It is worth noting that the church did not prohibit bathing. On the contrary, monasteries had their own bathhouses, and many religious leaders emphasized the importance of bodily cleanliness. Documents even contain phrases like "cleanliness pleases God." Secret to golden fragrance, the luxury and science of medieval soap. On imagining medieval cleanliness, rough blocks of ash might come to mind. But the historical truth is more refined. As early as the 8th century, a quiet cleanliness revolution began in the workshops of Aleppo, Syria. The Crusades brought back not only spoils of war, but also a mysterious green paste Aleppo soap, refined from olive oil, laurel oil, and wood ash. Hard as stone, it dissolved in water into a velvety lather. The secrets of sterilization and skincare swept through European courts, becoming a luxury transcending faiths. However, the true miracle of industrialization occurred in Europe itself. In 13th-century Marseille, the sea breeze that only filled the sails of ships, but also carried the scent of over 100 soap workshops throughout the city. Here, artisans adhered to an almost stringent law of purity. Only premium Provençal olive oil was allowed, and any animal fat was strictly forbidden. Enormous copper saponification cauldrons simmered day and night for months. The soap paste was then poured into open-air yards to dry and mature under the Mediterranean sun for an entire summer. The final product was the soft green Marseille soap, stamped with the artisan's mark. It was not just a commodity but a badge of honor for the city. Shipped via maritime networks to noble baths in London, Bruges, and even Constantinople, soap's value extended beyond cleaning. It was also medieval social currency and a pharmaceutical marvel. In Castile, Spain, nuns infused soap bases with rose water and lavender oil to create aromatic soaps reserved for royalty and noble women for post-bath skincare. In the north, English artisans used abundant local animal fats and beet ash to invent practical soaps that lathered well in hard water, allowing ordinary citizens to enjoy cleanliness too. Soap makers' guilds held status comparable to that of silversmiths, with their recipes kept secret and passed down through generations. Guild statutes detailed ingredient ratios, cooking times, and even imposed heavy penalties, including expulsion from the trade for those who cut corners. This strict quality control ensured remarkably consistent quality in medieval soap. Surgeons of the time recorded in medical books that washing wounds with soap infused with specific herbs significantly reduced the occurrence of gangrene. A high-quality piece of soap combined cleaning, skincare treatment, and status symbol representing a far more sophisticated, uncommercially savvy era of cleanliness than we imagine. Three secrets of pearly white side ental care philosophy ahead of its time. Archaeologists once opened the stone coffin of a medieval merchant and marveled upon examining the bones. This 15th-century individual had evenly worn teeth with minimal tartar, and their overall dental health was superior to that of people living to centuries later during the Industrial Revolution. This was not an isolated case. It reveals a forgotten truth. Medieval people had a mature and effective oral hygiene system. Every morning, a wealthy citizen's cleansing ritual began with a chewing stick. He would select a fragrant willow or oak twig, chew one end thoroughly to fray the fibers, creating a natural toothbrush. The salicine and willow bark had analgesic and inflammatory effects, inadvertently protecting the gums. Then, he would dip a finger into tooth powder, perhaps a mixture of finely ground sea salt and honey, or an herbal powder prepared by an apothecary from baked and ground rosemary, sage, and mint. These powders not only scrubbed away stains, but their antibacterial ingredients also helped maintain oral flora balance. The pursuit of whiteness already existed. Upper-class individuals used a paste made from chalk powder, crushed coral, and strawberry juice to polish their teeth. Aim or radical into modern eyes. Astonishing whitening method involved rinsing with slightly fermented urine, as the ammonia content did have a bleaching effect. This method was recorded in several monastic medical manuals, reflecting early exploration of chemical properties. Professional care also existed. If stores were common practitioners in markets, they could not only extract rotten teeth with handmade steel forceps, but also clean between teeth with waxed linen thread, and even carve false teeth from ox bone or ivory, securing them to adjacent teeth with gold or silver wire. More surprisingly, they knew how to use myrrh tincture to relieve tooth itches and clove oil for local anesthesia. The fundamental advantage of medieval dental health likely lay in dietary structure. Refined cane sugar was an exorbitantly priced luxury from the East. Daily sweetness came mainly from honey and fruit, which were far less damaging to teeth than the sugar overload after industrialization. Years, rye bread and large amounts of fresh fruits and vegetables acted as natural cleansers during chewing. Oral hygiene, in this era, was not about luxury but a philosophy of health preservation, integrated into daily life and based on natural wisdom. Secret for poetry of the body: perfume, scented sackets, and the art of purifying air. Thick soap creamed the body, and the flourishing spiced radiant perfume craftsmanship of the Middle Ages aimed to elevate scent, ward off disease, and even communicate with the divine. This was not merely about masking body odor, but an olfactory revolution concerning health, faith, and social status. In an age shadowed by plague, people firmly believed that fragrant air could ward off miasma. Doctors walking the streets stuffed lavender and cloves into the eye sockets of their beaked masks. Households hung wreaths of rosemary and wormwood at their doors, and in churches, frankincense and myrrh burned in censers, the smoky haze serving as both an offering to God and perceived collective protection for congregants. This public health concept, though based on the erroneous miasma theory, objectively utilized the insect minus repellent and antibacterial properties of many spices. Personal aromatic art was even more refined. The boudoir of noble women, a set of perfume bottles made of Venetian glass or Chinese porcelain, was essential. These might contain Hungary water and early alcohol-based perfume with rosemary as a main component distilled from flowers, or jasmine rose balm extracted using the enfleurage method with fats. They applied the balm to pulse points or sewed it into the linings of their garments, letting body heat slowly release the fragrance. For ordinary citizens, pomander were the most popular accessory. A hollow gold or silver bowl was intricately carved with patterns and divided internally into several compartments filled with ambergris, musk, sandalwood powder, and dried rose petals. Worn around the neck or waist, the small ball swayed with each step, continuously emitting an elegant scent. It was both a fashion item and a mobile health talisman. Perhaps most characteristically medieval was the popularity of perfumed gloves. Leather workers in Cordoba, Spain, repeatedly lambkins gloves in a blend of 8R wood, civet, and rosewater, making the fragrance long-lasting. Gifting such a pair of gloves was a supreme gesture of friendship and respect. When a gentleman raised his hand in greeting, the wave of pleasant fragrance that followed spoke more directly of his taste and class than any words. In this era, scent was a complex language, telling tales of cleanliness, health, wealth, and faith. Secret 5: The wisdom of pounding on sunlight, the professional kingdom of medieval laundresses. In the mornings of Bruges or Paris, one of the first sounds to awaken the city was the rhythmic, powerful pounding from the riverbanks. That was not the prelude to war but medieval laundresses beginning their day's work. They were not disorganized laborers but members of well-organized, Privileged professional guilds. Unspecific stone banks along the river often allocated to laundry guilds by city decree linen, soaped linen and woolen fabrics and wooden buckets of specially prepared lye. This strong alkaline solution, made by leaching beechwood ash with boiling water, was the most effective natural degrading agent of the Middle Ages. Stain removal was a more intricate chemistry lesson. For stubborn blood or sweat stains, they used fermented urine, especially ammonia-rich children's urine, for pretreatment. Sunlight is the poor man's bleach. This medieval proverb points to the next crucial step. Washed clothes were spread on the grassy riverbanks for days, or even weeks of sun exposure. Ultraviolet rays not only killed microorganisms but also made white linen dazzlingly bright. This was not casual labor, but work based on a deep understanding and utilization of natural forces. After this treatment, fabrics underwent a final shaping process. Starch water made from wheat or potato starch was carefully brushed onto collars, cuffs, and head coverings. Dyed clothing became stiffened, shaped after drying, not only staying clean longer but also serving as a silent proclamation of the wearer's social status. Stiff linen collars visually distinguished respectable citizens from slovenly paupers. A well-functioning laundry guild, like the city's kidneys, maintained the cleanliness and dignity of the entire social body. Secret six-class codes in the hair care, styling, and the politics of identity. A head of hair in the Middle Ages was far more than an aesthetic object. It was a public declaration of one's identity, rural status, and even moral standing. Hairstyle regulations were as strict as laws, and married maidens could wear their hair loose to signify purity. Marrying women had to completely cover their hair with headdresses or nets to show modesty. Any woman violating this rule in public could face church reprimand or even fines. Therefore, hair care was not just for beauty, but also to comply with social norms. Wealthy women used expensive washes made from soapwort root, rosemary, and beer, followed by conditioning the ends with almond oil infused with calendula to prevent split ends. To achieve the fashionable light blonde shade, they would sit in special hair-bleaching chairs, applying a paste of saffron sulfur and lying under the sun for hours to lighten their hair. Heathen's hairstyles were equally meaningful. Clergy shaved the crown, leading a ring of hair that censor symbolizing devotion. Knights popularized neatly trimmed bangs, appearing efficient. Surgeons were important figures in every market. Under their red, white, and blue rotating signs originating from bandages and veins used in bloodletting, they not only offered haircuts and shaves but also served as makeshift clinics for bloodletting, tuft extraction, and wound treatment. Grooming hair in this era was a precise ritual concerning social identity and bodily management. Secret 7: The alchemy of the face. Skincare, color, and the pursuit of risk. The medieval face was a piece of land requiring careful cultivation. Skincare concepts were deeply rooted in the ancient Greek theory of the four humors. A 15th-century beauty manual begins prepare rose and cucumber coolants for sanguine warm skin, honey and almond moisturizers for melancholic, calm skin. In monastery cells or noble women's chambers, people, like alchemists, transformed natural ingredients into beauty secrets. The most common cold cream used goose fat or almond oil as a base, infused with distilled water steeped with roses and cornflowers, emulsified to repeated pounding. It was used for moisturizing and sun protection. Noble women pursuing extreme pallor used Venetian ceruse, a mixture of lead-whitened vinegar, which instantly provided a porcelain-like complexion, but also slowly eroded the user's health. Blush and lip color came from saffron natural gifts, crushed safflower and mulberry juice for lips and cheeks. Spirulina powder adding a trendy pale green to eyelids. Notably, men were also consumers of such products. Knights, before campaigns, would apply a thin layer of wax and oil mixture to their faces to prevent chapping from wind and sun. Neat, clear skin was an external marker distinguishing upper-class men from sun-weathered peasants, reflecting their noble upbringing. Beauty, in the Middle Ages, was a complex craft concerning health theory, social identity, and coexisting risks, secret aid isolation fumigation, and the birth of order early practices in public health. When the shadow of the Black Death fell over Europe in 1348, panic gave rise to an unprecedented public health response system. The Republic of Venice first legislated that all ships from plague areas must anchor in isolation at an outer island for 40 days. The term, or antenne a 40 days, entered the human lexicon. This was not blind confinement, but a rational decision based on observation. Though the theory was wrong, they noticed diseases often broke out in the later stages of voyages. Within cities, a detailed control system was established. Once a case was discovered, municipal officials would seal the patient's house with a wooden cross and mark it with conspicuous red paint. Food and water were delivered via pulleys from the roof, and bodies were removed by specialized corpse carriers at night. These carriers wore distinctive black robes and beaked masks, with glass eyepieces and the beak stuffed with lavender, mint, and other aromatic herbs to filter me as an early concept of personal protective equipment. Simultaneously, municipal authorities organized large scale air purification campaigns. Huge bonfires were lit in streets and squares, burning pine resin, sulfur, and aromatic herbs, believing the smoke could disperse disease causing corrupt terror. They also called strike accidents, which unfortunately worsened the rat problem and enforced street cleaning. Although their theoretical basis was completely wrong, these experience-based measures, isolation, disinfection, specialized handling, environmental cleaning, inadvertently outlined the of modern public health management. Secret 9 pious flowing water monasteries as beacons of hygiene technology. Travel to a Benedictine monastery circa 1200 AD, and you might find it the cleanest, most modern facility for miles around. Monastic life began with reverence for order, and one core aspect of order was cleanliness. Saint Benedict explicitly stated in his rule the brethren's garments, shoes, and stockings should always be kept clean. The bath shall be offered to those who need it. Therefore, large monasteries were often marvels of regional hydraulic engineering. Using ingenious aqueducts and lead pipes, spring water from the mountains was channeled into every corner of the monastery, first to the lava bone near the refectory where monks washed their hands before meals, then to the kitchen and infirmary. Finally, surplus water flushed the latrines, often built over a flowing channel, carrying waste away directly, the most advanced sanitation system of the Middle Ages. The monastery herb garden was another center of hygiene knowledge. Monks carefully cultivated hundreds of plants here: sage for mouthwash disinfection, lavender for repelling insects and calming nerves, rue for preventing parasites, among others. They used these herbs not only to treat the sick, but also made sackets to place in libraries against bookworms and prepared washes for daily cleaning. Nuns excelled at distillation, producing precious rose water and lavender water, serving as both medicine and the earliest luxury skincare products. Monasteries acted like civilization machines, preserving, improving, and disseminating the Roman heritage of hygiene, maintaining a high standard of cleanliness based on reason and faith, apart from the turbulent secular world. Secret 10 guardians in the cradle: reason and care and medieval child rearing. The 15th century Flemish domestic painting depicts a touching scene. A mother bathes her infant in a small wooden basin before a warm fireplace, with herbs floating in the water, while the father smiles nearby holding soft linen cloths. This the cruel of medieval children, left to fend for themselves in filth and neglect. On the contrary, numerous surviving child care guides, wills, and household accounts show that middle-class and above families invested significant attention and resources in infant care. A newborn's first bath was often a ritual. Warm water was not only boiled and cooled, but also infused with lavender or chamomile decoctions for calming and preventing rashes. Swaddling clothes for infants were made of soft, absorbent-told linen and were changed frequently. Affluent families hired wet nurses, but employment contracts often specified that the nurse must be of good character, healthy on a light diet, and clean in body to ensure milk quality. Hygiene habits were also instilled through play and education. Wooden or cloth toys were regularly washed. Sirens taught children to wash hands before meals, rinse mouth after. As children grew, they had their own small wooden basins and small portions of teeth cleaning paste made from honey and dirt. Although limited by the medical knowledge of the time, high infant mortality rates were or due to helplessness against infectious diseases like smallpox, measles rather than lack of daily care. Considerable archaeological evidence shows that medieval individuals who survived to adulthood had good skeletal development, a testament to adequate nutrition and care during childhood. Medieval parents, with all their knowledge and resources, strove to guard the newborns in their cradles. Conclusion: from stain-filled public bathhouses to fragrant soap pork shops, from rigorous dental care to mature spice culture, from professional laundry guilds to the hygiene clayhouses of monasteries. These 10 forgotten secrets together piece together a picture of medieval life far more detailed, rational, and modern than we imagine. They had not lived in ignorant filth, but, within the limits of nature and experience, constructed a complex and effective civilization of hygiene. The blow of plague and theoretical misconceptions once dimmed this light, and its spark of wisdom was never extinguished, eventually rekindled with the aid of modern science. Looking back at the Middle Ages, we see not only a mirror but also a treasure trove of life wisdom, buried in dust. Contrary to popular belief, the air in the Middle Ages might have been surprisingly fresh. When we imagine medieval times, our minds are often flooded with images of people in ragged clothes, unwashed for years and reeking of filth. Hollywood has painted a dark world for us, depicting people living in squalor and even viewing washing as a sin. However, modern historians, after studying authentic documents from that era, have arrived at a startling conclusion: medieval Europeans not only bathed frequently but also mastered many hygiene secrets that we have since forgotten. Today, we will debunk the main myths about the filthy Middle Ages and reveal 10 hygiene secrets, so effective they would astonish even modern doctors. Stay tuned until the end. The final secret is so powerful that elite spas around the world still use it today. Secret 1: a network of public bathhouses across Europe. Modern people are accustomed to thinking that ancient people only bathed a few times in their lives, but documents and archaeological discoveries point to a different reality. 13th-century Paris had at least 26 public bathhouses. London had 18, and in the small German town of Augsburg, there were as many as 15. Even small towns and villages strove to have at least one bathhouse, as it was considered a necessity, not a luxury. In Canterbury, archaeologists have found remains of 12 bathhouses operating simultaneously in Bruges. Foundations of 20 complex bathhouse complexes have been excavated. These were not rudimentary washing facilities but engineering marvels of their time. They had water supply and heating systems, as well as separate rooms for different procedures. Some were designed to rival ancient Roman baths, even improved upon to suit local climates and needs. Bathhouses were open 6 days a week, from early morning until evening. People visited at least twice a week, with wealthy citizens bathing daily. The cost was extremely low. A single bath cost about the same as a loaf of bread or a mug of beer, making cleanliness and hygiene the norm for most people, not a privilege of the nobility. The interior design of bathhouses was ingenious. They featured hot pools, warm pools, separate steam rooms, massage rooms, and relaxation areas. Vendors provided towels and soap mixtures specially made from wood ash, fat, and herbs. For many, this was a ritual comparable to a modern spa experience. Bathhouse owners held high status. They were not just proprietors but also individuals versed in medical and cosmetic knowledge. They knew how to prepare herbal decoctions, provide massages, and treat colds, skin diseases, and rheumatism. Some even served on city councils as respected citizens. These bathhouses were also important social centers. Merchants and artisans gathered here to exchange news and conduct business. Men and women bathed on separate days, typically women on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, men on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, socializing, enjoying music, and even having light meals while caring for their bodies. Adjacent taverns offered post-meals bath refreshment. The decline of bathhouses began in the 15th and 16th centuries when plagues and syphilis spread. Doctors mistakenly believed that hot water opened pores, making it easier for me as my disease minus causing air to enter the body. As a result, many bathhouses closed, and the habit of regular bathing gradually disappeared. It is worth noting that the church did not prohibit bathing. On the contrary, monasteries had their own bathhouses, and many religious leaders emphasized the importance of bodily cleanliness. Documents even contain phrases like "cleanliness pleases God." Secret to golden fragrance, the luxury and science of medieval soap. On imagining medieval cleanliness, rough blocks of ash might come to mind. But the historical truth is more refined. As early as the 8th century, a quiet cleanliness revolution began in the workshops of Aleppo, Syria. The Crusades brought back not only spoils of war, but also a mysterious green paste Aleppo soap, refined from olive oil, laurel oil, and wood ash. Hard as stone, it dissolved in water into a velvety lather. The secrets of sterilization and skincare swept through European courts, becoming a luxury transcending faiths. However, the true miracle of industrialization occurred in Europe itself. In 13th century Marseille, the sea breeze that only filled the sails of ships, but also carried the scent of over 100 soap workshops throughout the city. Here, artisans adhered to an almost stringent law of purity. Only premium Provençal olive oil was allowed, and any animal fat was strictly forbidden. Enormous copper saponification cauldrons simmered day and night for months. The soap paste was then poured into open-air yards to dry and mature under the Mediterranean sun for an entire summer. The final product was the soft green Marseille soap, stamped with the artisan's mark. It was not just a commodity but a badge of honor for the city. Shipped via maritime networks to noble baths in London, Bruges, and even Constantinople, soap's value extended beyond cleaning. It was also medieval social currency and a pharmaceutical marvel. In Castile, Spain, nuns infused soap bases with rose water and lavender oil to create aromatic soaps reserved for royalty and noble women for post-bath skincare. In the north, English artisans used abundant local animal fats and beech ash to invent practical soaps that lathered well in hard water, allowing ordinary citizens to enjoy cleanliness too. Soap makers' guilds held status comparable to that of silversmiths, with their recipes kept secret and passed down through generations. Guild statutes detailed ingredient ratios, cooking times, and even imposed heavy penalties, including expulsion from the trade for those who cut corners. This strict quality control ensured remarkably consistent quality in medieval soap. Surgeons of the time recorded in medical books that washing wounds with soap infused with specific herbs significantly reduced the occurrence of gangrene. A high-quality piece of soap combined cleaning, skincare treatment, and status symbol representing a far more sophisticated, uncommercially savvy era of cleanliness than we imagine. Secret 3 Secrets of Pearly White Side Dental Care Philosophy ahead of its time. Archaeologists once opened the stone coffin of a medieval merchant and marveled upon examining the bones. This 15th-century individual had evenly worn teeth with minimal tartar, and their overall dental health was superior to that of people lived into centuries later during the Industrial Revolution. This was not an isolated case. It reveals a forgotten truth: medieval people had a mature and effective oral hygiene system. Every morning, a wealthy citizen's cleansing ritual began with a chewing stick. He would select a fragrant willow or oak twig, chew one end thoroughly to fray the fibers, creating a natural toothbrush. The salicin and willow bark had analgesic and anti-inflammatory effects, inadvertently protecting the gums. Then, he would dip a finger into tooth powder, perhaps a mixture of finely ground sea salt and honey, or an herbal powder prepared by an apothecary from baked and ground rosemary, sage, and mint. These powders not only scrubbed away stains, but their antibacterial ingredients also helped maintain oral flora balance. The pursuit of whiteness already existed. Upper-class individuals used a paste made from chalk powder, crushed coral, and strawberry juice to polish their teeth. A more radical and to modern eyes, astonishing whitening method involved rinsing with slightly fermented urine, as the ammonia content did have a bleaching effect. This method was recorded in several monastic medical manuals, reflecting early exploration of chemical properties. Professional care also existed. If monastors were common practitioners in markets, they could not only extract rotten teeth with handmade steel forceps, but also clean between teeth with waxed linen thread, and even carve false teeth from ox bone or ivory, securing them to adjacent teeth with gold or silver wire. More surprisingly, they knew how to use myrrh tincture to relieve tooth itches and clove oil for local anesthesia. The fundamental advantage of medieval dental health likely lay in dietary structure. Refined cane sugar was an exorbitantly priced luxury from the East. Daily sweetness came mainly from honey and fruit, which were far less damaging to teeth than the sugar overload after industrialization. Years rye bread and large amounts of fresh fruits and vegetables acted as natural cleansers during chewing. Oral hygiene, in this era, was not about luxury but a philosophy of health preservation, integrated into daily life and based on natural wisdom. Secret for poetry of the body: perfume, scented sackets, and the art of purifying air. Thick soap creamed the body, and the flourishing spiced radiant perfume craftsmanship of the Middle Ages aimed to elevate scent, ward off disease, and even communicate with the divine. This was not merely about masking body odor, but an olfactory revolution concerning health, faith, and social status. In an age shadowed by plague, people firmly believed that fragrant air could ward off miasma. Doctors walking the streets stuffed lavender and cloves into the eye sockets of their beaked masks. Households hung wreaths of rosemary and wormwood at their doors, and in churches, frankincense and myrrh burned in censers, the smoky haze serving as both an offering to God and perceived collective protection for congregants. This public health concept, though based on the erroneous miasma theory, objectively utilized the insect to minus repellent and antibacterial properties of many spices. Personal aromatic art was even more refined. The boudoir of noble women, a set of perfume bottles made of Venetian glass or Chinese porcelain, was essential. These might contain Hungary water and early alcohol-based perfume with rosemary as a main component distilled from flowers, or jasmine rose balm extracted using the enfleurage method with fats. They applied the balm to pulse points or sewed it into the linings of their garments, letting body heat slowly release the fragrance. For ordinary citizens, pomme de rest were the most popular accessory. A hollow gold or silver bowl was intricately carved with patterns and divided internally into several compartments filled with ambergris, musk, sandalwood powder, and dried rose petals. Worn around the neck or waist, the small ball swayed with each step, continuously emitting an elegant scent. It was both a fashion item and a mobile health talisman. Perhaps most characteristically medieval was the popularity of perfumed gloves. Leather workers in Cordoba, Spain, repeatedly ton lambskin gloves in a blend of 8R wood, civet, and rosewater, making the fragrance long-lasting. Gifting such a pair of gloves was a supreme gesture of friendship and respect. When a gentleman raised his hand in greeting, the wave of pleasant fragrance that followed spoke more directly of his taste and class than any words. In this era, scent was a complex language, telling tales of cleanliness, health, wealth, and faith. Secret 5: The wisdom of pounding on sunlight, the professional kingdom of medieval laundresses. In the mornings of Bruges or Paris, one of the first sounds to awaken the city was the rhythmic, powerful pounding from the riverbanks. That was not the prelude to war but medieval laundresses beginning their day's work. They were not disorganized laborers but members of well-organized, privileged professional guilds. On specific stone banks along the river, often allocated to laundry guilds by city decree, linen, soaped linen and woolen fabrics and wooden buckets of specially prepared lye. This strong alkaline solution, made by leaching beechwood ash with boiling water, was the most effective natural degrading agent of the Middle Ages. Stain removal was a more intricate chemistry lesson. For stubborn blood or sweat stains, they used fermented urine, especially ammonia-rich children's urine, for pretreatment. Sunlight is the poor man's bleach. This medieval proverb points to the next crucial step. Washed clothes were spread on the grassy riverbanks for days, or even weeks of sun exposure. Ultraviolet rays not only killed microorganisms but also made white linen dazzlingly bright. This was not casual labor, but work based on a deep understanding and utilization of natural forces. After this treatment, fabrics underwent a final shaping process. Starch water made from wheat or potato starch was carefully brushed onto collars, cuffs, and head coverings. Zized clothing became stiffened, shaped after drying, not only staying clean longer but also serving as a silent proclamation of the wearer's social status. Stiff linen collars visually distinguished respectable citizens from slovenly paupers. A well-functioning laundry guild, like the city's kidneys, maintained the cleanliness and dignity of the entire social body. Secret six-class codes in the hair care, styling, and the politics of identity. A head of hair in the Middle Ages was far more than an aesthetic object. It was a public declaration of one's identity, rural status, and even moral standing. Hairstyle regulations were as strict as laws, and married maidens could wear their hair loose to signify purity. Marrying women had to completely cover their hair with headdresses or nets to show modesty. Any woman violating this rule in public could face church reprimand or even fines. Therefore, hair care was not just for beauty, but also to comply with social norms. Wealthy women used expensive washes made from soapwort root, rosemary, and beer, followed by conditioning the ends with almond oil infused with calendula to prevent split ends. To achieve the fashionable light blonde shade, they would sit in special hair-bleaching chairs, applying a paste of saffron sulfur and lying under the sun for hours to lighten their hair. Heathen's hairstyles were equally meaningful. Clergy shaved the crown, leading a ring of hair that's in source symbolizing devotion. Knights popularized neatly trimmed bangs, appearing efficient. Surgeons were important figures in every market. Under the red, white, and blue rotating signs originating from bandages and veins used in bloodletting, they not only offered haircuts and shaves but also served as makeshift clinics for bloodletting, tuft extraction, and wound treatment. Grooming hair in this era was a precise ritual concerning social identity and bodily management. Secret 7: The alchemy of the face. Skincare, color, and the pursuit of risk. The medieval face was a piece of land requiring careful cultivation. Skincare concepts were deeply rooted in the ancient Greek theory of the four humors. A 15th-century beauty manual begins prepare rose and cucumber coolants for sanguine warm skin, honey and almond moisturizers for melancholic, calm skin. In monastery cells or noble women's chambers, people, like alchemists, transformed natural ingredients into beauty secrets. The most common cold cream used goose fat or almond oil as a base, infused with distilled water steeped with roses and cornflowers, emulsified to repeated pounding. It was used for moisturizing and sun protection. Noble women pursuing extreme pallor used Venetian ceruse, a mixture of lead-whitened vinegar, which instantly provided a porcelain-like complexion, but also slowly eroded the user's health. Blush and lip color came from saffron natural gifts, crushed safflower and mulberry juice for lips and cheeks, spirulina powder adding a trendy pale green to eyelids. Notably, men were also consumers of such products. Knights, before campaigns, would apply a thin layer of wax and oil mixture to their faces to prevent chapping from wind and sun. Each clear skin was an external marker distinguishing upper-class men from sun-weathered peasants, reflecting their noble upbringing. Beauty, in the Middle Ages, was a complex craft concerning health theory, social identity, and coexisting risks. Secret 8: Isolation, fumigation, and the birth of order. Early practices in public health. When the shadow of the Black Death fell over Europe in 1348, panic gave rise to an unprecedented public health response system. The Republic of Venice first legislated that all ships from plague areas must anchor in isolation at an outer island for 40 days. The term, or antenne à 40 days, entered the human lexicon. This was not blind confinement, but a rational decision based on observation. Though the theory was wrong, they noticed diseases often broke out in the later stages of voyages. Within cities, a detailed control system was established. Once a case was discovered, Municipal officials would seal the patient's house with a wooden cross and mark it with conspicuous red paint. Food and water were delivered via pulleys from the roof, and bodies were removed by specialized corpse carriers at night. These carriers wore distinctive black robes and beaked masks, with glass eyepieces and the beak stuffed with lavender, mint, and other aromatic herbs to filter me as my early concept of personal protective equipment. Simultaneously, municipal authorities organized large minus-scale air purification campaigns. Huge bonfires were lit in streets and squares, burning pine resin, sulfur, and aromatic herbs, believing the smoke could disperse disease minus causing corrupt air. They also called strike ats and dogs, which unfortunately worsened the rat problem and enforced street cleaning. Although their theoretical basis was completely wrong, these experience-based measures isolation, disinfection, specialized handling, environmental cleaning inadvertently outlined the of modern public health management. Secret 9 pious flowing water monasteries as beacons of hygiene technology. Travel to a Benedictine monastery circa 1200 AD, and you might find it the cleanest, most modern facility for miles around. The monastic life began with reverence for order, and one core aspect of order was cleanliness. Saint Benedict explicitly stated in his rule the brethren's garments, shoes, and stockings should always be kept clean. The bath shall be offered to those who need it. Therefore, large monasteries were often marvels of regional hydraulic engineering. Using ingenious aqueducts and lead pipes, spring water from the mountains was channeled into every corner of the monastery, first to the lava bone near the refectory where monks washed their hands before meals, then to the kitchen and infirmary. Finally, surplus water flushed the latrines, often built over a flowing channel, carrying waste away directly, the most advanced sanitation system of the Middle Ages. The monastery herb garden was another center of hygiene knowledge. Monks carefully cultivated hundreds of plants here: sage for mouthwash disinfection, lavender for repelling insects and calming nerves, rue for preventing parasites, among others. They used these herbs not only to treat the sick, but also made sackets to place in libraries against bookworms and prepared washes for daily cleaning. Nuns excelled at distillation, producing precious rose water and lavender water, serving as both medicine and the earliest luxury skincare products. Monasteries acted like civilization machines, preserving, improving, and disseminating the Roman heritage of hygiene, maintaining a high standard of cleanliness based on reason and faith, apart from the turbulent secular world. Secret 10 guardians in the cradle: reason and care and medieval child minus rearing. The 15th century Flemish domestic painting depicts a touching scene: a mother bathes her infant in a small wooden basin before a warm fireplace, with herbs floating in the water, while the father smiles nearby holding soft linen cloths. This the cruel of medieval children, left to fend for themselves in filth and neglect. On the contrary, numerous surviving child care guides, wills, and household accounts show that middle-class and above families invested significant attention and resources in infant care. A newborn's first bath was often a ritual. Warm water was not only boiled and cooled, but also infused with lavender or chamomile decoctions for calming and preventing rashes. Swaddling clothes for infants were made of soft, absorbent old linen and were changed frequently. Affluent families hired wet nurses, but employment contracts often specified that the nurse must be of good character, healthy on a light diet, and clean in body to ensure milk quality. Hygiene habits were also instilled through play and education. Wooden or cloth toys were regularly washed. Sirens taught children to wash hands before meals, rinse mouth after. As children grew, they had their own small wooden basins and small portions of teeth cleaning paste made from honey and dirt. Although limited by the medical knowledge of the time, high infant mortality rates were due to helplessness against infectious diseases like smallpox, measles, rather than lack of daily care. Considerable archaeological evidence shows that medieval individuals who survived to adulthood had good skeletal development, a testament to adequate nutrition and care during childhood. Medieval parents, with all their knowledge and resources, strove to guard the newborns in their cradles. Conclusion: From stain-filled public bathhouses to fragrant soap workshops, from rigorous dental care to mature spice culture, from professional laundry guilds to the hygiene clayhouses of monasteries. These 10 forgotten secrets together piece together a picture of medieval life far more detailed, rational, and modern than we imagine. They had not lived in ignorant filth, but, within the limits of nature and experience, constructed a complex and effective civilization of hygiene. The blow of plague and theoretical misconceptions once dimmed this light, and its spark of wisdom was never extinguished, eventually rekindled with the aid of modern science. Looking back at the Middle Ages, we see not only a mirror but also a treasure trove of life wisdom, buried in dust. Contrary to popular belief, the air in the Middle Ages might have been surprisingly fresh. When we imagine medieval times, our minds are often flooded with images of people in ragged clothes, unwashed for years and reeking of filth. Hollywood has painted a dark world for us, depicting people living in squalor and even viewing washing as a sin. However, modern historians, after studying authentic documents from that era, have arrived at a startling conclusion: medieval Europeans not only bathed frequently but also mastered many hygiene secrets that we have since forgotten. Today, we will debunk the main myths about the filthy Middle Ages and reveal 10 hygiene secrets, so effective they would astonish even modern doctors. Stay tuned until the end. The final secret is so powerful that elites pods around the world still use it today. Secret 1: a network of public bathhouses across Europe. Modern people are accustomed to thinking that ancient people only bathed a few times in their lives, but documents and archaeological discoveries point to a different reality. 13th-century Paris had at least 26 public bathhouses. London had 18, and in the small German town of Augsburg, there were as many as 15. Even small towns and villages strove to have at least one bathhouse, as it was considered a necessity, not a luxury. In Canterbury, archaeologists have found remains of 12 bathhouses operating simultaneously in Bruges. Foundations of 20 complex bathhouse complexes have been excavated. These were not rudimentary washing facilities but engineering marvels of their time. They had water supply and heating systems, as well as separate rooms for different procedures. Some were designed to rival ancient Roman baths, even improved upon to suit local climates and needs. Bathhouses were open 6 days a week, from early morning until evening. People visited at least twice a week, with wealthy citizens bathing daily. The cost was extremely low. A single bath cost about the same as a loaf of bread or a mug of beer, making cleanliness and hygiene the norm for most people, not a privilege of the nobility. The interior design of bathhouses was ingenious. They featured hot pools, warm pools, separate steam rooms, massage rooms, and relaxation areas. Vendors provided towels and soap mixtures specially made from wood ash, fat, and herbs. For many, this was a ritual comparable to a modern spa experience. Bathhouse owners held high status. They were not just proprietors but also individuals versed in medical and cosmetic knowledge. They knew how to prepare herbal decoctions, provide massages, and treat colds, skin diseases, and rheumatism. Some even served on city councils as respected citizens. These bathhouses were also important social centers. Merchants and artisans gathered here to exchange news and conduct business. Men and women bathed on separate days, typically women on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, men on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, socializing, enjoying music, and even having light meals while caring for their bodies. Adjacent taverns offered post-Magnus bath refreshment. The decline of bathhouses began in the 15th and 16th centuries when plagues and syphilis spread. Doctors mistakenly believed that hot water opened pores, making it easier for me as my disease minus causing air to enter the body. As a result, many bathhouses closed, and the habit of regular bathing gradually disappeared. It is worth noting that the church did not prohibit bathing. On the contrary, monasteries had their own bathhouses, and many religious leaders emphasized the importance of bodily cleanliness. Documents even contain phrases like "cleanliness pleases God." Secret to golden fragrance, the luxury and science of medieval soap. On imagining medieval cleanliness, rough blocks of ash might come to mind. But the historical truth is more refined. As early as the 8th century, a quiet cleanliness revolution began in the workshops of Aleppo, Syria. The Crusades brought back not only spoils of war, but also a mysterious green paste Aleppo soap, refined from olive oil, laurel oil, and wood ash. Hard as stone, it dissolved in water into a velvety lather. The secrets of sterilization and skincare swept through European courts, becoming a luxury transcending faiths. However, the true miracle of industrialization occurred in Europe itself. In 13th century Marseille, the sea breeze that only filled the sails of ships, but also carried the scent of over 100 soap workshops throughout the city. Here, artisans adhered to an almost stringent law of purity. Only premium Provençal olive oil was allowed, and any animal fat was strictly forbidden. Enormous copper saponification cauldrons simmered day and night for months. The soap paste was then poured into open-air yards to dry and mature under the Mediterranean sun for an entire summer. The final product was the soft green Marseille soap, stamped with the artisan's mark. It was not just a commodity but a badge of honor for the city. Shipped via maritime networks to noble baths in London, Bruges, and even Constantinople, soap's value extended beyond cleaning. It was also medieval social currency and a pharmaceutical marvel. In Castile, Spain, nuns infused soap bases with rose water and lavender oil to create aromatic soaps reserved for royalty and noble women for post-bath skincare. In the north, English artisans used abundant local animal fats and beech ash to invent practical soaps that lathered well in hard water, allowing ordinary citizens to enjoy cleanliness too. Soap makers' guilds held status comparable to that of silversmiths, with their recipes kept secret and passed down through generations. Guild statutes detailed ingredient ratios, cooking times, and even imposed heavy penalties, including expulsion from the trade for those who cut corners. This strict quality control ensured remarkably consistent quality in medieval soap. Surgeons of the time recorded in medical books that washing wounds with soap infused with specific herbs significantly reduced the occurrence of gangrene. A high-quality piece of soap combined cleaning, skincare treatment, and status symbol representing a far more sophisticated, uncommercially savvy era of cleanliness than we imagine. Three secrets of pearly white dental care philosophy ahead of its time. Archaeologists once opened the stone coffin of a medieval merchant and marveled upon examining the bones. This 15th century individual had evenly worn teeth with minimal tartar, and their overall dental health was superior to that of people lived into centuries later during the Industrial Revolution. This was not an isolated case. It reveals a forgotten truth. Medieval people had a mature and effective oral hygiene system. Every morning, a wealthy citizen's cleansing ritual began with a chewing stick. He would select a fragrant willow or oak twig, chew one end thoroughly to fray the fibers, creating a natural toothbrush. The saw lichen and willow bark had analgesic and anti-inflammatory effects, inadvertently protecting the gums. Then, he would dip a finger into tooth powder, perhaps a mixture of finely ground sea salt and honey, or an herbal powder prepared by an apothecary from baked and ground rosemary, sage, and mint. These powders not only scrubbed away stains, but their antibacterial ingredients also helped maintain oral flora balance. The pursuit of whiteness already existed. Upper-class individuals used a paste made from chalk powder, crushed coral, and strawberry juice to polish their teeth. More radical and to modern eyes, astonishing whitening method involved rinsing with slightly fermented urine, as the ammonia content did have a bleaching effect. This method was recorded in several monastic medical manuals, reflecting early exploration of chemical properties. Professional care also existed. Ministers were common practitioners in markets. They could not only extract rotten teeth with handmade steel forceps, but also clean between teeth with waxed linen thread, and even carve false teeth from ox bone or ivory, securing them to adjacent teeth with gold or silver wire. More surprisingly, they knew how to use myrrh tincture to relieve tooth itches and clove oil for local anesthesia. The fundamental advantage of medieval dental health likely lay in dietary structure. Refined cane sugar was an exorbitantly priced luxury from the East. Daily sweetness came mainly from honey and fruit, which were far less damaging to teeth than the sugar overload after industrialization. Years rye bread and large amounts of fresh fruits and vegetables acted as natural cleansers during chewing. Oral hygiene, in this era, was not about luxury but a philosophy of health preservation, integrated into daily life and based on natural wisdom. Secret for poetry of the body: perfume, scented sachets, and the art of purifying air. The soap creamed the body, and the flourishing spiced radiant perfume craftsmanship of the Middle Ages aimed to elevate scent, ward off disease, and even communicate with the divine. This was not merely about masking body odor, but an olfactory revolution concerning health, faith, and social status. In an age shadowed by plague, people firmly believed that fragrant air could ward off miasma. Doctors walking the streets stuffed lavender and cloves into the eye sockets of their beaked masks. Households hung wreaths of rosemary and wormwood at their doors, and in churches, frankincense and myrrh burned in censers, the smoky haze serving as both an offering to God and perceived collective protection for congregants. This public health concept, though based on the erroneous miasma theory, objectively utilized the inside to minus repellent and antibacterial properties of many spices. Personal aromatic art was even more refined than the boudoir of noble women. A set of perfume bottles made of Venetian glass or Chinese porcelain was essential. These might contain Hungary water and early alcohol-based perfume with rosemary as a main component distilled from flowers, or jasmine rose balm extracted using the enfleurage method with fats. They applied the balm to pulse points or sewed it into the linings of their garments, letting body heat slowly release the fragrance. For ordinary citizens, pomme de rest were the most popular accessory. A hollow gold or silver bowl was intricately carved with patterns and divided internally into several compartments filled with ambergris, musk, sandalwood powder, and dried rose petals. Worn around the neck or waist, the small ball swayed with each step, continuously emitting an elegant scent. It was both a fashion item and a mobile health talisman. Perhaps most characteristically medieval was the popularity of perfumed gloves. Leather workers in Cordoba, Spain, repeatedly tanned lambskin gloves in a blend of 8R wood, civet, and rosewater, making the fragrance long-lasting. Gifting such a pair of gloves was a supreme gesture of friendship and respect. When a gentleman raised his hand in greeting, the wave of pleasant fragrance that followed spoke more directly of his taste and class than any words. In this era, scent was a complex language, telling tales of cleanliness, health, wealth, and faith. Secret 5: The wisdom of pounding on sunlight, the professional kingdom of medieval laundresses. In the mornings of Bruges or Paris, one of the first sounds to awaken the city was the rhythmic, powerful pounding from the riverbanks. That was not the prelude to war but medieval laundresses beginning their day's work. They were not disorganized laborers but members of well-organized, privileged professional guilds. On specific stone banks along the river often allocated to laundry guilds by city decree, linen, soaped linen and woolen fabrics and wooden buckets of specially prepared lye. This strong alkaline solution, made by leaching beechwood ash with boiling water, was the most effective natural degrading agent of the Middle Ages. Stain removal was a more intricate chemistry lesson. For stubborn blood or sweat stains, they used fermented urine, especially ammonia-rich children's urine, for pretreatment. Sunlight is the poor man's bleach. This medieval proverb points to the next crucial step. Washed clothes were spread on the grassy riverbanks for days, or even weeks of sun exposure. Ultraviolet rays not only killed microorganisms but also made white linen dazzlingly bright. This was not casual labor, but work based on a deep understanding and utilization of natural forces. After this treatment, fabrics underwent a final shaping process. Starch water made from wheat or potato starch was carefully brushed onto collars, cuffs, and head coverings. Dyed clothing became stiff and shaped after drying, not only staying clean longer but also serving as a silent proclamation of the wearer's social status. Stiff linen collars visually distinguished respectable citizens from slovenly paupers. A well-functioning laundry guild, like the city's kidneys, maintained the cleanliness and dignity of the entire social body. Secret six-class codes in the hair care, styling, and the politics of identity. A head of hair in the Middle Ages was far more than an aesthetic object. It was a public declaration of one's identity, rural status, and even moral standing. Hairstyle regulations were as strict as laws, and married maidens could wear their hair loose to signify purity. Marrying women had to completely cover their hair with headdresses or nets to show modesty. Any woman violating this rule in public could face church reprimand or even fines. Therefore, hair care was not just for beauty, but also to comply with social norms. Wealthy women used expensive washes made from soapwort root, rosemary, and beer, followed by conditioning the ends with almond oil infused with calendula to prevent split ends. To achieve the fashionable light blonde shade, they would sit in special hair-bleaching chairs, applying a paste of